This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Again, the next basket for Coop will get him a career high. And he's got it! 36 for Cooper Flagg and counting. Still 4:10 left to play the game.
That is right. On a night with Monday Night Football, the Dallas Stars winning. It is Cooper Flagg and your Dallas Mavericks kicking off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Inside the Star at 6:20. PP in the morning at 6:40. Another concert ticket giveaway in the commercial-free Expressway. Post Hut Clarity at 7:20. And Jerry Jones, of course, live at 8:30. Cooper Flagg scored the most points by an 18-year-old in NBA history. The Mavs end up blowing a late 8-point lead, but Coop with 42, and it's a perfect night because they end up losing to blow up Mark Cuban's stupid plan of trying to win now and be relevant. Cooper Flagg is the story.
See, don't say they blew an 8-point lead. They saved the game. That is what you have to do. You have to lose.
Well, then they almost didn't save the game when Coop missed that second free throw and just sent it into overtime with the layup.
Well, you see, that's just you're just getting 5 more minutes of work for your young, growing player.
Get yourself more tired for the next game.
Absolutely. It's very tough. It's very tough getting up for these games when the cup's still going on. It's just really tough for me to get into this because you got a big one tonight, baby.
LeBron had the previous mark.
I will say, this stat being thrown out every week, he's the first 18-year-old to do everything. And I looked it up. I had to research yesterday. I was like, how many 18-year-olds were like top 5 picks? And we're expected to play. I think it's been like 5 of them. So it's like Coop is the best of like 5 in history.
Yeah, all the stats and highs, like most points in a game by an 18-year-old. LeBron has every single one except for 3 from Cooper. LeBron scored 28, 32, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, but Cooper Flagg goes off for 42 yesterday. And look, all the concerns and all the worries of the number 1 overall pick and the pressure and Summer League, him not being able to shoot or score that well, those things are gone because we know that he's more than capable. What is also gone is the concern that he can't come anywhere close to Luka Doncic in terms of being a scorer. Now, he's not going to be Luka Doncic as a scorer probably consistently, but it is here. It's right there. We've seen it. He's been going off over the course of the past week, 2 weeks. You now should feel absolutely fantastic with your number 1 selection.
Yeah, I mean, he was like the easy choice at 1. There was no decision making that had to go into this. It was Cooper Flagg was the number 1 pick.
I did have
when
questions.
He was a senior in high school.
I did have questions though when it was generational and no doubt and this guy is the best number 1 pick since blah blah blah. And I was like, okay, like he might be like a poor man's Scottie Pippen at like 18, 7, and 6. That's kind of what it's feeling like. And then he has these scoring explosions, and it's like, okay, this is what everyone's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, even a poor man Scottie Pippen's one of the 50 to 75 greatest players ever. Like it's still really, really awesome. And you take that, and then he's got like there are things that Luka can do that he'll never be able to do, but there's things that he does that Luka will never be able to do. They're not the same player, they're not close to the same player, they're not the same style of player, but the results, while they may not be like you're right, he may not be a 30-a-night guy forever, for the next 15 years. But if he gives you 24, 26,
I mean,
you're not looking at anything. You're not looking at that sideways at all.
The comp we saw the most frequently leading up to the draft is the one that he's looking like. He looks like Tatum. That's the way he plays, which is just he's a get to the cup score. And Tatum developed more of a shot the further out and became more effective as a 3-point shooter. You heard when he knocked down that 3 last night. You could hear Follow getting giddy, and he's like, "Boy, league, watch out when he starts making those 3s consistently." But I mean, he's become such an efficient scorer inside of 10 feet. He's just been really, really good there. And early on, it wasn't easy for him the first couple weeks of the season. But I mean, I was just looking at it here. It was the last 14 games, I mean, he's shooting 53%. So, I mean, if you're getting that kind of efficiency, you're going to take it all day.
He's averaging 25.7 over the past 7 games. Went 15 to 20 from the free throw line. He did miss a big one there at the end. He had 12 points in the fourth quarter, and Cooper was asked about the career high afterwards on Mavs TV.
Yeah, obviously, it's tough though. I mean, I want to look at it, wins and losses. Obviously, we didn't win, so it's tough for me to, want to be happy or any of that. But obviously, it's, success, and, we're going to try and keep getting better from here.
A new career high, tied a Mavs rookie record, and you were short several guys tonight. Is there a mode you go to when you know, like, hey, my teammate needs more from me?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think it's just, my teammates putting me in the right positions, letting me put myself out there, give me that confidence, and, I just saw, a lot of gaps out there tonight, and I wanted to take advantage of it.
And, of course, the Mavs rookie record going with the great Mark Aguirre. He did not score, though, in the overtime, and Utah I could not believe that they were melting down with this lead. I could not believe that they lost this lead as Utah made an 11-0 run.
Well, I mean, anytime you go up against Utah, you got to look out for them to go on just explosions like that and be able to finish it. That's the big thing we know about the Jazz. They finish games. They finish games in a big way, and that's why they were 9-16 going into last night or whatever they were. But look, I'm sort of subtly mocking it. The Mavericks have played better basketball the last few weeks, and
that's not good.
This is why as much as people are like, it's so bad to call for somebody. This is why you had to fire Nico. Because it makes it easier for people to enjoy a team that's even got a losing record. They're still going, it's just a fun basketball team, though. There's just, you just feel like a fresh air around them now. Like, that is what just a black cloud he was over everything that they did.
All right, they're the 8th pick right now. I just simmed the lottery twice. 3 times. Third time, number 1 pick. Third time got number 1, baby. Let's go. If you want to compare it to Luka's rookie year, Luka had 21.2. Points per game. Flagg is at 18, right? 18.4. If you want to go to rebounds per game, Luka was at 7.8. Flagg is right at about 6. Assists per game, Luka was at 6. Flagg's at 3.5. Field goal percentage, Flagg's much higher, 48 to 43.
There's still zero chance I'm taking Flagg over Luka, though.
No. No,
I know you're not saying that. I'm just saying that for those who are like, well, we did end up with it. It's like, I'm still saying that I'd rather have Luka. But yeah, Cooper Flagg's good. He's really good.
And he's 18.
Yeah.
That's what's frightening.
Right.
And defense wins championships.
Well, let's see how many games, Luka plays after his revenge summer body season, and where he's probably going to win the MVP. And then let's see if old habits die hard. I'm rooting for a great
35 a game right now, I think.
I'm rooting for a great barbecue place to open up in Los Angeles.
Good.
Yeah,
all right.
Need a great barbecue spot in Los Angeles. Go ahead and fatten them up like Anthony Davis.
Yeah, they need more what is it, the craft beer spots? They need more of those to open up, so they'll just start chugging it.
Dallas Stars.
The reach by Edmondson, taken Rantanen, galloping ahead, working to the inside. He scores! One more highlight reel tally. Mikko Rantanen, my goodness.
Mikko with another controversial play as he gets involved with the Kings goaltender, but that was the dagger on Victory Plus, and he had an assist as the Stars beat the Kings 4-1.
2 things. One of the worst goals you will see a goalie allow when DeSmith on a 5-on-3. So you're already on a 2-man disadvantage.
Otter's back.
And you kind of fumble the puck and you try to pass it out, you miss, you whiff. You got your own teammate kind of bumping you there, and then it goes.
It was 5-on-3. You may as well give it up. Just
You're
give
going to give it up anyway.
Yeah.
Just save some time.
Yeah.
Just save some time. Mikko is phenomenal. He's so fun to watch. Do y'all have the same problem with the app, though? When you flip over to the app, the volume is just so much louder on the Victory Plus app than it is for when I have regular TV on. Do y'all have that problem?
No.
When I flip over to it, it's like I've got to pause the TV to lower the volume. I got to, because we have the problem. I have to stand up to change my channel now, change the volume.
Because a pair of pliers to turn it to?
No, because where she put the Merry Christmas sign, it's line of sight for me.
He's got to stand up off the couch.
I have to get up off the couch to lower the volume, and it won't move. She won't move it. Well, it's not moving. The thing's not moving.
Girl, guys, take control.
It
Bobby's buying his wife pots and pans for her Christmas gift.
Hey,
And yet,
snitch, she could be up.
I thought she told you to get it.
No.
I thought she told you to get it.
No, she mentioned it in passing 2 months ago.
Oh, sorry. Dump that.
She's not going to hear it. She's not up.
And here's Choppy not moving Christmas signs.
It looks wonderful. I like the way it looks. It's like, you know what? I like the look of it there.
Yeah.
It fits there.
Well, you're gonna need next time you go to QC Kinetics, they're gonna be like, "What's wrong with your knees?" And you're like, "Channel changing."
Maybe your Amazon guy will move it for you.
I'm doing remote squats. We don't have enough time for that.
I know, that was just a teaser.
Man.
Matt Duchene looks to be back to 100%. Reitma putting it out there that Duchene, Miko, and Wyatt Johnston, they're absolutely deadly. And Gulletson afterwards was really pleased. He'd been kind of knocking their effort over the last 2 weeks. He called the Kings the stingiest team in the league, and the Stars matched that last night.
Yeah, and Money Puck said 45% for the Stars, so that's what you want to do. You want to win the games you're not supposed to. And if you can flip those, then that's a big deal.
Man, the Kings are stingy, and it is a grindy kind of game. It's like one of those games. It's like you're scratching for everything when you play LA, and it's annoying. It's annoying to watch because it's like you should be winning this game, and then like they're just hanging on. They're just there.
I will say, genuine point from Money Puck here, Sean. I'm looking at the little shot chart here. 6 of the shots that they attempted had an over 60% chance of going in, and they only gave up 1 goal. So that's impressive.
So it was a great night locally. Yes, the Mavs lost, but this is about Cooper Flagg and Team Tank. Dallas Stars end up winning by 3. Monday Night Football as well.
Rodgers may be seeing a blitz. Here they come. They rush 5. There's the snap. Line drive down the middle. Backpedaling catch made at the 15. Metcalf breaks a tackle at the 10. The 5. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Metcalf throwing bodies aside like the ragdolls to break tackles and get a 28-yard touchdown reception from Aaron Rodgers on 3rd and 12.
The great Kevin Harlan on Westwood won. The Steelers handle the Miami Dolphins, stop their little winning streak, 28-15. Pittsburgh is 8-6.
Man, it's like feels like both these teams just filling out schedules. That was a ugly game.
Horrific first half.
Eggman thought it was a horrific fourth quarter. Gosh, Eggman would not stop trashing the Dolphins.
Well,
in the
why
fourth
they
quarter.
were
He hates
slow?
them. Well, they were slow, and then they were tempo, and they were timeouts. And he hated their clock management.
He killed the refs, too. Eggman was trending last night. But Mike Tomlin's going to be trending soon because it's going to be another 10-win season. Mike Tomlin somehow, some way, squeezing all the juice out of the rock.
And they're going to lose again in the first round.
Yep.
And it'll be
16?
2015 season, 2016 calendar year was their last playoff win.
Wow.
I mean, we're
no one talks about that nationally.
We're creeping up on Cowboys.
Ooh, you know who their first round matchup would be right now? It's
Jacksonville?
It's a matchup of the two teams that you are always going like, yeah, they're not going to win. It's the Chargers and the Steelers. So somebody's going to be able to advance this year.
What's that over-under going to be?
Oh, God. And that weather? Because it'd be in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Ugh. 38.5?
So Mike McDaniel kind of like going back and forth. People are ticked off. Tua's just laughing it up nonstop on the sidelines.
He doesn't even know where he is.
They got like got like 3 points.
Stop it.
They got like 3 points at half. At the end, they're clearly losing. There's 2 minutes and change, and the internet's like, I'd be laughing too if I bilked someone out of $200 million.
There you go. Can we get? You got to.
Man, the Miami Dolphins used to be so fun.
They used to be a fun team.
We're 2 years away from them scoring 70 points in a game.
It was like the new creative, awesome offense to watch.
Right. And then the NFL got rid of cheat motion. They wouldn't let them do their little running start stuff anymore.
Well, and also, I mean, obviously this game is in a colder climate, and Miami never wins historically, and then Tua literally never wins in a below 40-degree temperature day. It's just it's an ugly game. but they're somehow like 21-4 when the weather's good with Tua there. You know, like when it's like 70-degree weather, like 21-4. When conditions are perfect, they don't lose.
All right, we have a bunch of big name injury updates in the National Football League, including Micah Parsons and Brian Schottenheimer. What's today going to bring with the Trayvon Diggs saga? Jerry Jones at 8:30, and Schottenheimer answers it again inside the Star next on The Fan.
And Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden back here for a Tolo Tuesday with PP in the morning at 6:40, post-Hut Clarity and a concert ticket giveaway, 7 o'clock Expressway, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We did not get a chance to play this yesterday, but just if you have some carryover Zach Wolchuk energy towards the Vikings loss, this apparently was a post-game caller on the official post-game presentation of your football team. That's us on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. Atolo still not happy.
We got Phil calling in from Virginia. Phil, how are you?
Well, disappointed. Thank you for taking my call from Norfolk, Virginia, where my dad raised me since 1967 on Tom Landry and the Dallas Cowboys. God rest his soul. Over the past 15 years, he hasn't had to watch this garbage. Here's my point about this game. This game was lost on the second possession, the second Minnesota possession, when that idiot, and when I'm so angry, I can't think straight sometimes. I don't recall his name. When the idiot commits the horse collar out of bounds, setting him up for a tie touchdown, and Schottenheimer allows him to continue on the field.
Don't cuss. Don't cuss.
I'm not. But, dude, I'm sick and tired of these. We have beautiful cheerleaders. We got a whole bunch of them. I'm tired of them as head coaches. How do you allow a guy in this important of a game to stay on the field after that stupid of a play? There has to be accountability. We haven't had that since Jimmy Johnson.
See, that's
great.
Good. We need that's what we need more from Philly. Is that kind of thing? That's
tremendous.
I love everything about that. He goes, "I'm from Norfolk, Virginia," and then Brian goes, "There you go." But I don't know why. I was like, there you go, Virginia. But then he goes 1967, and then Brian's not going to be held responsible if he cusses. Let him go off. That's what Peyton's back there to do, is dump it.
What about the cheerleaders?
We have beautiful cheerleaders.
Cheerleader line was great. That's fantastic.
Cheerleaders having to watch this.
And, I thought he was talking about, when he said, God rest his soul, it's like, your dad or Tom Landry? Like, which one happened?
I thought he was about to say God, but he said God rest his soul. Then he said for the last 15 years. Well, I thought he was about to, reveal his dad was still alive. And why'd you say God rest his soul?
All right. As the Diggs turns back and forth, is it health? Is it discipline? Is it contract? Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer asked about it again yesterday.
Well, again, I think, number one, Trayvon and I sat down and we had a very detailed conversation on Saturday. I told him not only the reasons why, but also the standards and expectations. So, again, I'm always going to have real conversations. I would never not play a player and not explain to them why they weren't going to play. I know he feels like he's ready, but in our long conversation, I thought I made it very clear. And so I'll leave it at that.
That is, that's just flat out Brian Schottenheimer saying in nice of a way as possible that Trayvon is misrepresenting what he was told. Because he's saying that I would never not tell a player why he's not playing. So for Trayvon to say he doesn't know why he's not playing, I made that very clear. That there's so much tension between those two, and it's starting to get to the surface a little bit more. You're starting to see it a little bit more.
Which two?
Between Diggs and Shoddy. Like it's clear they got some tension with each other. And
Shoddy says, I love him. Love him as a player, love him as a guy.
What happens? You can be a Boy Scout. I love Everson Walls. He's a great dude. And he was a great leader and played in the league for a long time. Everson Walls was here, butted heads with Jimmy Johnson, and Jimmy Johnson's another great. They didn't get along, and then there had to be a separation. Jimmy Johnson felt like, you can't be around my culture, and so you can be as good of a culture person as you want, but if you don't fit that culture and you don't fall into line, you're going to have problems. And they clearly just have a totally different view of how things should operate. And I think, again, if you want to draw it a comparison, that shows that Schottenheimer's culture is completely different from what McCarthy did, because McCarthy never had issues with Diggs.
Stephen Jones replay brought to you by Window Nation. The guys, they were on fire yesterday with the questions, and one of them to Stephen was, is it a physical or mental issue keeping Trayvon off the field?
It's full body of work. At the end of the day, you've got a Coach Schottenheimer and his staff hold, each player to a standard. And, it's a little bit of everything. I know, Trayvon's a competitor. All players, want to be ready to play and go and push and go above and beyond. And I know he feels that way, and that's not surprising. But at the same time, we have to evaluate, the full week, and we'll do that again this week and make a decision.
They are. It's so off message from each other. Like in terms of Jerry talking about he's hurt, Shoddy talking about there's other stuff. Steven saying, well, it's both, it's everything, and then Diggs going, it's none of it. I have no idea. Like, it's so off message that it almost feels like they're working together to say, hey, which one of us is going to have which side of this? Like it feels like almost like set up. It's so just discombobulated.
This has to be contractual. It just has to.
In terms of like the injury guarantee and stuff?
Keeping him off the field. Keeping him off the field so he does not come back, get hurt, and they pay him next year because they're going to cut him. That's just what it has to be. All this dancing around and all this confusion, like, it's getting me to a 9.5 out of 10 on the irritation scale. And it just has to be them coming up with different ways to not let him return to action, despite maybe being able to use him out there while you're facing elimination. Now you've basically been eliminated. That was not more important than them saving his salary next season and having it on the books.
I think... I not specific. I know I heard it positioned this way as a question yesterday, but I'm pretty sure Diggs said he was under the impression like he was playing because he said that like he was in the game plan throughout the week, and then he was still not played. And so that to me, like Shoddy's made it sound like he's ready to use him. So that's what's so confusing about this. Jerry's talking like, nope, not ready to go at all. Steven's like, yeah, whole body work. Shoddy's made it sound like we've been getting him ready to see if he's checking the boxes, and then he doesn't, and I have to pull him. It is kind of how Shoddy talks about it. So it's really confusing. I'm going to be interested to see which direction Jerry cuts it today. But
I'll tell you. Go ahead, ask me the questions.
Jerry, why isn't Trayvon Diggs out there?
Health.
Okay, but he says he's healthy.
Well, players always think that they can go out there and give that extra effort. And sometimes they don't know their own bodies, and we need to protect them from themselves.
Shoddy says he's healthy.
Shoddy says he's healthy. Is he definitely saying he's healthy?
So he was asked yesterday, they said, Trayvon says he's healthy. He said, he's moving around fine. He said, there's some other things.
Again. Yeah. So that's the way it needs to be posed to Jerry at 8:30. Trayvon came out, and Shoddy has come out and said that Diggs is healthy.
Is it
Where's
good?
the miscommunication?
I was going to say, because I know we've never done this.
He's definitely going to get irritated.
Well, how about you don't even ask? You just go, Jerry, I want to play a clip from Shoddy for yesterday. And we just play the clip of Shoddy saying what he says. They go, what do you say to that?
8:30 this morning right here on 105 through the Fan. I just think it has to do with keeping him off the field.
I would assume so. And that's like, it's Shoddy could say, and he's in the game plan all he wants, or, intimate that he's in the game plan. But at the end of the day, Jerry's like, well, he's not available to you. Like, this is the roster I'm giving you.
Boy, if I don't think Jerry would do that. Like if Shoddy, like in terms of it could be a thing where I think if that was the case, if Jerry said he's not available, I do not think Shoddy would be going through the motions to make him think he's in the game plan throughout the week, knowing that he was not going to put him in there. I think that would be really bad. So I just don't think that's how Shoddy operates. I think Shoddy would just say, if that was the case, he knew he didn't have him at his disposal, I think he would, to be 100% honest, I think he'd pull him aside and be honest with him and say, hey, this is what it is. And sorry, but that's what it is.
If he was a good culture guy, he would.
Man, he is a good culture guy. He's not the last guy. So
right, the last guy didn't have any problems. stinks.
The last guy can't even pronounce Caleb. The last guy's kind of an idiot.
That's true.
Stop it. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Another great question from KNC to Stephen Jones. What do you say to people who say you and Jerry, you don't have to face any consequences whatsoever for another failed season?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to continue to work at it, and there are consequences because we pay in our own ways, and I understand that. Obviously, interesting dynamic in terms of the fact that we own the team and we're involved, but we think overall that's been a good thing, and we'll continue to be involved and work to get this thing right and ultimately get to our team to where we want it to be.
Man, that's a triggering answer. It triggered Wolchuk yesterday as well.
Triggered Wolchuk so much that he confused the hell out of people putting in quotes. I texted him, I was like, your quote made no sense, dude. He put their quote in quotation marks, but they said, we own the team, but he was clearly taking notes, so he put in quote marks that they own the team, so it made it sound like Steven was saying someone else owned the team, and we thought it was a good thing.
I just said.
All right, so that's Steven. Jerry today at 8:30.
What are the consequences do you think he's talking about? I think I know, but I'm just curious what y'all think.
You get cursed at on social media and on talk shows?
I think what he was referencing there, and it's not going to make any fan feel good about it. But I think for Steven, what he's genuinely saying, for me, a consequence is just knowing, like, spending our own money on this and being so involved and feeling that failure, like the internal thing. I think that's what he more is talking about, just like internal strife that comes out, which isn't going to satisfy a fan. But to Steven, I'm sure he does feel like that's worse to me than any sort of criticism that could come out of it.
Okay. I don't disagree with you, but, whoop-de-doo. Micah Parsons has, in fact, torn his ACL and is out for the 2025 season. He faces at least a 9-month recovery. Andy Reid told reporters that Mahomes came to Dallas to go see Dan Cooper. We know that name very well. Dan Cooper did perform the surgery, ACL and LCL for Patrick Mahomes. Devontae Adams is considered week to week with the hamstring, probably going to knock him out for Thursday Night Football.
And with Mahomes, it's just the ACL, right? I think they were able to save. He didn't rupture the other ones.
No, he's ACL and LCL.
I heard this morning they said it was just.
Yeah, then that would be a reversal from what they said yesterday afternoon, where they added
I just said LCL.
Yeah, but I heard this morning. I thought that
he tore his LCL too.
Okay, because they were saying that was going to make it less of a return time. That he'd be ready by, before September.
See, it's so weird, though. So he tears his ACL and tears his LCL. Like, Micah's just the ACL. And Rappaport's report for Mahomes is no more than 9 months. Micah, it's at least 9 months. Like minimum. Which is, there must have been, Micah was such an awkward landing that there must have just been something really weird about that tear.
Maybe it was Micah that I heard then. It was just the ACL. But that's a way less time, you would think, right? Because it's like it's usually a minimum of 9 to 12. Now you get these guys, they're back in 7-8 months if it's just one.
Is Tom Brady a cheapskate? And Peyton says if you attend this bowl game, it could make you a literal genius. PP in the morning with the return of Peyton Phillip Russell is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys. It's Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel and Frankel for any type of accident that you have to endure out there on the roads because of terrible DFW drivers. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in the Metroplex. They will guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. For 3 decades, Frankel and Frankel have been fighting for those injured in car and truck wrecks in the Metroplex. So if your loved one has been hurt, call Frankel and Frankel first to get the medical
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. Every single Tuesday at this time, it's time for a little PP in the morning. Jerry Jones, 8:30, PP in the morning at 6:40. And guys, let's talk a little football here. Tom Brady. Some people know him. Most people do. Sometimes rich people can be stingy with their money as well. It's not just me, guys. I'm frugal. You know that. But rich people, even back then, can also be a little frugal as well. This was revealed Sunday on the Fox pregame show that included Tom Brady. And they shared something about Tom from 2007 when he was just trying to do something nice for his teammates around the holidays.
2007, Tom Brady, of course, that's when his team went undefeated in the regular season. He gifted his O-line, ready? Brand new luxury SUVs. What a class act, you guys. The catch to all this is the cars were on a one-year lease.
Choosers, all right? But what you missed, ladies, what you missed was Tom had another line about gifting the old lineman the ice tub bath. What was that?
I said it's like giving your mom a toaster.
Even the rich people, man, they get you.
That's how they stay rich, right?
Yep, they don't spend it.
So I was trying to figure out a way to justify this in my mind. Like, if you should have leased them like some exotic sports car if it's going to be a lease for a year.
Should have done it through D&M leasing, because then it would have been cheap enough you wouldn't have had to worry about just a year.
Can't be giving them just a crossover.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like one fun, I'm not going to keep this Dodge Viper for the rest of my life. I'm this McLaren. You know, I'm not going to keep this for the rest of my life.
Skyline, Lincoln Hypersport. You ain't keeping that for
Driving around 12 weekends a year, and I have it leased for a year. Now, the insurance on that probably would have been insane.
Crazy.
Or, the prices on that, you may as well have just bought the SUVs, probably. Is this a cheap move? Hey, this was for his linemen?
Yeah, his O-lineman.
Okay, so how many
year
linemen?
was it? Did they say what year?
07.
07. Let's see how good they were.
How many linemen?
They were 16-0.
The team was good, but I want to see how good the pressure rate was.
Yeah. See, so probably 10 O-linemen on the team.
Okay, so let's call it $100K to buy the SUVs. Probably cheaper back then.
Probably much cheaper back then.
Oh my gosh, you know what just dawned on me? He tore his ACL the next year getting sacked in the first game. What if somebody's like, whoopes?
Yeah.
And just like Olayed it.
Yeah.
Because they're like, how about that? My lease just ran up.
Yeah, Mahomes probably just leased scooters.
Right, there you go.
That's it.
The one-legged ones where he's got to ride around on those things.
And now they're like, you use one leg. So that would have cost $1 million to go ahead, basically, and buy the offensive lineman, the SUV, versus the lease for a year.
Man.
It comes across cheap.
His sack percentage the rest of his career pretty much was, other than one season, was higher than that the rest of his career. So he got basically the best blocking of his career, and then they were just like, no, we're done with this.
He had a $6 million salary that year. That was like his first, because he was at the end of, he had just gotten to the end of his first contract.
Okay. All right.
So it's not like he was
his first, the first free veteran contract.
So yeah, it's not like he had. If this is 40-year-old Tom, where he had made $500 million, much cheaper move.
Tom also got a little racy on the Fox broadcast Sunday.
Not another one, but just an absolute piss missile right to the middle of the field. 1 foot in front of the numbers. I love that.
Yeah.
Piss missile.
Yeah, that's when you rope a ball down to right center.
That's a guy who talks ball. Like
Yeah.
that's definitely like guys. He says talking ball for sure.
Tom has moved up the Sean Sharif NFL color analyst rankings to number 2. I got him at 2 right now.
Behind Olsen?
I forgot about Olsen.
Number 3.
I'm only talking about ones right now. Okay.
Well, all right.
I'm keeping
By 9 God.
No, Romo is last.
Oh.
Romo's last for me. Collinsworth is 3. I'll include Olsen here in a second. Aikman, 1.
Aikman is 1.
And Brady has done I think Brady's done a nice job of becoming better than Romo.
I can't stand watching him walk around stadiums when he's calling Cowboy games.
Tom?
Yes. He's the only analyst I've ever seen walk around with like 3 security guards around him.
Who's Tom Brady?
Tom Brady.
Who's like
piss missile.
Antonio Brown hasn't even come up for air. He doesn't have to worry about him like being in a stadium. I don't know who's like going after Tom.
All right, so include Olsen or keep Olsen out real quick.
Also, it's hard for me because Brady's usually calling those games, like a lot of the Cowboy games, so
keep
I don't see him as
Olsen
much. Aikman's the best. Then if no Olsen, it's Brady, Romo, Collinsworth.
Brady, Romo, Collinsworth.
I just can't stand Collinsworth.
He's cheesy. He tries to be like Madden.
He's just so
much.
smug. He looks like you know how they paint caricatures to look smug and stuff? Like he looks like a caricature.
It's between Brady and Troy. I don't agree with anything Troy says. His voice just sounds like the NFL, so I like that. To me, it's about the appealing of him and Buck, because the other number ones, like I can't do.
Tirico.
I like Tirico.
What did you think of Gruden when he was doing it?
I liked Gruden.
I liked him.
Is Brady ahead of him of what Gruden had become?
I'd probably stay with John.
I would stay with John. But yeah, I think Tom's really improved this year, big time.
PP in the morning.
All right, let's go from NFL to college football here. Look, we've talked about the value of bowl games have decreased so much over the years. No one goes to these things anymore unless you're a parent or someone of the team or student of the team that's playing. You can now get into the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl in Florida for just a can of beans. Literally a can of beans. All you have to do is show up to the stadium with a can of Bush's baked beans, and you donate the can, which then goes towards a family in need, which is a really great cause. And then you get free admission. If this is how they get butts in the seats, then more power to you. No one's showing up to these games anyways. This is between Toledo and Louisville. It's a bowl game that 11 years ago had almost 30,000 people in it. Last year had just under 16,000. So look, if you're going to donate a can of beans, you go to this game for free. I think it's a great thing they're doing here. More bowls should do this. You got the Pop-Tart Bowl. Bring a box of Pop-Tarts, throw it in there, get free admission. You're going to spend money on beer and hot dogs and food and everything. Just get the fans in for free.
One of the top 3 advertising campaigns that I grew up with as a child was the Bush's Baked Beans, the Roll That Beautiful Bean footage with the talking dog.
Yep.
It's a great commercial set. I do think it's a little funny that's like, come donate, it'll go to like a family in need. Like, are they literally just dropping stuff off at the stadium and then like just dumping them somewhere like a
soup kitchen?
Like, is that all they're doing? They're just like basically taking the are they donating anything else from themselves? Like, is the bowl game contributing anything, or are they just going like expecting you to pass?
They probably don't have enough money to.
It sounds like it.
You want them to match the beans.
Yeah, match the beans.
Double the beans.
I think I'd rather keep the Bush's baked beans than go to Toledo versus Louisville.
Bush's baked beans are good.
Yeah, they are very good.
Oh, with the bacon too.
Is there even another competitor
of baked beans?
What was the pork and bean brand? Not Bush's, but Campbell's? Was it Campbell's, like pork and bean?
I don't remember if they had them.
I bet Grok would have them as the number 2 bean seller.
Does Goya make baked beans?
I don't know. Google.
So look, if you're in Florida, you got some
camps. That's pork and beans.
Yeah, I'm not a bean guy, but Bush's Baked Beans are doing a great thing there. I would totally buy some baked beans, go to the game for a little bit, but donate to a good cause. But all right, guys, now we got to talk a little bit about some prison. The prisoners are just trying to eat good nowadays, Sean. A prison in South Carolina had a drone that was seized because it was trying to deliver food and drugs to an inmate. Aiden's going to have this up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Someone was just trying to get their homie out. They're trying to help them out. Not get them out, help them out. But the entire package, maybe they're trying to get them out too. You fly a drone over there. But the entire package included cigarettes and weed, as well as a New York strip steak, crab legs, and some Old Bay seasoning. You see it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. There's a nice 12-ounce strip steak there, some crab legs. You also have Old Bay seasoning. But, they're trying to help a homie out there. And I understand you can't allow the drugs, but let the man eat. Let the man eat.
So it was going to drop. Into the prison yard?
Yeah, so someone's flying a drone somewhere, and they're flying this over into the guards, over around the guards area and stuff.
Yeah.
They're trying to drop it off for him. I don't know where this guy's going to try and cook it. Maybe they have grills over there. I've never been to a prison.
Grills.
Yeah, they got grills or some
grills.
kind of area. You give it to the chef there and make them eat it. But, look, the guy's trying to eat well, in prison. I don't know how long he's going to be there, but crab legs, some steak, let him eat it. Take the drugs away, but yeah.
Sounds like some Diddy would order. I'm going to give you guys a week, otherwise it's spoiler alert. I'm going to talk about the Diddy documentary. Got one more episode to go. Aiden is shaking his head in agreement. Number 1 on Netflix.
CA came up to me at the stadium and he's like, I need to know when you watched the Diddy documentary. He's like, I'm going to want to talk over some of it with you because I know you're going to be into it. So he's like,
because you're one of the homies.
Yeah, apparently according to
you got street cred like that.
According to Peyton's got major my man energy.
Yeah.
You were supposed to follow up the bowl game thing with your fart story and tied together.
Oh, the Beans fart. Well, yeah, let's get to it. We got a few minutes left.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so you're going to get to it, homie.
By the way, so it's that good?
It's really good.
Yeah.
You have Netflix access?
It depends. Every time I turn it on, it's like either I have it or it's been taken away because I'm on my mom's. So it depends if I sign into it. I could sign into it.
I don't
but
have that benefit.
I'm on the Ken Burns American Revolution documentary on PBS.
Oh, you're officially that stage of life, the history documentary old guy.
I mean, I've been a history documentary old guy for a while. But yes, Ken Burns. I'll watch anything Ken Burns.
All right, one last story here. PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. Who knew passing gas could actually improve your brain power? Researchers at Johns Hopkins Medicine have found that hydrogen sulfide, the rotten egg-smelling chemical compound released when someone farts, could protect aging brain cells from cognitive decline and Alzheimer's. Like every experiment, scientists obviously tested this on mice. They injected a compound that carried hydrogen sulfide into the mouse, and then the compound released gases throughout the body. This took about 12 weeks to really test this. The scientists tested the mice for changes in memory and motor function. The test revealed both cognitive and motor function improved by 50% compared to untreated mice. Now, of course, they compared guys and girls' farts as well, because I have this take, and RJ's shaking his head. Girls' farts, they don't fart off, they don't fart a ton, but when they do, my goodness, it's awful.
It clears a room.
It's awful, dude.
And I'll tell you this, I've noticed this, Sean, because for years when I pass gas, it never has stunk. All right, because I've done this. I do this in this room all the time, at least 20 times a show. But lately, they've been really, really bad. Really bad. And I've also known in that same time, my cognitive ability has shot through the roof. I am so much smarter. You guys, that's a cheat code right now. I got half my brain tied behind my back when I'm doing half these arguments with you because of that. Because of my toots, my stinky toots.
Why do you think they've gotten worse?
I don't know. It's got to be.
So you didn't fart when you said that the Cowboys would win the East?
I mean, I'm sure I did.
Have you increased your egg load? Have you been increasing your egg load?
My egg load is top notch.
You've been eating eggs for decades.
I got 2 in here, 2 oranges, 2 eggs. A lot of fruit. A lot of citrus.
Fruit's good for you.
A lot of pineapples. By the way, the pineapple this week.
Oh, we know you're into pineapples.
Very bad.
Now, RJ, it is important to
they're right
note
side
here,
up. Thank you, sir.
Hydrogen sulfide levels do decrease with age. So at one point, your farts will no longer stink, unfortunately.
Okay.
So look, all of this could help scientists
doesn't seem right.
This could help scientists make drugs for people to prevent Alzheimer's, and you could just have to swallow your own fart, meaning a pill there.
Dude,
yeah, I'm saying that, And so next time someone farts near you, don't be gross. Tell them thank you.
What do you think the age is going to be where your gas no longer
worst
smells?
segment you've had all year.
I know. Man, 75, 80.
Okay, no longer.
No longer.
No longer going to happen.
No longer going to happen.
We'll test this out.
I can tell you for a fact that's not true.
Oh, no.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line on DFW Sports Station. It's PP in the morning. The college football quarterbacks are moving. How many are coming to the great state of Texas? RJ Choppy with a bowl version college football kegger. That's next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with...
Go Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Did you know Arch Manning is returning to Texas?
Yay!
Yeah, I know.
He is coming back. He had to make that announcement. I didn't know that was an announcement that needed to be made, but he is coming back.
His play made that announcement.
Huh?
He wasn't going to the. His play made that. He
wasn't going to the portal. All right, so he's returning, but is there another quarterback coming to the great state of Texas? A big-time name. Dylan Raiola. Is he coming to Texas Tech? He is the Nebraska quarterback. He has entered the transfer portal, and one of the places that they are, speculating.
The Girthquake?
No, not the Girthquake. One of them, he's the Mahomes look-alike.
He's Fat Mahomes. That's his
Fat
nickname.
Mahomes. LSU is one of them. Texas Tech, another one, as the top choices for Dylan Raiola's services. Morton's got out of eligibility after this year anyway, so they're going to be looking for a new quarterback. But they may be playing chess, not checkers out there in Lubbock.
Well, On3 reported yesterday Tech was not likely to be involved.
Okay.
And it was the same reporter who broke the news that Raiola was transferring, so they had a beat on it.
The reason for that might be because of Brendan Sorsby.
God, it's always Sorsby.
The Cincinnati quarterback. Why is that? Why is that a big deal? Or why is that the speculation, and why are they playing chess, not checkers? Well, it appears that his girlfriend has committed to play volleyball at Texas Tech. Oh. So you follow the tea leaves. I don't know if transfer portal tea leaves
I'll take a little sip.
It's like with coaching, you follow the tail number of the airplane. Where is their jet? Has the jet moved into Oxford, Mississippi? Well, with transfer portal is follow the girlfriend.
Yep.
Where'd the girlfriend go? Is the girlfriend an athlete?
It's been a great tell.
She enroll?
Different type of tail number. And I think
yes, well done.
It actually has more accuracy than following the plane.
I think it has 100% more accuracy than following the plane. I mean, it's a brilliant. Like if I'm a football player and I got this girl and we've been dating for a couple years and we're serious and she plays women's basketball or volleyball and she transfers, I'm gonna go too.
It's reasonable.
Unless you don't want her.
Unless you want to,
Sharon
Moore.
Unless you want Sharon Moore.
So did they know?
But then she'll Sharon Moore too.
Did they know Raiola was transferring, or did they not want him anymore? Because they fired his uncle as their offensive line coach a month ago, and then Dylan's brother decommitted last month.
Yeah, I think once the brother did it, it was like I think that the way that happened.
Which they're a legacy there. Like Dominic Raiola, he went there. He went to Nebraska. That's how they got him to commit. They got him to flip from, I think it was Georgia.
Yeah. It was Georgia. So I mean, look, if they do lose, if they wanted to lose him, but maybe he was going to be too expensive. Maybe he wanted more money. That's happened too, where they go back and they say, "Hey, listen, I know we agreed to this deal. Things change." College Kegger here on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Gators quarterback.
Well, there you go. I'm getting to that now. DJ Lagway. He has also entered the transfer portal. And this is this is an interesting one because he had a meeting with the new head coach. The Tulane coach is obviously John Summerall's going to Florida. So he had a meeting with the new head coach. And that coaching staff, apparently, according to these reports from CBS, questioned who he is as a football player.
Yeah, a lot of people were questioning that last year.
The new staff opted to challenge, pushing him on his competitiveness and the work ethic. Others around the program say he's a very hard worker. He's seen running around campus early in the morning on most days, like he's doing sprints and jogs and just running through campus. He said he wasn't looking for a guarantee of a starting role. He wanted to hear he'd be developed and what the plan looked like, and he felt they did not present him with a plan. So he is like, all right, well, I'm going to enter the transfer portal now. Basically, he's saying they told him to get lost, and they're saying that they don't believe that he loves football.
He's not very good at it. I mean, there is that.
He's got the talent,
he's got the talent, but he's got the measurables. He's like 6'2", 250.
He's
big.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, like, I think he was like 1-to-1 turnovers when you include fumbles last year. He was like 16 touchdowns, 14 picks, and then he had a few fumbles too.
People are trying to speculate that Kiffin is sniffing around.
Yeah, so LSU, Miami, they're
Baylor's listed as a favorite.
They're thought to be in.
Baylor makes sense. He's a Texas kid, so like Baylor's been listed. Texas Tech's been talked about because some people think he wants to get back to Texas.
Man, Tech is going to have if they make a nice little run here. I mean, they're going to have a hell of a pick.
I want to get that guy in studio. By the way, he lives in Fort Worth. The big donor.
Oh, Cody Campbell.
Yeah,
I reached out to him last week.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay,
They've
nice.
been radio silent so far.
Oh.
Yeah.
I tried to find him on Instagram, but nope.
I think
there.
No, he's on Twitter. Like I follow him on Twitter. I think he follows.
I
I
just
think he
said
follows,
Instagram.
I know, but I'm saying I think he follows. He follows somebody around the station. I can't remember who.
Huh?
I think it's Carter, or Jake, or somebody.
Oh, the Saturday show.
Wow. Okay. Very nice.
They'll get him before us.
See, Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. One of the most anonymous Heismans going into it that you can remember.
Named on 95% of the ballots, tied with Marcus Mariota for the second highest in the history of the Heisman. Tied with Mariota.
Wow.
Diego finishes second, but his Q rating is now finishing 22nd.
Yeah, it is. Look, Diego did not have he didn't have a great 24 hours after the after the Heisman Trophy was awarded, basically saying blank the Heisman voters, and then he went clubbing, and on the bottle service sign, very cool sign, had the it wasn't like one of those things where you got to put the little right on a chalkboard, right? It had the
you
banner.
You need a
banner ad,
Get
right?
going. Get going.
Had the
Get going mentally.
Had the banner ad, and it said blank Indiana. And then everybody, and it's a bad look.
With the middle fingers up.
Middle fingers up. Him and his brothers, they walked in. They walked into the ceremony in a very Reservoir Dogs kind of photo pose. Just a slow walk. Same outfit for two of them.
Yeah.
The turtleneck, the chain, the double chain. The double chain, the suit. Looking, looking exactly how they wanted to present themselves to be seen. And look, it's a bad look. I get it. But I will say this. That is who he is. He has never apologized for who he is.
Well, that's not who he perceived. It's complicated.
It is.
So he's like Mr. Religious guy on campus, rooming with Eli Stowers, his best friend. Eli is very religious. He's going to go out, probably be a top 3 round pick in the draft. And Diego behind the scenes, at least following it all with my godson there at that program, is the straight and narrow, get up before everyone, work out. He got everything possible out of his college career and body.
Oh, for sure.
Everything. But he did play with that chip on his shoulder. And recently, this has really turned a lot of people off with kind of this FU swagger, and Bobby's going to defend it. I like it.
I am. I'm going to defend it, which I've given my fair share of criticisms for Pavia in general as a player and like kind of the way that he handles himself. But this is it. This is the end. I'm not saying it's right. I'm willing to give grace a lot easier for literally the last moment of you being a prominent individual probably in your life, not in social circles, but obviously in a national scale.
Football.
You went nuts, and it's like, yeah, it was the last time, and it was a little reckless, but you can get forgiveness a little easier when I recognize, like, it was probably also a night of him just kind of thinking, this is it, this is the end of the run.
I agree with that. I think, because he's going to go to the Senior Bowl and do it for the 4th time and do all that and do all that stuff. When teams do, and I don't think he's going to be an NFL quarterback, but when they interview and talk to people at Vanderbilt, they're going to give glowing reports. And I think the overwhelming majority of it is going to be true about the leader and about the work ethic and about the type of guy he tries to be.
Right.
I think when he gets around his family and his brothers and going out and about partying, then he
turns into this Diego.
He turns into this Diego.
Right. It's I get.
But the internet was amazing. I purposely did not send all these messages to my boy whose kid plays on the team because it would have broke him this weekend. He was already devastated Vanderbilt didn't make the playoff. He was devastated Diego didn't win it. But all the memes of Pavi has a big decision to make after the bowl game, and it's Foot Locker, Kroger, GameStop.
Stop it.
Car mechanic.
Come on.
Not only is he 4 inches shorter than people thought, he's 5 times as big of a D-bag. So, I mean, the internet came for him, and they landed.
He's tiny compared to, like, Fernando.
Foot Locker. He definitely, I definitely see him at Foot Locker going like, "What's up, boss man?"
I do like him. I find him refreshing. I find him.
He's a poor man's Johnny Manziel.
Yes, and I don't care that he was because he said this about Tennessee, like F them dudes, and I'm like, cool, man, that's what I want.
He made all these guarantees at the beginning of the year.
That's what I want, though, right?
Yeah. We don't paint it on your nails.
There you go. I guess this, I actually like Fernando. I know he's corny. I like it. I thought his speech was at the Heisman was it's a good guy. He's a good guy. Like he could run my football team. College Kegger here on 105 to the Fan. Tarleton State loses 26-21 to Villanova in the FCS playoff. They were heavily favored in this game. They were favorites to go to to maybe even to Nashville for the championship round, especially after some upsets, Bobby.
Yeah, it's upsetting. It's a sad end of the season. I didn't even know Villanova had a football team, to be honest. I thought that ended with Howie Long leaving there. But yeah, it's a sad end, and now Broadus won't be able to continue his opportunity to call a major game with Byron Anderson, our buddy there.
Save the date. The SEC schedules are coming out.
Ho. We got to talk about the scandal that took place with the transfer, right?
Which one is this?
At halftime?
Oh, yes, the Tarleton transfer. So this is one of their running backs. So he decided at halftime to enter the transfer portal.
You didn't see this?
No, I didn't see it. Was this the...
he was hurt.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Somebody else did this last year. Not at Tarleton, but I think this happened one other time. Somebody transferring in the middle of a game.
So Trey Page... So they go to halftime at 12:35 p.m. At 12:42, he posts that he's going to the transfer portal. Middle of halftime.
Dang.
Middle of halftime, 12:42. Thank you, Texan Nation. And he is entering the portal. Again, he's been hurt. And, huge loss of the game, heavily favored, 2-score lead. Very odd timing, though.
He's the best. I would assume then at that point, anytime you get one of those, that's clearly like somebody just pissed me off, like on the sideline. So this is my declaration to them.
Look at this program you guys decided to represent. This type of quality of decision.
Yeah.
Well, no,
and you just try to gloss over it.
No. He's not built for Texan Nation. Clearly, that's why he's out. Because Texans
you guys just sit down with your production meeting with him before one of your game calls? Like Collinsworth and Tirico beforehand?
I didn't even know who the quarterback was.
He didn't know who they were playing. He didn't know they were the Texans.
I had no idea.
He doesn't represent the spirit of the Plowboys or of the Purple
Plowboys. That's right, the Plowboys.
And good riddance,
College Football Kegger right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We have a brand new concert ticket giveaway, 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours to hook you up with. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40 and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Bobby thinks this will finally be the week that Jerry pops off on us. All right, we have post-Hut clarity. Bobby rewatches the Minnesota disaster. Were there any effort problems from Pickens? How did the Cowboys manage to make J.J. McCarthy look so good? And one big star up that we all missed yesterday. That's next. And post-Hut clarity on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ.
by the On-Time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films.
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Oh, the worst loss of the season, relatively speaking, in terms of just...
Disagree.
Which was the worst for you?
Arizona.
See,
Kobe Brissett.
The way that I keep coming back to that one is like, that was also the bottom of just they suck. Like, this was like we kind of were thinking they were okay. And you were at home and just... Like, I mean, Brissett had played better leading up to this than McCarthy had. Like, McCarthy had not looked good other than the previous week, but McCarthy had been...
What were the spreads for each game? This one, I think, was 3.5. I guarantee you it was more against Arizona.
Let's
now,
find out.
you had just come off of losing to Denver by 20. You beat Washington by 20. But no, everyone that I see and see comment and analyze...
3. Dallas by 3 against Arizona.
3?
Mm-hmm.
At home?
Mm-hmm.
Check your own money puck, RJ. I don't know.
I'm looking at it. It's right here on Pro
this
Football
one-
Reference. Vegas line, Dallas Cowboys -3.
Oh, gosh.
BetMGM had this week at 5. Well, I guess it went off at 5.
For Minnesota?
For Minnesota. What week was the Arizona game?
Minnesota was a 3.
Week 9.
Week 9.
Oh, yeah. nothing.
Week 3.
Well, I was talking about the spread because I already answered the question.
Yeah, you probably looked at the Chicago spread.
Week 9. It was 3. Yeah, it was 3.
3.
Look at that. So,
3.5.
bigger disappointments. All right, so you want to start with the offense or the defense?
Let's start with, I don't know, Choppy. You pick. It's all
I
depressing.
think the defense is absolutely where it needs to start and end.
Okay, so J.J. McCarthy.
So you don't want him to do the offense?
I do. No, I'm saying like that's the loss of the game was like I think that's the at the end of the day I'll be focused on that.
J.J. McCarthy, they didn't just give it to him. Like, I mean, they did not play well. McCarthy made some throws that he hasn't been making this year. So particularly, they ran some route combinations towards the middle of the field that they hadn't been running all year. They were running Justin Jefferson, I think, coming into this game had run 9 slants all year. Like as a route, he ran I think 4 in this game. So I mean, they were trying to go. They were trying to put some stuff in the middle of the field, confuse what the Cowboys were wanting to do. Jalen Naylor played really well. He did a good job kind of setting up the DBs. We obviously saw the Jordan Addison big strike, but overall, I think McCarthy just made some nice throws. The throw to Naylor for the touchdown was a really good throw. Some of the conversions that they had were nice throws, and it's just, I think that if you're pressuring him, he doesn't look as good. The fact was that that's where Dallas's factor comes into it, is they just didn't hurry him. And so he was able to sit back there and comfortably kind of, you know, pick things apart. But he deserves credit for making some throws that were not just gimme pitch and catch throws. He made some nice throws in this game. And then there were some other times that kind of got flustered.
I think he's got the highest rate of missing wide open receivers in the league. We see more miscommunication with Justin Jefferson. I thought there was a catch or two that Jefferson should have had, but he gives you some of those random wow moments like Bo Nix.
Right.
Like Bo Nix the other day making a couple of plays, those plays for Denver. I was like, whoa, Bo Nix is not supposed to be doing that.
I mean, last year we had that throw that we just sat here and just marveled at for
Elway-esque.
Yes, 3 weeks.
Yep.
And I mean, he made 2 of those throws. Like I said, Hawkinson had not done anything deep all year. He made 2 catches vertical that they don't send him on those routes very frequently. So there's some different route combinations that they did. Hawkinson, on the one that he caught, I think it was a third down, but it was that one that was off to the sideline. And Hawkinson, apparently after the game, had told reporters he didn't even see the ball. That he looked up and he saw the stadium lights and the ball was lost in it, and then the ball was just kind of like, on him, and he made the catch. And so they had some, if it had not been for McCarthy like putting the ball right on him, he doesn't make that catch. But overall, Dallas's lack of pressure is what killed them in this game. But McCarthy still had to execute on some of those throws in instances where Dallas had decent coverage. This wasn't a game of busts like we saw against the Giants or things like that. This was they were just getting beat, which is disappointing because Minnesota's not that good. Kenneth Murray was better than Logan Wilson, and I didn't think that live, but he was better.
Whoa!
And Logan Wilson in this game did not look great. He looked a little slower, like a step slower in terms of processing things that he was looking at. So I don't know if there was just something that threw him off from the study week that he just wasn't anticipating, but he was like a step slower to react to it. And still in coverage, he's just that's his biggest liability right now at this stage of his career, is just being able to work in coverage. And he gets picked on a little bit there. Murray gets picked on too because he's oftentimes in the wrong spot or not where he's supposed to be. If Murray sees it correctly, he's athletic enough to cover it, and he does a decent job. He didn't have a bunch of misreads in this game, so he was okay.
Yeah, but the one misread that the internet is replaying over and over and over again was him running like outside the tackles for the draw by the goal line.
I'm glad you mentioned that. That was a positive play. As the Cowboys were talking, the Cowboys told people yesterday, and this is the thought for, I know John Owning had said it when he was watching it. That is Kenneth Murray's gap he's supposed to step in. That was Kenny Clark's miss. Kenny Clark had driven past and completely lost the gap, and that's where that whole thing is the idea of Kenny Clark's supposed to hold his gap, and then the whole idea is run fits. Everybody's just supposed to fill into a spot to where the running back doesn't have anywhere to go. So Kenneth Murray, when he's stepping up and reading, and there's just an open gap, his step is he's supposed to go in through there. So he did. He went where he was supposed to go to like just preserve in case of a cutback, but he went where he had his fill. It was Kenny Clark got beat on the play and basically driven in the backfield. This is not a great game from Kenny Clark in the run game. He was a little bit better in some of the stuff that he was doing in the pass rush, but overall this was kind of a disappointing day from Kenny Clark. Post-up clarity here on 105 through the fan. I thought Deron Bland played better than I initially thought. So that's one thing that I've got clarity about, is that it's still bad. The touchdown to Naylor's bad, and I'm convinced he thought it was a run play, and he thought he was about to get blocked up. But I thought, in general, played physical, forced some really tight throws on a couple of instances, did his job for the most part. I thought Revel was better live than I saw him back. I thought Revel didn't play as well when I was watching back. Revel was having some issues just, staying balanced and reading things. There were a couple different times where there was one play in particular, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Jefferson had beaten him to the corner, and McCarthy just didn't see it. But, Revel got torched on that play.
And Bland's highlights were against Jefferson, like Collinsworth was pointing out on TV.
Yeah, he played well.
Yeah.
I think I would grade this as...
I wasn't even trying to kill him too much for the touchdown. The internet did.
It was such a bad read, and he just got caught flat-footed. He did a good job to get back into position, but... It was bad. I honestly thought watching this live and then definitely watching it back, he should have been flagged for pass interference on 3 different occasions. I don't know why they didn't throw it, but he was.
They were letting him not throw a ton.
I don't. They were league average heading into this game, but he was mugging Jefferson on a couple of those. The two guys who stood out to me as playing really, really good in this game on defense were Donovan Wilson and Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams, him going out was such a kick in the groin. Them losing. If Javonte Williams and Quinnen Williams play this entire game, I wonder if it's any different at all, or if it changes things.
They didn't get any pressure on McCarthy. Was Quinnen from a pressure standpoint or run stopping?
Well, a lot of times, McCarthy, a lot of his, if he was rolling out or a lot of the different things that he was doing, they were trying to combat moving away from Quinnen. So, but Quinnen had a couple of pass rush wins in this one. I thought he was pretty disruptive in this game. Schottenheimer highlighted him yesterday, said he played really well. And I think he was out, I don't remember, it was a 10 to 12 play stretch that he was out. And then they were kind of increasing his rotation. Then obviously he went out with the concussion later. And
he's in protocol.
Yes, and Schottenheimer talked about him yesterday with the concussion protocol, said he's in the building, said he seems to be okay right now. He's just one of those things you can't predict.
Just sit and relax, Quinnen. Just take a week off. Better safe than sorry.
All right, offensive side of the ball.
Just a week?
No, more.
George Pickens. I thought the effort looked okay when I was paying attention on the first couple drives, and when I went back and watched it, he was fine. Again, same sort of thing. There wasn't an issue there. I know there wasn't an issue there.
So that's improvement.
You got to do this.
He was frustrated. You could see it on tape. There were a couple different times. He's not frustrated with his team. He's frustrated by the way that Minnesota was playing him. It was irritating him a little bit.
Yeah,
because he talked a lot in this game, and not in the like cocky sort of way. It was more like you saw him chirping and like kind of looking to refs like, come on, what are we doing? Like I'm getting mugged. This should have been illegal contact. Like you can tell he's chirping about he thinks there were penalties. He's getting irritated with the way coverage is going, so he's like just barking at the corner all the time because he's not getting opportunities that he needs. So not frustrated at his own team, but definitely frustrated during this game. Didn't affect his effort though.
This is why we really need that 10-play video breakdown on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I started doing it yesterday.
Nice, because I've just never heard. And I'm not saying this with any type of strong opinion. I've never heard like a great player described so often as the effort was fine. It was kind of George. I'm trying to think of another player.
Moss.
I likened it. Maybe Moss. I likened it to Robinson Cano. You've brought up Manny Ramirez, where it's like, are they loafing or is that just their style? And
Luka?
that's. No, Luka just didn't play defense.
No, I know, but there's that Luka's slow style. A lot of times, what looked like people were like he just like that was his way that he played the game.
Yeah, but I never questioned like effort. You can't question effort really when the guy has a ball in their hands.
Yeah, some guys are just.
I'm just trying to think of like another kind of lackadaisical. It's difficult for basketball.
But Harden was always considered lazy looking even with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, but that was
body style, body type too. I mean, but your Cano thing. I mean, he was one of my favorite players. Like he is so smooth, but it looked like he didn't care. And that's one of the downsides of being like super smooth at something is like you give off that error. Robert Smith, the running back, looked like he was running in slow motion, but he's pulling away from you.
See,
he just looked.
I saw
slow.
people tried to throw out Amari Cooper for this one. Amari Cooper was a demeanor like that of just very stoic or whatever. But Amari, like you would watch him run routes and it's like he's just he's very clearly locked into what he's doing.
I never thought or heard that once watching him.
Yeah, because I saw some people, they were trying to throw out like, well, Amari's the same sort of person. It's like, no, he's not. Amari was not. Amari was just a very stoic personality, but Amari's effort was always he was going hard and he was hurt a lot.
I think KNC brought up Josh Hamilton. Possibly.
Hamilton makes sense. Yeah. Hamilton was a guy who same sort of thing, and he was the natural. But effort, okay in this one. Dak Prescott could have been better. I didn't like on the 3rd and 8, the throw to Turpin for like a yard.
Oh, God. What the hell were they trying to do
That was
there?
not designed to go there. The design was for Pickens in the corner. And so the problem was that they got the rush off instantly. I think Dak just misdiagnosed who was coming on the blitz. And yesterday, Shadi had talked about this, and I know we mentioned it yesterday, was the Harrison Smith was so big in this game for the Vikings in terms of like how late he would stay at the line of scrimmage and not show you when he was bailing. He was really good about waiting to the last second to bail because Shadi was talking about how a lot of the ways that you try to manipulate that is cadence. So Dak's cadence, you're trying to get Harrison Smith to commit to, here comes the snap, so I got to show you what I'm doing. And he was just a savvy veteran who was not biting on the cadence at all and was staying locked in until 1 second before the ball was being snapped, and then he was bailing or he was going. But Shadi said there were a bunch of different times where they read cover 0, and it wasn't that.
My biggest issue with Dak in this game, besides not figuring out what Flores was doing, and credit to Flores for that. By the way, that's the answer. I think I read yesterday Flores' contract is up. Just try to money whip him and get him here. Just do it. Now, that is an instance where I would say force your scheme a ton upon players and just keep rotating and cutting and signing and drafting until you can get guys who can figure it out that man's scheme. And I'm not just saying that he has a reputation, not just one game, but I think his deal is up. Now, he's probably going to be trying to look for a head coaching opportunity, and I don't know that he would want to leave Minnesota, but just money whip him and bring him in if that deal is up.
Was there something, I'm trying to remember, wasn't there something in that Flores lawsuit that talked about the Cowboys?
I don't know.
I can't. I think there was some. I think they were referenced, or like I think Flores had obviously not his own experience, but he had mentioned things he had heard in the NFL, and I think So I don't know if that would be a sticking point. Last note here on Post Clarity: there's one player that we did not give a star up to yesterday, who was probably the best player on the field for the Cowboys yesterday, and this is why you go back and watch, is because this is the position that you really have to find. Tyler Smith was dominant. Tyler Smith played best game of the year.
What happened to him with his helmet off?
So he got jabbed in the eye. There was a pass rush. He got hit in the eye. That was kind of scary when you saw it, because he immediately let go of his block, and then he was down for a while on the field, and everybody's just kind of concerned, like, gosh, like he didn't get his eye like poked like out or something, did he? But he was so good in this game, played with so much more power than I've seen throughout the year. Both phases, run game, pass blocking, he was fantastic. Tackles were awful. Tackles were both bad. They both got better grades over at PFF. They were both bad. So the problem, here's the thing, is that when they're showing 8 and then they're bailing out or they're sending different blitzers, for instance, PFF gave decent marks to the tackles and pass blocking. The reality is that you can't really tell a lot of times if they were blowing assignments, because if they're sending so many guys, the tackles are going to block somebody, but they may not be blocking what they're supposed to. And then a running back's lunging because, nope, that was supposed to be blocked up. And so it can create some confusion where you don't really know. But I thought Steele specifically, more than Thomas, had problems. But the tackles, both of them not going to. Guyton's got to get back. Yeah. Guyton's gotten to the point where he is really solid for them, and they have been missing him. And this was definitely one of those games where they were missing him.
Yesterday on the KNC Masterpiece, Stephen Jones was on replay, brought to you by Window Nation, and they asked Stephen, does Matt Eberflus have the right pieces to succeed?
Hey, this will obviously be something that we evaluate in the off season. We've gotten better, from a personnel standpoint, and thought we were really turning a corner. Obviously, we played a really good offensive football team in Detroit, and that was tough. But to have 10 days, and it's not just the defense; it's offense and special teams. To have 10 days to get prepared, play a home game against Minnesota. We're certainly not satisfied with, how we played that game. And, I think Coach Schottenheimer said it best. It's from the top down. That includes starting at the very top with Jerry and myself and Will and our coaching staff and our players. We just, to have 10 days to get prepared, we didn't do a good job.
So there's Steven yesterday on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Shotty took a lot of self-heat like he does. But, I think he genuinely was not happy with some of the things that he did, like just responding it and reading it and doing some things. He also, I need to try and pull this because I was listening to it coming in, but he had said yesterday he got asked about Eberflus and the job that he had done. They're like, how do you feel about the job Eberflus has done? He's like, oh, Matt's a great coach. He always says that. Instead, his answer went, listen. And then he went into, none of us have been great, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, that was not at all any sort of like trying to cover him. I think everybody in the building is getting to a point that, does it end in him getting fired? I don't know. But I think everybody in the building is getting to a point of real frustration with, okay, Eberflus, you've been given the stuff now. What's going on?
So reset this for us, because a lot of people are trying to recycle this point that, Schottenheimer did not make the Eberflus hire. People are trying to say, and you're going to ask Jerry at 8:30 this morning, who's going to make the call on it? I think some people are trying to give Shotty that free pass by saying, no, Jerry gave you this DC. What's the reality?
So I think Schottenheimer, such a late hire. I think Schottenheimer was, sure, a head coach. Like there's an attractive aspect to it.
Yeah.
He's a former head coach. He's somebody who had decent defenses for a few years before that. He's somebody who knows how the Dallas building operates. And so I think for Schottenheimer, but it was something where he was available. Jones has obviously looked at him. I don't think it was like, this is your DC. I think they were like, what about Matt Eberflus as quarterback? And I think Shotty was probably like,
Fine.
Check some boxes. That sounds good. Sure.
Wasn't opposed.
Didn't. If he would have said absolutely not, I think they would have probably hired somebody else. But I think it was a front office suggestion that Shotty was like, sure, that seems to make sense, and you guys know him and seem to think he does a good job. Sure. And I think patience is wearing thin for everybody.
Post HUD clarity on the home of the Cowboys. You're gonna have to go to sleep for tomorrow.
Why?
You came back too soon.
What do you mean?
You're hacking, you're coughing, you're sneezing, you're tissue. You're going to get me sick again.
Oh, no, I'm already...
You made the mistake of coming back Friday. You would have killed it with a second day's rest and a weekend. But you came back and just... and you're sitting there German up over me. I got to take it home. I got a house full sick. Go to sleep.
You're
freaking go to sleep.
Oh, I am way past the sickness.
Do you think he's past it?
Yeah, it's all broken up.
He's not past the brain fog. He's not past that. I hadn't noticed him hacking as much. Once you had said something, now I've noticed it a little more, but I hadn't noticed it before.
This will last until the hacking will last till February. That's just the way I am.
That's just emphysema.
I hack. I got
I don't know. I don't think of you as a
drainage.
hacker.
I'm a nose blower. This schnoz. I am a nose blower.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
That's right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Kristen's harassing me about that. She's like, see if you can get tickets. See if you can get a hookup. I love Good Charlotte. She is obsessed with
it. Be caller number 10, Kristen.
Wow. Oh, she is for Good Charlotte. She's
got like 4. These are 4 or 5 now that I've heard.
She always loves artists. Good Charlotte was like one that was like, she's like, oh, that one's important to me.
I'm surprised by the pairing. It's like different styles.
Yeah, Good Charlotte and Avenged Sevenfold are 2 very different bands.
Very different bands.
Did you get us the Chappelle Suite?
No, I did not. I asked about it. I haven't heard back, and so I think I'm getting ghosted.
From someone in the building?
No.
Oh. 877-881-1053 in order to win another one of those same exact concert ticket giveaways in the 9 o'clock hour. Jerry Jones at 8:30. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Franklin Injury Turnix fan text 877-881-1053 877-881-1053. That is where you can weigh in on Ask Reddit every Tuesday at 7:40. We kick around the most viral questions being asked over on Reddit, and we kick them around on the YouTube and the Twitch as well, and here in the studio. And we're going to start off today with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Chop, who has the most recognizable speaking voice of all time?
I mean, look, Morgan Freeman's the easy one. Sam Elliott.
Well, don't throw out multiple. We all got names. You got to pick one because you're going to take our names. Sam Elliott's a good one too, though.
I got one that's more than both of those.
I know who you're going to go with.
Who?
Exactly. You, James Earl Jones.
Yep.
That's who I was going to go with. So that tells you that's who it is. Because he said Morgan Freeman's the easy one, but that's who he was picking. That's who I was picking. That's who you knew he was picking.
What about female?
Ooh, most recognizable. You know what?
That's a
great... If I hear the voice, see, I don't know if this one would count because I don't think normally people would think of this, but if I hear her voice, I instantly know. I know Hillary Clinton when I hear her talk.
Really?
Yeah. When I hear that voice, it's 100%.
What about Trump?
Yeah, Trump's got it.
Trump's unique.
A lot of it's going to be
Sutherland. Kiefer Sutherland's very unique.
Kiefer Sutherland's just
he went on a run
100s.
He went on a run of like all these voiceover works.
Nicole Kidman? I'm trying to think of someone with an accent. There's not a clear 1, 2, 3 with the ladies.
No, yeah, because I don't know. Peyton, who's your answer for this?
He's on the.
Oh, okay. He's on the phone there.
Madonna for when she just developed a British accent.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know her.
Some of the eyes. So I have just put it out there. I'd like Google. Oh, Fran Drescher.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fran Drescher's good. Kathleen Turner, Nancy Cartwright, who's Bart Simpson.
Kathleen Turner.
Well, that's because she sounds like Kiefer Sutherland.
Tolo Chris said Sofia Vergara. That's true.
Yes. Yeah, it's got to have an accent.
Yeah, one of the. But I swear, the Hillary is the. I can tell that every time, as long as she's not, doing. I've come too far. If you've ever seen that clip before. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Peyton Russell, you ready to participate here?
Yeah.
All right, cool. This is perfect for you. What's something every guy should know about women?
Well, this is if you're like dating them. This is how I went with them. If you're dating them, if you get in any kind of argument, just know they've told at least 2 people. They'll go straight to their best friend, their sister, their mom, and say, you know what, he did this, and they'll make you look like a total D-bag. But just know that when you guys get in any type of argument, even if you settled it, she's going to go to someone else and tell them already.
Sean?
There's going to be a couple of just random, unexplainable moments of mood. It's like I like to say about myself, yeah, I can be an a-hole and I can be a mean SOB and Rick with a P and all those things, but I always feel like there's something that definitely causes it. There's something I can point to. You made me act like this. Yeah, I might take it really, really too far and petty and extreme with the way I'm reacting to it, but you gave me, and I'm not just talking about my wife, you gave me the cause to make me do this. With women, sometimes their internal feeling, and God bless them because they have it much worse off than men. My gosh, they do. But just something, I'm feeling a certain way, and I'm going to lash out because of it, and you'll understand why later.
By the way, fan text, I got to circle back because they threw out 2 women that definitely need to be included. This Roseanne and Jennifer Coolidge. Those are 2. So go ahead, Jeff. What's your answer?
Coolidge. Women don't offer suggestions. If they say,
true in my house,
I think the red shirt looks good on you, she's not saying that she thinks the red shirt looks good. She's saying that she wants you to wear the red shirt, and any other choice of shirt is the wrong choice.
Yeah.
But she won't say that.
What drives me nuts is like things that are wife decisions where she knows I have no style and I'm not going to add anything of added value to the selection. Like Christmas photos yesterday. Like she texted me like 2 or 3 Christmas photos we took. I go 1 and 3. She comes home, she hands me the photos printed out. She's like, what do you think? I was like, they look good. She's like, you didn't even look at them. And I was like, I already said 1 and 3 on the text. She's like, yeah, but now they're printed.
Yeah.
And I was like, why you don't like it's like me asking you who the middle linebacker should be. Like, it doesn't matter what I say, but she wants to know that I'm invested and that I care.
Well, and then a lot of times they want confirmation. They're going to do what they want. They just want to see, are you going to confirm what my initial thought was? And if you don't, I'm still going to do it.
Yeah.
And they just said this on the text. This is my answer. It's janky over on the Twitch. Gave the answer. I'm fine equals not fine. Right. That's such a cliche, but in general, like, I'm fine. We're fine. They use fine so.
Yeah, but that's fine for that's the same for anyone.
I don't think it is.
Like, you do a lot of that. Oh yeah, fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
No,
I can picture you doing that at home.
There are times where the inflection means that 100% of the time they use that word, it means not fine. In my experience, but
I do that. Yeah. I'm fine.
Have you seen the?
Ask me more about it because I really want to unload.
Have you seen the videos of them picking fruit? Husband and wife picking fruit out. And the woman will pick the fruit, put it in the basket. The guy will pick it out of the basket, hand it to her, and she'll put it back on the thing.
It's amazing.
Say, nope, not good enough.
That's amazing.
All right, Ask Greta here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Sean Sharif, what is the greatest thing you almost had?
Probably 6-figure winnings in a certain stock.
Oh.
And it was my wedding week. It was going through the roof. It was going crazy. And I was like, no, I'm not even coming close to selling. I've blacked it out so much that I don't even remember. I may have even told you what it was at the time.
You did?
But it was definitely 6 figures. I'm just trying to remember the number it started with. It wasn't like $500,000 or anything. But
I think it was more.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't more. And I almost had that, and I should have sold, but I was trying to early retire.
Yep. Chop, greatest thing you almost had?
I mean, I like to think a golf career, but that was probably not going to happen anyway.
I don't know golf. I know enough people who have come on here and do know golf, who have played with you, who are like, oh, he's really good, and you didn't stay committed.
And
to
I
it.
was not, and I was not close.
So, I mean, you could have almost had it.
He just said he wasn't close.
No, he almost had it. Yeah, apparently, according to everybody else, they're acting like he's a scratch golfer.
Well, when he goes out there against Chicoline, Derek Holland is going to dominate those fools.
I didn't have the
discipline.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't have the practice. I like there's shots that I make that like
your intermediate game is what's your strength? What's your 1, 2, 3 of strength?
My strength is my ability to save par from the woods, like scrambling. Like I'm a really good scrambler. Like I can make some shots that are like, all right, but my consistent is because I just don't practice, and I never did.
So do you think, like, did you ever get better with, because you just said you never did, but did you ever get better with any focus? Like, when you look back on it, you're like, man, if I had the opportunity again, I could lock in.
Yeah. Now when I go, because I'm older and I have to, otherwise I hurt my back. But I used to, when I was in high school, I would roll my shoulders, take like 3 swings of the driver, and I'm ready to go. And now it's like, okay, a couple of shots with the sand wedge at 60%, then 2 more at 80%, and then 2 at 100%. All right, now let's go to the 9-iron. In order to my warm-up routine for a round now, playing for nothing,
Mom,
is more.
Mom, I know that not selling was a mistake. Every time you text me about greed and selfishness and don't I was frustrated with contract negotiations. I'm using this to. I don't need like a little nest egg. I know. I get it, Mom. I should have sold.
Peyton, greatest thing you almost had.
So real quick, the 469 says they almost dated a current newscaster. So I'm going to need them to text in that 877-881-1053. The 469 saying they almost dated a current newscaster. Mine is, back in 2017, I invested a couple $100 into Bitcoin when it was under $6,000. And I know you're thinking, well, you didn't almost have it. I was like, well, I almost thought about leaving it in there, but I didn't, because I was like, oh, I made $100 in a week and a half. Yeah. So I took that money, didn't realize how important investing was, because even though I was in college, I didn't need that $200. I could have left it in there. And now,
from Rockwall.
Yeah.
Right. And, so what would it have been?
Bitcoin's gone down a little bit. I don't know the exact, because I didn't buy a full coin, so $200, but if you multiply that by 20, it would have been $4-6 probably around there.
The last revenue share check that Jane and I got on that podcast we were doing on the herd when we had put one episode up for the quarter was so big compared to the others that I was like, we just got to the point where we can't do this anymore, and this was about to really pop off on the revenue share. It was.
You guys gave it up?
So we had to. It was part of Jane's contract negotiation. She couldn't keep it, and so we had done that. They said, all right, we'll keep it for one more quarter. That one episode, and this was after it got cut up and split it. It's like $6,000 each for one episode.
He has so much money, it makes me sick. It really does. Commercial free in the Expressway. It's Ask Credit Tolo Tuesday with Jerry Jones at 8:30. We got to take you around the rest of the National Football League. You're going to see Phillip Rivers again. Jackson Dart still is not agreeing with concussion protocols. Plus, Diamond Cavs with Chris Young setting the record straight on trading Corey Seager. That is next. But look, you've heard me talk about
Jason and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rodgers under center, crouching, gets the snap. He'll fake the handoff. He'll drop back 7, wind up, pass down the middle, caught at the goal line, in stride. It's a touchdown. Grabbed by Marquez Valdez, Scantling hip high at the goal line, right down the middle. 19-yard touchdown pass, Aaron Rodgers, and the Steelers build their lead early in the third, 13-3 over Miami.
Kevin Harlan with the call on Westwood 1, 28-15. The Pittsburgh Steelers with even more of a stranglehold in the AFC North. 8-6, they lead the way. The Ravens are 7-7, so I guess it's not really a stranglehold. And Pittsburgh has won 2 straight. So 28-15, Aaron Rodgers supposedly going out. Do we believe that this would be Rodgers last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
I think
sitting there literally like I am in a hoodie.
On comeback with a ball.
6 yards behind the line of scrimmage on a tush push with your hands in your pocket, standing completely erect. It's the end.
I don't know if that's an indicator. Like 2 years ago, is he going to be running the tush push?
Felt more like a football player 2 years ago, although he's finally wearing a real football player helmet this year. That's nice.
So I was just looking at this, and I thought they had made references. So it's actually, and this is so freaking stupid, the Ravens, with as bad as they've been this year, they are in control of their own destiny. If they win out, they're in, because they've got Pittsburgh at the end of the season.
What?
So if they win out, Pittsburgh can do whatever they want, and it won't matter. But the rest of their games, they've got New England this weekend, then they've got on the road at Green Bay, on the road at Pittsburgh. So I don't think Baltimore's doing that.
All right, the Commanders have decided to shut down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games, as they should. So any help you're facing or hoping from Philadelphia with a miracle from them to lose out will not happen with Jaden Daniels. It'll be Marcus Mariota again, and of course the Cowboys on Christmas.
Solid team building exercise here by Washington. No point in going out there and playing Jade. I mean, I guess you could make the argument that you want to give him more work, right? Just to give him work, because he is a second-year player. But this is a guy that you need desperately, and you need the picks. You need the picks, stockpile them, maybe trade down if you have to, whatever.
Boy, the numbers and the career trajectory, it's creepy. It's very RG3-like so far through 2 years.
Ugh.
Like, if you want to talk about... Like the first season, I remember we were tracking it last year. There were so many different times where it's like his performances were creepily lining up of just like, and in week 5, he had the exact same number of passing yards in the exact same score game against the Bengals. Like it was that close. And if you look at RG3 this year for Jaden Daniels looks just like a combination of RG3's second and third year. So RG3's third season, he went 2-5 and had it cut short with injuries. Jaden Daniels went 2-5 this year and had it cut short with injuries. His completion percentage, his QBR, everything like that, it's like within a point of all of RG3's second-year numbers.
Everyone is also comparing Brady to Mahomes in terms of like year 1 Super Bowl and then year 9 getting injured, right, as Mahomes has the surgery in Dallas from Dr. Cooper on the ACL and the LCL.
Biggest problem with that comparison is that when Brady got hurt, Brady was clearly continuing to ascend. Like he had been climbing every year, he was getting better,
yes,
and he was just coming off of the most ridiculous season we'd ever seen. Mahomes has been. That's gonna be a fascinating thing to watch. Is him coming back off of this injury with him already feeling like some people are like, is he not totally playing great? Although a lot of people right now are blaming Andy Reid for it. Barnwell had written some big defensive read the other day, I guess. I can't remember who it was. One of the big analytics guys quote tweeted it and just started destroying Barnwell and was like, coaches age out of things. Like they can be innovative and creative, and then they stop doing so, and that's Andy Reid. Reid's getting a lot of criticism from analytics people of just losing creativity.
Thanks for crediting me, Bobby. Appreciate that.
You are the analytics guy.
We talked about it last week.
2 things this morning, you just right past me.
I mean,
when did you say it? I missed it.
Right. Yesterday?
I didn't remember you saying it.
Yeah, because I mean, last week we talked about how
he was out.
It just seems that their entire offense is.
I should have said it in cross. Only time Bobby would have heard it.
Their entire offense just seems to be Mahomes drops back and then runs around. There's no structure.
Yeah.
There's no schedule to the offense. No timing. backyard football.
Phillip Rivers is going to play again the national spotlight Monday Night Football against the San Francisco 49ers in Indy.
That's sweet. That's very nice.
And RJ Choppy's quarterback rant it did not go viral yesterday.
I know.
Zach Wilczuk did not know RJ Choppy.
Yeah, I thought, this was everybody loved it. I got rave reviews of the fan text, and then, someone, Carter, didn't decide to put it up there because, I don't know, whatever. Aiden was sick.
Yeah.
Josh is sick.
Yeah.
Everyone's out. Peyton was out. Peyton was sleeping.
Maybe someone can post with Phillip Rivers announces the Monday night starter, RJ Choppy. RJ Choppy's the only one in America not happy with Phillip Rivers starting Monday night.
Post it up there, Aiden. Get the video from yesterday.
There you go, Aiden. 8 o'clock. Wait, was it 8 o'clock?
I think it was around 8 o'clock. I'm enjoying watching him. It's just the state of football, quarterbacking.
8:20.
Yeah, it's just the state of quarterbacking.
It's just the state of the buddy system that exists in the NFL.
Now, assuming a 44-year-old doesn't get hurt this week in practice, yes, he'll play. I'm going to set the number. 145.5 on the passing yards. Higher or lower?
Under.
May not be 145 intended air yards. So I'm going to say under.
I'll say under against San Francisco's defense. They're still 10-4. I was surprised the over-under for this game is actually 45.5.
Oh, yeah.
I was surprised.
Yeah, that seems a little high.
There needs to be like 11 dudes on the line of scrimmage anticipating Phillip Rivers dump-offs.
Yeah.
That's all that's coming. So Phillip Rivers is going to play again. Of course, Micah Parsons has in fact torn the ACL, and he faces a 9-month recovery at least, according to Ian Rappaport. Zach Wilczuk nominated this, sent this to us for a worst take nominee. This is Ryan Clark on ESPN explaining why Micah got hurt.
Micah Parsons is hurt because of Bo Nix. And I'm not saying it's one of those things that's Bo Nix's fault, but the violence in which Micah Parsons had to chase Bo Nix the entire second half was extremely evident, whether it was the touchdown to Bandy, the throw to Troy Franklin, getting outside the pocket and finding Lil Jordan Humphrey. You could see that Micah Parsons was the one person in pursuit of Bo Nix the entire day. And on the injury and on the play he was hurt, Bo Nix attempted to get outside. He found Mims, and you could see Micah redirect in order to keep him in the pocket. That was part of what he'd seen the entire night and the way Bo Nix was able to attack that defense. Bo Nix was amazing last night, and it's sad you lose a great player like Micah Parsons, but it was because of the effort he needed to give in order to get to Denver's quarterback.
It's not a bad take necessarily. It's a clickbait way to position what you were saying. To go, he got hurt because of Bo Nix.
I think it's a bad take.
I think the whole he's trying to say he got hurt because of Bo Nix, and then people are like, is he saying Bo Nix did something dirty? And then he goes, because Bo Nix was so good, he had to run around and chase it. In theory,
he's not Mike Vick.
No, but Nix, clearly
Micah Parsons runs with that type of athleticism every damn week, with the way he chases people down and changes direction.
Yeah, if you want to say it was one of the more awkward positions you can see an edge rusher in, though, when he was lunging. So, but that's literally any quarterback that would have been moving that direction. I don't think that's a special thing to Nix.
You think he knows? Well, that's why it's a bad take. So, but you think he said it in a way in which it would get aggregated for attention?
He was clearly wanting the headline so that people go, "What?
Yeah.
Bo
Nix was a dirty player."
Oh, Bo Nix is so great. Oh, that's a clever way to put it.
Around the NFL here on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30. How irritated will he be with the Trayvon Diggs questions? And please, Jerry, don't play Dak in the starters the rest of the season. But we have an unfortunate Dallas Mavericks report after Cooper Flagg made history. That's next on Sean and RJ.
But hair loss.
The fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Keontae. He'll run some clock. Down to 9, down to 7, down to 5. Marketing rises up. Oh, what a bucket!
The Dallas Mavericks lost the battle, but they win the war. They lost the game, but the war is Cooper Flagg and knowing that you have a legit absolute stud with the number 1 pick, and those questions are answered. The most points ever by an 18-year-old in NBA history. He's averaging 25.7 over the last 7 games, and he dropped 42 last night in a loss against the Utah Jazz.
He's tremendous. I mean, he is not going to be. It's a different player than Luka, but he is living up to the number 1 pick in the draft. Is he generational? I mean, that's to be determined. But you can absolutely say, I think that you made, without question, the right pick at this point. And that he has been billed as the number 1 pick and the surefire number 1 pick and as advertised. And I love the fact that they lost because it keeps the dream alive of staying in the top of this next coming draft, because the last 3 times I have simulated the draft, and I just did it. Time number 1, one simulation, we went all the way up to number 3. Time number 2, third simulation went to number 1. Now this time, third simulation went to number 3. So I'm saying, deductive reasoning would tell me, Sean, that we have a 1 in 3 chance of getting in the top 3.
And there's that report a couple weeks ago that NBA insiders are saying if Flagg was in this draft, he would go 4th.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, unfortunately, the odds and the probability are going to drop if the Mavericks have their say, because The Athletic reported that they are signaling a desire to be competitive for the rest of the season, even though their first-round pick is the last of their own firsts until 2031. The Mavericks have won 5 of 6 games. This is before last night, and they think it would be difficult to meaningfully improve their lottery odds compared to where they are now because of the gulf in talent between the Mavs roster and the NBA dregs populating the bottom of each conference. That does not mean the Mavs are unwilling to be sellers ahead of the February 5th trade deadline. They are expected to listen to offers, but they're acting as though they are comfortable keeping the core of their roster intact through the rest of the season, and maybe you trade Anthony Davis in the offseason.
Well, I got a good way that they could change that talent gap between them and the dregs of the NBA, and that's by trading some of their better players. Like, let's go. What are we waiting for? You know, I know you want the 2 to 3 week window to see.
Like who?
Hey, I mean, the obvious one.
Okay.
All right. That's obvious number 1. And then you start getting rid of some of that depth. You know, does Gafford have a lot of value to you? You know, how much of the role guys do you really want around here?
So we need to figure out trading Anthony Davis now versus after the year.
That's the question. I get, because this article, I understand, I can rationalize what the Mavericks thinking is. This is not, the article does not claim that the Mavericks plan on building around Anthony Davis and keeping him here for 5 years. This would be the question of they don't feel they have to trade him right now. They can wait till the summer to do it. And their thought process is apparently let him rebuild some of that value, because we were hearing Murbasic was like, he wouldn't go for Doritos right now or whatever he said. And then you've got a lot of insiders, Tim Bontemps, others who are like, he wouldn't go for as much as people think right now. So they're trying to rebuild his value, and then, okay, we can maximize it. He has a good season. We trade him for more in the summer. But the other end of that is also, yeah, but he gets hurt all the time. He might get hurt again, and you might destroy the value even more.
Yeah. Ryan Russillo, I brought this up when you were out, Bobby. Ryan Russillo brought up a good point. He goes, and I think he was right over us and what we were saying over the past month or two. Okay, Anthony Davis comes and plays for 20, 25 games. Mm-hmm. So what? What are you rebuilding? We know the deal already. We know the reality. He's going to get hurt again.
Yeah.
He's going to be 20-10 when he plays. He's going to give you a lot of all-star moments, but he's going to get hurt. So rebuilding the value for what? He comes back and he plays 20 straight games. No NBA team is going to say, I don't think, okay, now I think the magic elixir has been found.
Yeah, when did we... And even though it did work out, when did we finally feel good about Kyrie Irving? A year and a half? Like, he had to show it for longer than a half a season or whatever. Like, we needed to see him do that for a Anthony Davis.
You know how long those two have played together, by the way? The new plan, how long it lasted?
Was it just the Rockets game?
2.5 quarters. 2.5 quarters!
It's almost a full game.
You mentioned, like, you talked about how, it's great that Dak's been healthy, but like this may be the only season where he's healthy. That's what people will think if Anthony Davis is healthy the rest of the way. They'll be like, yeah, well, that may be the only time he's ever healthy again, because that's not normal for him.
Dallas Stars.
Up high, one-timer, score! Beck was in front and got the redirection. The Stars take the lead, 13:48 to play.
Stars get the 4-1 victory over the Kings. Gulletson was happy with the effort against a scrappy team. And Miko, I got to see where he is in the MVP odds. And you got Robo as an MVP candidate, but Miko with the dagger after they let up. Basically an own goal in soccer.
It's basically, yes, was an own goal to Smith on a 5-on-3. The Kings run a 5-on-3, and he's trying to get the puck out and pass it, and it just doesn't work. It kind of whiffs, and it goes right to the stick of a Kings player, and he scores it to give him an early 1-zip lead. The Stars able to come back and win this one. They pick up 2 points. Colorado hadn't played, so they go from 6 back in points to 4 back, and they pick up 2 on Minnesota, who was also idle, so they go from 4 up to 6 up on them, and that's huge because, man, Minnesota made a Quinn Hughes trade, and that was it was a blockbuster. Like, he is a solid player. Like, really, really good. A massive upgrade for them. They gave up a lot to get him, but he is one of those players that, like, okay, game. It's like they beat the Stars. They see one win against them, and they're like, game on. We're going to go for it.
According to the odds right now at FanDuel.
Oh, thank God you went to another website for once.
Jason Robertson is 9th in the odds at plus 6,000.
Wow.
And Mikko Rantanen is 15th at plus 12,500.
Whoa.
That's on FanDuel. Nathan McKinnon right now is minus 220.
That's the favorite?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's having a good year.
All right, we have another concert ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. But Bobby thinks this will be the testiest Jerry Jones interview of our season so far, Tuesdays at 8:30. Jerry joins us next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. show, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. And we'll be joined by Jerry momentarily, who is in New York to be inducted into the National Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
I don't know that you would find much disagreement with that among anyone. He's a sports broadcasting Hall of Famer for sure.
Okay, but in terms of as an executive?
Oh, I think his
big with the NFL Network.
I think if you talk about
it his
NFL Network, TV deals, and then his own interviews. I think specifically these interviews.
Oh,
yeah,
these are big.
So his on-air Well, one question I've always wanted to ask Jerry. We're still waiting on it, right, Peyton?
Yes, he's having phone issues right now. They're trying to get that cleared up.
All right. I've always wanted to ask Jerry off to the side. You're obviously a master at keeping the Cowboys number one without having the championship success. What would your radio advice be? I wanted to ask that not on the radio because I didn't want the other leeches listening to go ahead and take Jerry's golden entertainment advice and have their ratings boost.
Right.
But I've always wanted. What do you think he would say? Do you think he would just say, mix it up, keep it interesting? Like if Jerry Jones was the program director of a radio station, would they dominate and own all the ratings? I've always wondered that because he's had a love for broadcasting. I want to ask him that, but at the end of this, because we got a lot of serious stuff to get to.
Yeah, I think he would want you to mix it up. I think it'd be edgy, you know?
All right, so I want to ask him all the broadcasting stuff at the end, but we got to get down to business with Jerry Jones joining us from New York, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
John, RJ, how are you guys doing?
We're okay. How are you doing?
Well, I'm a little somber.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're 2 days after the game and got a lot to think about.
So, Jerry, obviously not in the position you want to be in. Why do you think, just kind of looking back on the season or just recapping things, you guys have ended up at this point with a 1% chance of the playoffs?
Well, don't you agree that's multifaceted? There's a lot of reasons. You've got a lot of games that you've got to analyze and a lot of play time. So I would say this, that generally speaking, I have been very, very pleased with how the offense has played so far this year. And that played to expectations. We've certainly suffered when we lost continuity in that offensive line. We've benefited from some great play from receivers. We've had great tight end play, and we've had some excellent running back play. On the defense, we've been a hodgepodge of let's say, injury caused issues, having players that weren't at the top of their game or on their way in from recovering from injury. So bottom line, I'd say that we've been pretty off balance because of the way our defense has presented and the issues regarding our defense, which I didn't expect.
Jerry, you mentioned the defense there. Last couple of games, you had some success early on getting to J.J. McCarthy and Jared Goff with a good pass rush, right? Getting them kind of off schedule. That disappeared as the game wore on. What explanation have you been given about why the pressure was being stopped?
Well, you can see this pretty obviously if you look at your tape, look at your games, look at your film. You can see where your weaknesses in that particular game plan or the weakness in the scheme because of how you're manned up, how your personnel is. But you can see those weaknesses, and I'd say that generally our secondary has, which would be, I would actually in this definition include our linebackers. I would think our secondary has been, if you will, quite a challenge for us this year, both from continuity of knowing and executing as well as personnel. And that came about because of really as much as anything is injury and relying on, if you will, the system calls for good communication. It calls for a lot of repetition time, and when you break down there, you can have some holes in it. And so we've been challenged from that standpoint right there. I've been a little surprised. It's good to have Overshawn back, but I've been surprised that what we've been able to do with our linebackers. They're generally charged with calling the play, lining them up, quarterback on the defensive side. That area there has been a challenge for us that we've continued to struggle with.
Jerry, the offense moved the ball pretty well. Some of the drives, especially the second half, stalled out, settled for field goals. Do you think Shoddy's a little conservative when it comes to settling for field goals instead of going for it on fourth down and short and in plus territory?
Not necessarily. We thought if we could get that running game going Sunday, that would be give us a chance to sustain those drives. And you always want to sustain those drives. We early when we had opportunities, and we had opportunities all day long Sunday. And that's one thing to point out is not only Sunday, but against Detroit the week before. It wasn't that we didn't have opportunities to really have a different outcome in those games. And but in both cases, I will say that Detroit, as well as what we were playing against Minnesota, we in the case of Minnesota, we let their quarterback have a big day on us. That wasn't the plan. We could have used more pressure without a question at different times, and the result was that we let him make some pretty significant plays out there. Plus, he played pretty well. But it seems like we're always saying that about these quarterbacks, some of them that haven't played as well, but when they play us, they play better. I think that's telling, too. So, candidly, to just be very upfront about it, I think if we could have gotten this defense in better shape earlier, that we could be sitting here with the kind of wins that would have not had us in this tight spot.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, is whether you've talked a lot about the defense here already, is whether Matt Eberflus returns as your coordinator going to be determined by how the team finishes over these next 3 weeks?
Well, I think that should be a big criteria because these 3 games are vital to us. They're important to us. We don't play a game that's not important to us. It's vital to these players. They're a part of a team here that can get out here and really, as long as you've got the opportunity to have some good things happen, you should take it because I've seen it happen. But yes, how we play over these next few weeks will be a big criteria because I think really we're at one of the peaks of our healthiness right now. And so if we can step out there's some question about our left tackle, but it was Guyton. But if we can step out there and have 3 good games, then I think that all should go in the decision making.
Jerry, is part of the struggles on defense, you think, an issue of maybe some of the players just don't fit naturally with the scheme that Matt Eberflus runs?
No, it's more than an adage. The coaching is putting players that taking the things they do best and adapting your scheme to it. And there's always that chicken and egg thing. Well, the players might have been better if you had more of a pressure attack. You want a bend, don't break team, those type of cliches. But no, I'm satisfied that the players we have fit what we're trying to do really well.
Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, we have Coach Schottenheimer on. He told us last Friday, and we heard and played what you said about Trayvon Diggs' health being the reason he's not out there. Schotty told us Friday he was pretty healthy. Diggs spoke after the game and said he was good to go. Where's the miscommunication?
There's no miscommunication. I've never seen a player that usually wasn't wanting out there earlier than he got out there. He felt like he could go. I've never seen it. No, I've seen a lot of players say they couldn't go. But when you are rehabbing, when you're coming back, then it falls into that world where you go out and practice. And when you practice, you're asked to do things the way they're going to be presented to you in a game. And if because of your, I call it because of your health, you might, and your own personal way you play the game, and he's really, Diggs has a very unique way, in my mind, that he contributes to a team. And you've got to absolutely be at the top of your game because he will basically, at times, go away from the scheme to make a great play. And when he doesn't make that play, you can have a bad play. And so if you're not capable, and I've seen Deion Sanders, I've seen Diggs make plays that others can't make. But boy, you've got to be very capable physically of making those plays. When he is practicing, he's not convincing the ones that make those decisions. He's not convincing them that he's ready to make those kinds of plays.
That's a good answer.
Jerry, do you guys feel at all like some of Trayvon's lingering injury issues are related to the fact that he rehabbed outside the facility this offseason?
Well, I've never been satisfied. We have a serious commitment in all of our agreements that says unless it was bargained out in the negotiation that you should be there under the supervision of our rehab. That's a must, and that's why that's in there, is so that we can be satisfied that you've taken those times during the off season when you have surgery or you have rehab, that you do it under the supervision and under the guidance and the, if you will, pushing the intensity of our own supervision. When you don't have that, it's been my experience that the rehab is compromised.
Jared, do you feel like Trayvon as a player and a sort of locker room presence has been different or changed since you guys signed him to the extension?
Again, I don't want to go there. I think injury is the big issue.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105 to The Fan. All eyes this week were on George Pickens. His numbers game was not massive, didn't have a massive numbers game. Were you satisfied with the effort that he put out on the tape?
Well, let's put it like this. They did a good job of mitigating him, and it was effective. But as far as his effort, I would have liked to have seen him make a few of those outstanding catches that he makes, but I'd like to have seen Dak with more time to get him the ball. So that was the main concern. That was the main reason that he probably wasn't more productive, is just the way we were schemed and the kind of pressure that Dak got.
Has anything changed in the last 2 weeks regarding your desire to bring him back next year in the future?
No.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, with obviously some long odds facing you guys at making the postseason at this point, do you worry at all that you may have lost one of the healthiest seasons Dak Prescott has left?
Well, we when we extended Dak, we were well aware of his injury history. And that's one of the big angst from a managing of your resources. That's one of the big challenges, that you have to weigh downtime. You have to weigh injury time. I will tell you, there's nobody that gets himself in a better position to not wait to lose time than Dak. He's outstanding. His preparation, his work ethic. For him to do that and be at the quarterback position is rare. And so that's one of the big reasons that we have him as our quarterback. So you see the benefits of it when you have a season like we've had this year. But to his credit and Schottenheimer's credit, they've implemented an offense here that gives him a better protection in my mind. And he's been excellent at getting that ball out. And he's been excellent at just mixing it up in his reads that have not had him have some of the physical, if you will, action that he's had in his past career. What I'm trying to say is that I think the way we're playing the game, the way Shotty wants to run our offense, the way we want him to be a part of our future, gives us a better chance to have him on the field than we had in this, say, his first 5 or 6 years. So that's a long answer to a must that, boy, we lose a lot when we don't have Dak out there, of course.
Jerry, if Philadelphia wins on Saturday, you guys are eliminated. If that happens, what is the plan for Dak and some of the other starters after you guys are officially eliminated in terms of playing them with nothing on the line?
Well, we'll worry about that circumstance when the time comes, but a win is very, very important in the NFL. And a win is important to me. And a win does a lot of positive things. I don't care when it happens. And we owe it to that mirror, and we owe it certainly to our fans that we want to walk out there and be competitive. We will not try for a draft position. We won't be looking at anything like that. We'll be out there playing football, and we'll bring them to play. So that's a long-winded way of saying we'll play football under whatever the circumstances are. If we were getting ready to go into the playoffs, which is the circumstances you're talking about as being eliminated from the playoffs. If we were getting ready to go into the playoffs and in 3 weeks we were lining up for our first playoff game, you might give his status a lot of consideration because you'd want him there healthy for the playoffs.
Jerry Jones joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, we know how much you want another Super Bowl. You've talked before about how the check you would write, if you could see it, it would just be embarrassing. But how far away does that fourth one feel for you right now?
Well, I'm not in any way. I love the bones of our team. I love the fundamentals in our team right now. And we've got some outstanding players, and we're in good shape with how we've structured our salary cap. And I really like the idea that we've got some extra picks. I like what we've done throughout this year and putting some cornerstones in place that will help us as we go forward. So when I look at our future looks very bright. And again, I think we've got key players at key positions. We've got some great draft picks ahead of us, and we've got some salary cap room to pay it. That's the reason we've made some of our decisions we've made. Don't pay any attention to, I read, where we don't have much cap room. Well, I think everybody understands that the real test of your cap room is how you manage and put dollars and spread dollars out. We've got more spread out room than we would have had or we've had in the past.
And, Jerry, you have a lot of those options because of the big Micah deal, awful injury for him. Do you have any reaction to Micah being hurt for the year and just kind of looking back on how that trade worked out for you guys?
Well, I'm sad for Micah. That's quite a challenge. And I wish him the very best on his recovery. And hopefully I'll never forget, I always use this. Michael Irvin said that when he had his big surgery during his, I think, second year with the Cowboys, he said he realized what football really did mean to him. And he said the surgery really launched him into the best parts of his career because he got to feel what it might be like not to play again. And so there's a lot of things that ways you can couch this thing. But, Mike, I wish you the very best.
Jerry Jones here on Sean and RJ every Tuesday, 105 through the Fan. We will finish with this. You are in New York City to receive a tremendous honor, being inducted tonight into the National Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. Congratulations. And, Jerry, just speak on that honor for us.
Well, I am rewarded because I don't think there's ever been an owner of a sports team involved in the sports broadcasting Hall of Fame. And so it really is a daunting crew that you're joined when you look at the great names of broadcasting as it relates to sport. So it's quite an honor, and I'll be seeing a lot of really old friends and people that have really been a part of the really obvious evolving of what sports broadcasting has become. And to the end I did, I'm glad to have played a part in it.
Jerry, you've always been a visionary with a bunch of different things, including broadcasting and TV deals and networks, and you obviously understand entertainment. The Cowboys are number one no matter what. What did you understand, or what do you understand about broadcasting, sports broadcasting, that maybe a lot of other people didn't see?
Well, I don't want to go as far as to say other people didn't see it.
Yeah.
But I've always had the highest appreciation for the value of something very unique. Directors and producers, as we know them, can't script live sports.
Yeah.
It is an impromptu happening, and it catches a situation with all of the preparation that goes into the game. And the ones that have done a great job, and they have, is they've literally taken a play that can last for just seconds, and they can memorialize it and so that it's a part of history forevermore. Now, that's broadcasting. And I'll never forget, I was involved in television before I became involved with the Cowboys, and I sold my interest in the station because I was trying to get the money together to buy the Cowboys. And I Love Lucy, the second reruns of I Love Lucy, the great comedy, came through, and it was unbelievably expensive. And you couldn't imagine paying that much money because there's no way to make any money. So I visited with a competitor, and he said, Jerry, he said, the drunks make all the money in TV. And I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, I Love Lucy comes in, you pay it. It immediately raises the cachet of our station to have I Love Lucy. And number two, when they buy I Love Lucy, they also have to buy some things at 11 o'clock at night. We make them, if they want to get in on I Love Lucy. And so he said that's called a loss leader. And he said, and plus, once they get on your dial, they respect your dial more with that kind of programming. So when I got in the NFL, I told everybody, I said, we need to become the I Love Lucy of not just sports, but of broadcasting. And so it's been a goal to become what is known as a loss leader. But, I just couldn't have ever imagined the power of eyeballs, and that has evolved as time has gone along. But every time I've seen it happen and seen it work and saw these huge audiences out there then you knew that you could help someone sell their product or service by having that much more interest by putting it along a broadcast of an NFL football game. So it's evolved. I'd like to say that I saw all of this coming, but I've been a part of it as it's evolved.
Well said. Congratulations, and thanks for answering all the tough questions this morning. Thank you, Jerry.
You bet, guys. Have a good day.
Jerry Jones brought to you by North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Bobby's making faces. That means we react to what Jerry just said and what it really means after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I think we were all fist pumping after that Jerry Jones interview. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden both back with us here for a Tolo Tuesday. We have another concert ticket giveaway coming up this hour. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Now, we want to obviously be talking about playoff possibilities. That's not happening, but I thought Jerry was really, really good joining us from New York, answering all the tough questions, giving many answers that we are about to ask him about next. Bobby, top takeaways.
Matt Eberflus is done. That. He's publicly putting him on notice. He's done. I don't think there's any chance Matt Eberflus has come back after hearing Jerry talk about him.
And for those that didn't hear it, how would you recap it?
Every single answer tied back to defense, and every single nuance about the defense was about, no, we got the players. We got the players.
Of course they have the players. I mean, he picked them.
No, early on he was going after the players. Now, early on in the season, that's where he was going. He was given cover. Now he's coming back around. He's going, nope, players know how to play the scheme. That's not the issue. The fact that he praised the offense and then said defense didn't play up to expectations. The fact that he circled back and went, I'll tell you what I'm really disappointed in are linebackers. Okay, well, Flus is a linebacker specialist. And you keep coming back, going all the way to that, and then basically saying, love the bones of the roster. We're in a really good position. Everything's setting up fine, so why are we playing poorly? That sounded really, really bad, I think, for Matt Eberflus, and so it's time to start thinking about who's this next defensive coordinator.
I saw some linebacker numbers. I think it was Calvin, and he was talking about, here it is. This is Calvin Watkins. Eberflus has said linebackers need to lead the team in tackles. Overshone did that with 4 solos Sunday night. Though Eberflus would like to see that number increase, meanwhile, Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray had half a tackle each. Half. Wow. And I think Eberflus the other day was like, they should have like 100 tackles a game.
Yep.
They should be cleaning everything up.
That's the point of the system. Linebackers are supposed to excel here. It's supposed to be, defensive tackles, 3 technique defensive tackles, and linebackers. Those are the guys who are supposed to have really, really good numbers within the system, and they're not.
Well, let me try to balance things out. Not to the Zach Wilczek degree, all right? And you can then dunk on me if you'd like. So you're telling me that I'm supposed to have DeMarvion Overshone coming off a devastating injury be an impact player just like that? And just let me finish my laundry list here. You're going to tell me that Kenneth Murray, who has become the number one joke on social media amongst Cowboy fans and film watchers, you're going to tell me that I'm supposed to have a nice linebacking core with Kenneth Murray. That's Will McClay's fault and the scouting department, unless, Eberflus
wanted him. We'll get there.
Wanted him. You can blame him for Sanborn. Mm-hmm. You're going to tell me that a guy that Cincinnati was dying to get rid of, Logan Wilson, is supposed to come in here and solve everything in the middle of the season. And then you're going to tell me that you're going to trade the best player on the freaking football team and give me an aging Kenny Clark in order to replace my pass rush. You're going to tell me all this. You're going to give me Savon Ravel, who a lot of teams stayed away from in terms of drafting because of his leg. You're going to give me Donovan Wilson, which, I don't know, in the beginning of the season, he was the number one black sheep amongst Cowboy fans on social media. You're going to give me Rod Stewart.
I don't believe it's Rod.
If you think I'm saying.
I don't think that's his name.
You're going to give me Trayvon Diggs, who you all are trying to get rid of at this very moment. Those are my counterpoints.
Reddy Stewart was a Matt Eberflus selection. Jack Sanborn was a Matt Eberflus selection. Kenneth Murray was a Matt Eberflus selection. Matt Eberflus handpicked Kenneth Murray. You're talking about he had his pick of the linebackers. They went and said, now you're going to take Logan Wilson, and he won't put Logan Wilson on the field. There's a lot of things right now that just are they perfect in a lot of areas? No. Are they downright awful in some areas? Yeah.
40-year-old Clowney.
Clowney's been a good player.
Yeah.
Clowney's not been a negative for you at all. Clowney was another one who played well the other night.
But if you tell me that Jadeveon Clowney is my starting defensive end, I don't think I'm going to have a I'm not going to have a pass rush that you fear. Like,
right?
I'm thinking, and then Dante Fowler, like
Eberflus was one of the people telling the front office we were deepest at edge rusher, and gave them the confidence to move on.
They've got 4. They have 4.
I'm just trying to say I think there's a lot of personnel problems.
No, I know.
We know that there is.
Eberflus got a significant say in the way the defense was built.
But it happens all the time. I mean, when they fire Eberflus, I don't believe this is them scapegoating him, but the organization has had a history of, it can't be the players. It's got to be the coaches. So we're just going to scapegoat the coaches.
I feel like this organization has a history of holding on to coaches too long, more than scapegoating them every year.
Well, maybe the head coach.
Definitely the head coach.
They couldn't been this. It was got to be the rolling through OCs.
Who do you feel like they've scapegoated?
I feel like they scapegoated quite a bit of the offensive coordinators over the last 15 years.
Like Kellen and Mike had a split. They left. Shoddy got elevated to head coach from offensive
constantly
coordinator.
Changing the play callers. When Garrett, it was Linehan, it was Callahan, it was this hand, left hand, right hand. I don't all kinds of hands.
I think
hands left and right.
I think there's very little evidence to support that they've scapegoated coaches more than anybody else. I don't think they do. In fact, they held on to Scott Linehan too long. Garrett was here. They realized Garrett shouldn't be calling plays while they were like, no, you just need to shift away from this. But those are like single decisions to me.
My number one takeaway was the answer on Trayvon Diggs. I thought it was the best answer that I've heard yet. I think it combined. We finally got the 2 pieces of paper, the 2 different pages, I should say.
It's like one of those heart necklaces. It just came together.
And we put it on one sheet. We got Schottenheimer talking about not doing the things the right way. We got Jerry talking about health. And I'll just recap. Peyton, you should try to go ahead and grab that audio and let me know when you get it so people can judge it for themselves, tell those who missed it. What Jerry basically said to me was, when you're Trayvon Diggs and you're going to gamble and you're going to play outside the scheme, you have to be physically capable to give yourself that green light. You got to be physically capable to make those plays when you go outside of the scheme. So that scheme part, to me, is what Shoddy has been touching on in terms of not doing things the right way. You got to play within the system. And then Jerry's saying, look, you're not that explosive. You're not explosive enough to be Deion Sanders out here doing your own thing and trying to run pick sixes back like you did years ago. There's the health part. So that was my interpretation of it. I thought it was a great explanation from Jerry.
No, I think that's it. And, he clearly... I wasn't sure he'd entertain it. He is at least partially blaming the rehab outside the facility, it sounds like. Which we knew they were upset with, but he's like, look, if you don't have that built into your contract, there's a reason why it's not built into your contract that way, to begin with.
So even though Diggs came back earlier than we all thought, that's not a victory looking back on it for Trayvon? And proof that Trayvon's way of doing it was the right way? Why not?
Because, they're telling you very clearly, like, physically he's still not there, even now, that he's not.
Did they clear him too early? Did they let him play too early?
No, I think, like Jerry said, you can be medically cleared. For instance, Trayvon was medically cleared. Did
they put him on the field too early?
Trayvon was just potentially not rehabbed back to a point to get back to where he was. So, like, you can be rehabbed to be cleared medically. If he didn't, but you being cleared medically doesn't mean you return back to who you are. And the Cowboys, I think, feel like if you were here, you would have worked back to where you were physically. Now you're medically cleared, but you are not the same athlete anymore. And I think that's one of the things that's frustrating for them.
And then he.
This is the number one thing I took from this, because everything he said before this went in all the years and out the other, because he said, we're playing Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. And what just a gut punch. A gut punch
Corey
to me.
Majors was pumping his fists in the coffee room.
Of course he was. To me, to you.
You knew it, though. You knew that's what was going to happen.
I know, but what good is having a quarterback who is older, who has seen it all and knows all the answers, to go out there, run him out there, and risk the injury. And then all of a sudden, he misses OTAs, he misses minicamp because he's rehabbing or whatever.
Knock on wood.
Knock on Corian and whatever this is. And then, you get to camp, and all of a sudden it's like, all right, now we got to see, Because what happens is now is, oh, his shoulder hurts now. And now this hurts. Now that hurts.
And you've always been a players play guy.
I always have been. But, when you're out of it. Now, there are situations like J.J. McCarthy. He should play.
Yep.
J.J. McCarthy's in his first full season as a starting quarterback. He should play.
I was fine with Jaden Daniels the first time.
Yeah.
Or is it the seventh time, whatever other time that was, that he came back before this last injury. He needs to play.
Right, he needs to play. If the Lions lose this week, Jared Goff shouldn't play anymore. If the Cowboys are eliminated, Dak Prescott shouldn't play anymore.
I agree.
Just pick your team. Lamar Jackson shouldn't play anymore.
Yep.
Get your draft pick.
Burrow.
Sit him down.
Which is, we had talked about it yesterday. Shoddy said exactly what we were talking about. He got asked about it yesterday, and he was like, no. He's like, I told you guys all year, compete. That's what it is. It's compete, and we're going to compete all the way to the end. And it's predictable.
Compete.
You knew they were going to do that.
Yeah, we know, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's where it is. But now we got to start figuring out defensive coordinators and why Jim Leonard's going to be the next one here probably.
Jim Leonard?
That's
defensive.
Who he played for?
09 Jets.
Former Jets safety.
Antonio Cromartie will be
the white safety?
Yeah. When Brian Schottenheimer was on staff there. But Leonard he would come highly recommended from Sean Payton, where he is the defensive passing game coordinator at the Broncos right now.
That was a good secondary. Revis, Cromartie,
Leonard.
Yeah, you can stop there.
I don't know who the other safety was.
What about throwing a check? Brian Flores contract expiring in Minnesota. Everybody wants Al Harris. He's the people's choice. But Jim Leonard, is he a name that's been talked about?
So Leonard is a guy that has always had really high marks from around the NFL. Like NFL teams really like him, and that's how he got the job in Denver. But he has started to really ascend with the job that he's done in Denver, and was always considered one of these. He was always considered like a Sean Lee type as a player, of just like really smart and saw everything 3 steps in advance. And so that's somebody who's. It's always a difficult projection when we're talking about a position coach. Like, people love Aaron White-Cotton. He's a great defensive line coach. Like, people love his spirit and everything else. You don't know if he can design a defense. You don't know what he is like in the totality of it. So that's kind of the danger when you're talking about elevating any position coach, that you like how they work with a certain group. But I think Jim Leonard is somebody who absolutely understands full concepts and would be of interest.
All right, what did Tommy Yarsh take from Jerry and everything else they're talking about inside the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco? Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joins us next.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a K&C masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Get off the text.
No. Just check your Twitter here in a sec. I'm going to send you something. That's all.
Okay. Bobby's getting worked up by some of the Tolos. First,
no. This is. I'll say. You'll see.
All right. Wait. Be a good distraction here. To Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Bobby, I don't think Tommy would want that information out there that he just DM'd me. Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning, guys. I don't even want to know.
It's your ketchup on a hot dog.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Bob, this is coming from the guy who had the case of ketchup at AT&T Stadium on Sunday night. They don't do like packets or anything like that. He had I should have taken a picture of it, but he had a little canister of ketchup that was given to him for his hot dog.
It's all they come in. Is they come in those little jars. So if I want ketchup, I have to grab one of the jars.
A jar?
It's like a little like you ever seen those like travel like jams or jelly jars? It's like that with ketchup in it.
He stole that from one of his hotel trips on the road.
No, they give him that's all they have in the press box.
They only have that as the ketchup
They don't have
option?
they don't have a squeezer packets.
How fancy.
You gotta have, How
fancy. Tommy, what did you take from Jerry Jones, if anything, about an hour ago?
Yeah, I think I just listening to you guys react to it. I think we all kind of took away the same things. I think, there's a lot of pressure on this defense, and really there has been all year with how they've played going into these last 3 games. They feel like they're healthy as they've been all season. They are as healthy as they've been all season for the most part. So the fact that it's been the way that it is the last couple of weeks is jarring, and certainly not what they expected, especially considering how they look coming out of the bye week. But I think, you do have to add in the wrinkle that some of the personnel they've got is not who you want, I would say. Maybe not who you'd want, but they just haven't played well. I think the linebackers, especially, you especially look at that room as man, that feels like just a kind of a wash this year, where it feels like you guys were talking about, linebackers have done so well under Matt Eberflus in the past, and they just haven't been able to play at a high level consistently this season. So that was interesting. I'm not surprised at all that he's saying that the starters are going to continue to play. I expected that. Brian Schottenheimer said it yesterday, and if you have the mantra compete every day and you're doing things like that, I think that might raise some eyebrows. So I can understand that. Whether you agree with it or not is up to you.
Disagree.
Clearly, I could tell. But yeah, those were the 2 big takeaways for me.
Tommy, that is the most negative he's sounded talking about and around Matt Eberflus this entire season. Do you think that just the finality, as it appears that we got from this result on Sunday, is why he's talking more openly about it now? Or do you think something shifted with this game against the Vikings and Jerry sort of had a reckoning and just said, you know what, something needs to be put on notice here?
Well, I certainly don't think Sunday didn't help much, because you think about, Matt Eberflus played the Vikings twice a year. He's played Kevin O'Connell before, and he kind of knows what they do schematically, and you've got a rookie quarterback who, coming into that game, had the lowest completion percentage in the NFL against zone coverage, something that the Cowboys ran at the 5th highest rate in the league, and then he throws for over 150 yards on you in zone coverage, and it's, I think, 10 of 14. So even the things that they had done, they had done consistently well over the course of the year, at least they had trotted out in, they couldn't take advantage of their opponent's shortcoming. And so I think that can be a little bit eye-opening, but I really do think that this also has been that they're going to judge the entire body of work. And, when you look at that as well, I don't think it's been what they expected. So I think this is something that they'll monitor for the last couple of weeks and see what they do from there. But I think another thing that you have to consider is what he said earlier in the year, where he kind of regrets the fact that they haven't had continuity at the defensive coordinator position. This is Matt Eberflus is their 3rd in as many years. And so I think that certainly has something to do with why Dallas hasn't found their footing on defense. You've seen so much change, and that's really difficult for players. But at the same time, it's a two-way street. And as a coach, you've got to figure out how you can adapt your guys to your scheme and be able to play good football.
Tommy, what did you think of Jerry's latest answer on Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, just at this point, fellas, I have no idea anymore. I'm so lost. And I think it's just if he's out there, he's out there. If not, then he's not. And it's a really interesting saga, I guess you could call it. But I think the way that Trayvon Diggs has played as in the past has always been aggressive, and that's what's made him so good. Is because when you gamble, you have a higher chance of getting interceptions. You saw with DeRon Bland in the 23 season, and that's what made Trayvon what he was back in the past when he was a Pro Bowl All-Pro player. And he's been a good player over the course of his career for that. And when you're not able to do that, or you're a tick slower or something like that, that can make or break a play, and that can be the change that you need in a play in terms of making an interception or giving up a completion. Because when you gamble that much, if you miss, you're susceptible to a big play. So I think there's truth to that, but I think that there's certainly been all kinds of shifts in tone and over the course of the year. It's been interesting to watch. I know it's funny to say, but it's an interesting situation, and we'll get some finality on it in a sense soon with his 21-day window closing on the 20th.
No, what's funny is it sounds like you're doing this call from a haunted house. Or are you driving with the windows down?
No, I'm driving, but I've taken plenty of calls in the car before. I'm sorry.
You use your cell phone.
Oh, man, like Adam Schefter in the back on McAfee.
Are you using it in the school zone?
Not in a school zone, but I do slow down in school zones. I'm a responsible driver.
I feel like I don't know that Tommy's ever broken a law.
Oh yeah,
of any sort. I think Tommy's right at the
food
speed
law.
limit.
That ketchup was a food law.
I think Tommy's right at the speed limit. I think he does the crosswalk. He's never. That's Tommy. He's a straight edge.
Thanks, Tommy. We're gonna cut it short today. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com on the DNMLC hotline. Were you hearing that?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah. It's like Paul Bearer in the background.
What were you about to say?
I was going to say it's Matt Eberflus's career wailing in the distance.
Oh, God.
Man. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto, not only in your home of the Cowboys, but your home of the Rangers with some surprise Diamondbacks.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Pour one out for El Bombi.
When did you stop your intros with the "How can you not be romantic"? You stopped all those.
Yeah,
those were always good, and then you just
really
stopped.
running out of things that are romantic in my life. I can really go for.
I want to take that back.
No, yes. How can you not be romantic about your favorite player going to the Phillies? That was what I should have said.
Yeah,
I could have said that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But El Bombi has signed
That's not cool,
with
guys.
Philadelphia. 1 year, $10 million. I'm going to say that one more time. 1 year, $10 million, and I am totally
Speaking of
fine
big guys
with waving goodbye. I know he is every kid's favorite player or second favorite player because of what happened and how great he was in the playoffs. But thanks for the memories, and I'll let someone pay for those, not us.
I love how you grokked and AI to Dolus's value.
I grokked, I ate-eyed. I was like, I could text Sandler here, but I don't want to bother him.
You've got to get on one of the other. Grok is like the least reliable AI.
It wasn't Grok. I went to Google, which is probably the worst AI. But that's the one I use for all my medical advice anyway. But 1 year, $10 million. In the last 2 years, he has not gotten to a 700 OPS. It was like 665 this year. So I did a quick question. Google, hey, how much should a 665 OPS earn in salary? And it spit back, that is worth $750,000. In a related story, the league minimum is $780,000.
Do you trust Grok on that? Are the Philadelphia Phillies just overpaid by $9 million?
Yes, they overpaid by tenfold. Do I trust Grok on that? Well, it fits the argument, so yes.
Okay.
Right, it fit the segment. It came out with a funny number, which is less than the league minimum. So I am just fine with that one.
I'm gonna Gemini it right now. How much is a strong defensive right fielder with a 665 OPS worth?
And put in the age as well.
Oh yeah.
How was he, 30?
You know what? Type on the computer while I actually do radio here, and you guys can Google. No, it's typing and thinking and researching out loud. That's not radio. Jeff Passan gave us a radio topic by saying that the Texas Rangers would listen on Corey Seager while Chris Young went on MLB Network Radio and addressed all the rumors.
Corey Seager is a great player, and teams are looking for great players. And for whatever reason, maybe they thought by trading Marcus that we would be open on Corey. There have been a number of teams that have called, and some of the teams have characterized Corey as perhaps, if he were a free agent, would be the best player on the free agent market right now. And what I love is that Corey Seager is a great player for the Texas Rangers. And our goal is to win a championship. And to win a championship, you have to have great players. And so while I understand teams checking in, I think that's been a little bit overblown in terms of we are not shopping Corey Seager. We want Corey Seager to help us win our next championship. And, but we call and check in on great players with other teams as well. So teams are doing their job. I get it. It got out in the media from another market, and I think it got a little more momentum than it deserved. But we are not shopping Corey Seager. I want to make that very clear.
Look, you start throwing the Red Sox, the Mets, the Yankees in there, the Dodgers. There's certain teams, or if you mention them in any trade discussions, those baseball factories, like those cities, have a ton of baseball influencers, podcasts, right, that are just nonstop going to be aggregating this story, and then it's going to blow up and it's going to get more legs and more traction. I have no problem with trading Corey Seager. I have no problem with keeping Corey Seager. If it's the right move, if you tell me you're going to give me Roman Anthony, then hell yeah, I'll do it, right? You got an aging or somebody who's going to be exiting his prime years. He's got 6 years and $180 million left on his contract, and the last 3 years, you're probably going to be overpaying. You underpay early. They got what they wanted out of him. They got a World Series. You underpay in the beginning to overpay in the end. The goal is to underpay in the beginning and then trade him before you overpay.
1 year, $2 million with performance incentives.
Willis?
Yeah.
It was kind of close. It's kind of close.
Yeah. You were not here for all the Seager talk.
Mm-mm.
You're a big baseball fan. What do you think?
I mean, I love him as a player, so I don't want to see him go. But, I also recognize the idea of you want to get ahead of a decline. You don't want a chew contract on the books where it's you can't really do anything about it. But the other thing is just how competitive do you think they can be is going to be the biggest question, because the last thing they need to do is get rid of bats if they think they're going to be competitive at all.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if they do trade Corey Seager, then Chris Young's going to get a starting pitcher with a 3.9 ERA or something and be like, yeah, this makes us a World Series team right here.
Man, come on. I'm fine with leaning into run prevention, but
he leans into run prevention with the offense routinely.
If you're gonna trade Seager, you've got to get a bat, a couple of bats, maybe a pitcher. You've got to really stockpile.
Let's hook you up with our final concert ticket giveaway of the day when we crosstalk and see the party, the Cooper Flagg party that Kevin is throwing when we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next. But, guys, this...
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. That's right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Again, the next basket for Coop will get him a career high, and he's got it! 36 for Cooper Flagg and counting. Still 4:10 left to play in the game.
Do we start with the Kevin Hagelin Cooper Flagg party, or are you guys having a music fight just then?
Oh, no music fight. So we've had 4 giveaways of this.
And that's a win-win.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've had 4 giveaways, and so yesterday was Kevin Walker, today is Peyton, and I hadn't heard any Avenged Sevenfold. Yes, it only been Good Charlotte. Good Charlotte has like 3 songs. And Avenged Sevenfold is a huge catalog.
Bet you Good Charlotte's the bigger pull at that show.
I agree. But he's right. They have a much deeper roster of songs. But you're right. The popularity
in their genre.
But if you're talking about selling that show out, that'll be Good Charlotte that sells that show out.
Anybody that played Madden, which is right in our demographic, they played over and over and over on that. So they all know Good Charlotte.
Yeah, it's like because more people like alternative than like sort of metalcore or whatever you want to call it. But like I think
metalcore was who?
Good Avenged Sevenfold.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say Good Charlotte's metalcore. No, they're not.
But like in that genre, I think Avenged is way bigger.
Well, and what Bobby said to me was, he goes, "You've got some holes in your music hall knowledge," and I was like, "For sure."
I was just surprised because there are some songs that I'm like, oh, that's a kind of a deep pull, but then you'll have like random blind spots of very popular songs.
Definitely right about that.
Corey's a music guy, right?
I like a lot of music. Absolutely, yeah. Bobby and I actually, whenever he was giving me and Mike rides back and forth in Oxnard, I did a.
Lackey.
I really
They're breaking me in rookie stuff.
We didn't have a car, so that was they were like,
choppy.
Yeah, they were like, "Nah, we're not giving those guys a car. They don't need to go anywhere." And so I every morning I was very happy. Bobby had something rolling that worked for us.
Did you already know that Cooper Flagg was the truth as a scorer before last night, which to me can end all future questions in terms of the capability? I know there are questions about it and his want to prove it over this last week where he's averaging 25 a night.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in the NCAA tournament. I was at that Arizona game.
Wow.
When he went off. So I knew it was there. I still think...
But in the NBA.
I still think, and that's going to be rarer than like Luka, because I know that's what he'll always be compared to, and I get it, but it is good to see that he has that in his toolbox, and he's gotten so much more aggressive in the clutch and more effective in the clutch, even if the team as a whole definitely was not.
There was a moment last night, and I didn't expect that. He needs to develop that three-point shot still a little bit better, but there was a moment that I went, oh, I really like this kid, and it was, I think it was Najee went up for a rebound, and Luka used to box people out to go get that rebound, and Cooper Flagg was like, nah, let him have that one. And I was like, look at that teamwork right there. That's a team player, not I need a triple-double guy.
Oh, yeah, because if Luke was like, let them get the rebound, that would have been the narrative, was unselfish teammate.
Bobby thinks he has come up with the Cooper comp.
I just heard it.
You think it's laughable?
No,
I mean, that is the comp. That really genuinely was the comp for him coming out.
And you're wearing a Celtics newbie.
Yeah. This is a My Possibilities hat.
Oh, wow. So there's Celtic fans over My Possibilities?
Yeah, this is a My Possibilities
hat.
Right
behind Chop is the Celtics flag.
The UNT guys.
Yeah, no, he goes, well, it was a boring 40, just like Jason Tatum. And I did not view it that way, but I know he's not your guy.
No, and Jason Tatum's good. Jason Tatum is boring the way he scores. Yeah. And Jason Tatum developed more of an outside shot, which Flagg still needs to develop. But you got to admit, that was a lot of 2-foot scoop layups last night for 40.
Right and left, though.
It's good. I don't think that's boring.
It's boring to watch to me.
I get
It's
you.
like a complete game shutout where like you struck out 3.
Oh, okay.
Wow. And it's like, yeah, you're dominant, but I was a lot of grab balls.
Nickel and dime 'em, man. Nickel and dime.
Yeah, it's effective. Got it done.
Corey, what's coming up?
And if you'd have won, then you'd be like, well, they won. What do you want?
Oh, no. It's a win-win.
You're
a win-win. I wish Jerry would follow along with that.
They will
man.
not.
He's just flat out, we're not doing nothing for draft picks.
I got a question about that.
There's a reaction in the fan camp to me like having my heart stabbed when he said it. He's like, no, we're not tanking.
Do you think there's an approach, like he doesn't want anybody in the 31 other owners to call him out for it? Well, you tanked, and he's like, no, we did it the right way all the time. We're always about trying to win games, and we never give up.
I think it goes back, like so many things with him, to Arkansas and the meaning of being a football player and a competitor and all these football morals and principles that now that just falls in line with Brian Schottenheimer and his preaching from the beginning to the end. And it better not cost you anyone serious that's a starter next year. I'm not even talking about the draft pick. It better not cost you a major injury.
Well, they pretty much said that Eberflus is fighting for his job in the last 3 games.
You heard that too?
Yeah, so it feels like he needs to be like, hey, I need everybody.
They made it sound like...
Quinnen, you're fine. How many fingers am I holding up? It doesn't matter.
That sounded like they were presenting as if this was Eberflus fighting for his job. That sounds like he's done.
I don't even know if it's fighting. It's like you have to have 2 out of 3 shutouts here.
Yeah. Well, and he's like, because he was like, healthiest we've ever been, healthiest we've been. We added a bunch of players. Like basically, like this is your time to show what you were supposed to do with this.
Which also goes to like the criticism of Jerry, that he will never admit that he didn't give the coach the players that he needed, which definitely when he was like, no, I'm very happy with the players that we put out there for him.
And don't you think he added that too when he was like, it's a chicken and the egg, but the coordinator, he'll find a way
I think
to get the best out of his players. And I was like, in your face, scheme fit.
So I think a couple things. One, the additions they did make were Eberflus influenced, so he had a hand in a lot of the busts that they've had. That was part of it. 2, I think that when Jerry's saying that, that's less about like, no, the players are good. That's more about the players are competent to run this system that's supposed to be bend but don't break and doesn't need stars anyway, because that's the whole pitch from Eberflus.
But it broke.
So why is it breaking? Because they competently can run it. They're not having the communication issues like they were earlier. Why is this still getting picked apart? It's supposed to be able just to keep everything in front of you, but people are running right by it.
Do you think he's already gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
At noon today, Sean, the Stars and Mavs super segment that everybody's been asking for. At 10 o'clock, can the Cowboys fans ignore the odds and still believe that with 1%, there's still a shot? And then the C Block, starring me today, will be the level of concern. We'll take some of the cuts from y'all's interview with Jerry and ask how concerned you are.
Well, I thought you all set the stage with tremendous Steven questions. What did you think of his answers? And because I was triggered reading it. You triggered Zach Wilczuk, and then I heard. You triggered me reading the response from Steven.
So I hope this makes sense. I agree with you, but I don't know why. Like, I don't know why I expected him to say if he was like, one of these days, every time I keep hoping they're going to be like, you know what? Y'all are right.
Because he didn't
enough is enough.
That's not what I just said.
Okay, sorry, Steven.
He didn't have to throw in, and our involvement we think has been a good thing.
Yeah.
That was like an additional flame that you didn't have to throw in there that just infuriates.
I mean, it's been good for the NFL. Them as ownership of the Cowboys has absolutely been good for the NFL.
Yeah.
And they'll always look at that as the key for what you just said.
Yes, but I could also counter back and be like, how much better could it be for the NFL if once every 10 years you were in a conference championship game?
Yep.
They should throw on a headset and listen in on the coaches' plays is what they should do.
Tom
Are
Brady.
you making a Colts joke?
Yeah.
Man, you
hate her, huh?
Yeah, women.
Is it because she's a woman?
Replace her. That's the second time you've done this random exit turn to talk about the Colts owner.
Because that's the whole point.
You did it yesterday, too, talking about her curly hair.
The whole point, I didn't say anything about her curly hair.
It was something
nothing,
about...
Although I do like it better straight. But...
totally out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, because the whole thing... Well, we were talking about the Colts the last time it happened. No, it is funny to me where because it goes to that question of involvement. That's what he's saying. He's trying to say, when Steven says that, which it's not... I don't think Steven's going to be as involved as Jerry has been whenever Steven takes over.
Because Charlotte's doing it.
But I think that... I think that's...
She's pretty awesome.
It's going to function in a split role in a lot of ways, I think, when that happens. But, no, I think it's more Steven saying, we feel it's best for us to not just, we're cashing checks and you guys are running this investment for us. I think he's saying that aspect of it. Everybody praised Carly Ursay-Gordon when she's like, if I'm going to be spending this money, I got to know the involvement and different things like that. That's where I think he was basically, I think he was arguing for that, which if you have a problem with that, and if people have a problem with that, I don't mind if they think that's the wrong way to do that, argue that way. But I'm just saying, don't then go good for Carly Ursay-Gordon that she does it this way and she's monitoring in on her coaches' calls.
A bad comparison.
It's the exact same thing.
It's a terrible comparison.
It's the exact same thing.
She is getting her hands wet in a brand new business.
Sean's about to give us a "She's a Brave" speech.
That she's trying to understand. I'm not Marcy Darcy here. I don't have a reputation for being no ma'am.
Steven what a great reference.
And Steven and Jerry are going on 30 years of not even coming close. So I would assume that Ursay-Gordon, is that her name?
Yeah.
After 20 years, she didn't come close.
Look how people freaked out over the walkie-talkie for injuries. And then we were like, no, it's different.
That's a joke.
I don't think a lot of people were joking. There were a lot of people who were like, oh my gosh, look, they're trying to control everything.
If you don't think every owner has a walkie-talkie in their suite to get information on injuries, they all do.
You're probably right. I just never seen it.
I'm not getting triggered. He almost did it to me. I was almost there. It's not going to happen.
I'm with you, Sean. I don't think she's going to be doing this in 3 years.
Yeah.
I think she'll be done. She's just trying to figure out. She's like, I need a fast education, a crash course.
Yep.
This is the best way to do it. Hell, Jerry did it for 15 years, going down on the sideline and putting his hands on Larry Allen's leg. And
You zip it, Bobby.
All right, we are back tomorrow.
Are you trying to say, hey, take this apron and get back in the kitchen? Is that what you're...
Oh, my goodness.
You can talk about it in your KNC hour that you have.
Yeah. Really enjoyed that show Friday, guys.
It was awesome.
Thanks for letting
it was
us
really
borrow the
good.
Ask Reddit
It was
segment.
actually 2 hours, Sean.
You're going to have much more of it coming up soon.
Wow.
Just wait. Sean Sharania has something in the works. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
When sports news breaks, these guys break in. Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man!
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how we doing today? And has become our new tradition. How is everybody out there in listening land doing? 877-881-1053 if you want to participate. And let us know how the heck you're doing.
Would you wear an Oh Man shirt?
Heck yeah.
Alec?
100%.
Does it have your face on it?
It doesn't have to have my face on it.
Oh. I would want to wear it more.
It should say,
if it had your
oh
face.
Man, and then underneath your company name here.
Yeah.
Because Oh Man can go, well, right now it's for Taco Bueno, all right, and Freebirds and Uncle Julio's. By the way, this
You had
Friday,
your chance, Dickie.
this Friday, we're going to be having a good party. I'm looking forward to that, Kevin. It's going to be very exciting for me and for you and maybe for Alec.
What?
Ooh,
Fingers
yeah.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
I asked Mike, too, and then our conversation just kind of ended because
he's really good at kind of getting
Yeah.
away from that.
He was like, why do you want me to come to Flower Mound?
To take a load off.
Yeah, and I told him, and then that was the end of our conversation. So I don't actually know if that's going to work out or not.
There's a player in the world, Kevin, a baseball player that plays in the high school ranks that we might be looking forward to for maybe the 16th pick.
Oh,
and he said, I'll let you know when Bishop Lynch is playing them so you can come watch. He said, I would invite Kevin, but he always says he'll go and then never shows up. And I was like, it's like the dad who doesn't show up at the birthday party, but always is like, I'll be there, son. And that kid's blowing out the candles.
True. I specifically say we'll see. As to not, if I tell you I'm going to be there, I'm going to be there.
Okay.
If you get a we'll see, sometimes it might really mean that, but
Noah hasn't figured that out yet, has he? He's like, walks up and he's like, asks you for food, and you're like, we'll see. And he's like,
he's apple juice.
Oh, he's apple juice.
Yeah, he's supposed to be sleeping. He's like, I want apple juice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my kids have figured it out. They're all, anytime I'm just like, I don't know, we'll find, let's check that out. That sounds good.
Okay.
Or something like that. And they're like, or as I love this one that you used to use with Brandon. I'll take that under advisement.
Yes, that is a good way to say it. From the 682, I'm doing great. Would be doing even better if I had an Oh Man shirt.
Oh man.
From the 214, oh man, I'm feeling good after the Stars win, the only championship contender here in DFW. From the, it's hard to argue with that. From the 575, I'm doing amazing. I'm a FedEx driver out here in Colorado, and it's peak season, but today I have an absolutely light day, and it is amazing.
I was talking with my buddy on Sunday night, and we were standing outside, and I was like, is this what it's like in Colorado all the time? And he goes, yeah, but it's a dry cold. And I was like, don't do that. What are you doing right now? And he was like, dude, the humidity here makes the cold stick to you longer. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then after a while, I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. He's like, yeah, we'd be in T-shirts right now up in Colorado at this temperature because it's not wet feeling. And I was like, all right, man. So that's how it is in life.
Oh.
Good luck, Coloradoans.
Okay.
We love the Texans, though.
All right, there you go. Can you go ahead and please give me cut number 8? Because I got a couple of questions here.
Prescott gives it to Malik Davis, an easy walk up the middle. Booker with a block. Steele with a block. Walk the dog, Malik Davis. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Now, somebody's already jumped ahead of the game here from the 858. I'm officially out of the playoffs, and my 3 underdog plays failed, and I'm sitting in a parking lot on 183. Doesn't matter if I chose the 1 express lane. That is always infuriating to me, especially if you're in the express lane, but just if you're on the toll road in general and there's traffic, I'm like, this is BS. I'm paying for no traffic. What kind of nonsense is this?
You're absolutely right. There shouldn't be any. There should be so many lanes that I never run into any traffic.
Yes.
And when are we going to pay off
it's paid off.
Dallas North Tollway?
No, it's paid off. But now they're like,
there's still the toll booth things.
No, I know. We paid it off, and we lied about then it would be free. But now they're like, oh, we need road maintenance. And all this
That's
other
what it's
stuff.
helping for. Okay.
And you're like, oh, yeah, good job. So nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. 877-881-1053. Want to hear those triumphs and tumbles. But also, are there any Cowboys fans out there that can ignore the odds and still believe there's a shot this weekend? When we talked with Stephen Jones yesterday, he's like, hey, look, man, we still have a shot. And even if we didn't, we'd be out there chopping wood and everything. And so I have to admit, I have conceded defeat, that there is no hope for the future of this Dallas Cowboys season. It kind of sounded like Jerry Jones felt the same way when I was listening to him with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Aiden this morning. But is there any Cowboys fans out there, maybe they're in these rooms, that still believe there's a shot?
What rooms?
Because this one room, that's another room.
Oh, okay. All right.
Alex in a different room.
I thought you were talking about like the Twitch room. By the way, Twitch, love you guys. Y'all are the best.
Or the YouTube room.
I mean, I can't tell you how much I love the Twitch.
Yeah.
They've always been such a great group to us. And
hey, don't forget, coming up at 12:40, Carter Freeman as part of the Tuesday tailgate.
But got questions about that.
Oh.
And its future viability.
I do not know what that is in reference to.
Guys, well, I might have to make an executive decision on that, whether or not we continue it.
Okay.
Just because I love the Twitch so much. Kevin, for the second time this year, I am now raising the white flag.
That's a tissue.
It's white, and it looks like a flag. All
okay.
Right? I'm now raising yet another white flag. The Rangers, guess what? I did it very early in the Rangers season. And you know what? I was damn right.
Oh.
And now I'm doing it again.
It also looks like you might be about to daintily pass out.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Blessed me.
Or challenge somebody to a duel.
It's a white glove, and I slap him on the face with it. I'm raising the white flag because, Kevin, it's too much. You aren't good enough anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Even if you do, look, I always contend, get into the playoffs, and you have a shot.
Yeah.
You don't have a shot if you're not in the playoffs.
Yeah.
This team is not good enough, I even think, to make a 3-game run at the end of this season here.
Okay, so you do not see a 9-7-1.
Yeah, after they had a chance to go up and punch Detroit in the mouth, and they failed.
Yeah.
They had a chance against a team that had absolutely nothing to play for other than pride, and you couldn't out-pride month them, all right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. You couldn't out-pride them.
That makes sense.
And so they didn't go out there and do what they didn't take care of business.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to take care of business as a team together yet. So I am officially putting the white flag in the air and saying this team is done.
Okay.
With 3 more games. Now, though, but here's the thing. I'm very big on what Wolchuk and Broadus do. They do phenomenal work breaking down draft picks.
Scouting the draft,
looking forward to the future. And as I asked Steven yesterday, what kind of character are you looking for some of these guys that may have jobs on the line? And he was talking about that. Look, we understand these guys are going out there and playing for themselves, too. They're playing for the rest of the league.
Yeah.
I now for the rest of these 3 games, I am watching to see what guys are going to go out there and do their jobs and say, I want to be here. I want to make sure I'm doing the right things, even though we really don't have much to play for here.
Alec, I have conceded. Corey Majors has conceded as well. I'm guessing you might make it 3 for 3.
I've got a piece of white paper, if that counts. I don't have anything.
I don't need you to, officially surrender.
Oh, well, I was just trying to fit the mold here, but yes, I absolutely have because, 1% technically, there's still a chance, but I've seen this team play. I know that they're going to lose to the Chargers because that offense is still pretty good and this defense is still pretty bad. And hey, Jerry Jones let the morning show know that hey, this defense is not that great.
Man, he really did. He didn't come out and say the defense sucks.
Yeah.
But when he was like, we've had challenges and then listed all these different levels, you're like, that's fair.
Yeah, and he started naming position groups and stuff that your defensive coordinator is supposed to be a very talented individual at coaching. And stuff like that. So I think that even internally, You kind of heard it in Jerry's tone that, like, yeah, we're kind of focused on what can we take away from this season and apply it to next year. And that's where I'm at. Can I see, like, Savon Revel, like, improve these next few games? Can I see something nice out of DeMarvion Overshown that says, okay, a full offseason training camp is going to help him out? I'm not thinking about playoffs or anything outside of that. It's done for me.
It might be a good future segment here now, then. Who have you given up on? And who are you hopeful for? Because in these last 3 games, you've given up hope for this guy to do X, and not like ecstasy.
No, I understood. Thank you.
We talked yesterday about how this show and our listeners are not into drugs.
How'd that work out for you?
And so, like, who have you given up on? Who are you hoping for?
That's a good question.
Because, like, I think Revel's one of those players that you're like, okay, let's watch the progression happen.
Yeah.
And can you turn into one of those stud cornerbacks that we're looking to say that's the future for us here?
Yeah. By the way, we didn't get to talk about it yesterday, but I was looking back through my notes. Can I give a quick shout out to DeMarvion Overshown for that tackle on TJ Hawkinson where he just like lifted him up and then smashed him to the ground to keep it at 4th and 1? Now, did it end up mattering? No, because Quentin Williams was out and Aaron Jones easily ran through for the first down. But I just thought that tackle was badass.
If that was a Texas and Texas A&M game, that'd be a penalty, right? Isn't that you tackle somebody hard like that?
Well, yeah, and because I would be against it because he wouldn't be on my team. But now that he's on my team,
I feel like that happened twice in the Texas and Texas A&M game, and it got called, and I was like, that's too tough of a tackle?
Yeah, when you use all your force on a tackle, they're like, well, that's a penalty. All right, we also are asking for your fantasy football insights, but I wanted to throw this out there because this sucks. It really does. From the 940. Hey, guys, this is Tolo Caleb. I've been going through a 10-year relationship separation this last month. I just want to let y'all know that y'all make me smile every day, even with this crap going on. Thank you, guys. Well, we're glad to help, and I'm very sorry. That really, really sucks.
You're a stud. Get back out there.
Yeah.
Go show the entire world what they've been missing for the last 10 years.
Oh, I like that. From the 682, the Dolphins kicker did not drop 23 points last night, and you lied and said he would. I don't know if that's exactly what we said. From the 817.
They called you a liar.
I took down the back-to-back champ. Take that, 10-year-old brother. Man, does that mean he was winning at 8? That kid's a freaking prodigy.
Yeah, that is pretty special. And how old are you? Because are you supposed to be in school right now, or are you an adult that has a 10-year-old brother? I want to know more. I'm not judging. I just want to know more.
I don't know why. I kind of want Corey asking that question, and if they're supposed to be in school as a drop, I think.
You're supposed to be in school.
Yeah, that could be fun.
Steven's like, why do you keep asking me that every week?
From the 940, after starting 4-1, I've now lost 8 in a row. I'm definitely out of the playoffs. Woo! From the 940, first round victory. I won by 3 points and played against Kyle Pitts, but I benched Lamar and started Trevor Lawrence. Ooh,
smart.
Yeah.
It was 54 points or something like that?
Yes,
it was ridiculous. That was nice.
Absolutely.
I had a bye week, Kevin.
Because you're that good. Because the playoffs have begun.
Our playoffs have begun. Bye week is now over. We move on to the second round, but my team would have scored the second most points this week had we played. The guy who was in the toilet bowl, he scored the most points this week, so he avoids being renamed and having to do some other things that we're looking at now.
From the 682, I played Kyle Pitts and Trevor Lawrence. That should tell you all you need to know. From the 940, thankfully I have Justin Herbert against the Cowboys in 2 fantasy playoffs this week.
Wow.
Man, I hate to say it, but I feel like you're going to win.
That's what you do. If you're playing fantasy sports, you go find the worst teams and you say, who are their opponents? And you run those players out there as often as you can. It's unfortunate. It is what it is, though.
And just so you know, Caleb, there are plenty of Tolos texting in and supporting you.
There are plenty of Tolos in the sea, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. From the 214.
How many Tolos do you think are listening from the ocean right now?
7.
7 total?
Yeah, they're all on a boat together.
Oh, okay. All right. I figured a couple
nice.
different sailboats. A lot of work, though.
I don't know what optimum boating hours are if you're not like fishing. I don't know if 10 o'clock in the morning is an optimum boating
Hey, if
time.
you're on a boat right now, text in, let Kevin know. What are the optimum boating hours?
Don't do that. From the, I guess I did ask for that. Yeah, I asked for that. From the 214, I needed Javonte Williams to get less than 15.4 points. He got 15.1, and I won by 0.3 points. That is freaking amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's navigate the NFC East, where the streak has finally, more or less, been broken. Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action and put a smile on your face in the process, because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to $5.
security and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Second and goal. Shovel pass. Dallas Goddard. How do you like that, Greg Olson? A little shovel to the tight end for the day's first score.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where you listeners are some clever, clever people. Somebody texted in, Christopher Columbus here, optimum boating times are 6 to 9 months. It used to be crazy. So I was listening to a podcast about the Pilgrims, and they're like, yeah, they had to get to Maine, and it took 5 months. And I was like, 5 months? Good night.
They didn't have engines back then, Kevin. They only had sails.
Yeah, and everyone just lived their life on boats.
Yeah, they didn't have any motorboats.
I doubt that.
So you're saying if they were like, all right, we're going to America from Spain, you wouldn't be one raising your hand. You'd be like, that's a 5-month trip. That's 5 months of my life.
Yeah. And then you have to do 5 more to get back. And plus, like half the people on that boat died.
Most of those people thought, I'm staying once I get there.
That's probably
right. Like they were like, once I get across seas,
they were seeking religious freedom.
I am done with this place. I'm out of here.
It's crazy.
But gangrene and scurvy and all those things popped up.
Scurvy is a huge player on the ship.
That's what Captain Morgan's was made for, to kill scurvy.
Okay.
And vitamin C.
All right. So now that you've learned from Professor Majors,
you're welcome.
I really think we should have a new segment called like Professor Majors Educational Course.
But it's not like one specific course. Like it's science and history and it's all those things in one. And basically, don't teach your kids what I say because it could be wrong.
All right. I mean, that makes sense to me.
Could be right though.
All right, let's fire up some discussion about the NFC East. And we're going to start with this. Yeah, I know 1%. That's great. But the streak is over. It's been 21 years since the Eagles in 2003 and 2004 that there has been a repeat winner of the NFC East. That streak is coming to an end. By the way, that was part of 4 straight division titles for the Philadelphia Eagles. But yeah, 21 years. One of the weirder streaks in all of football is coming to an end.
Yeah, and it's so inexplicable. How do you explain when a streak like this happens and stays the way?
Right.
Other than this division sometimes really isn't as good as people want to say it is.
For sure.
Because there would be a level of dominance and another team that's right there with it, but the rotation's just been, not even just at the top, the rotation in the middle. Because sometimes it's been Washington and the Giants a lot lately.
At the bottom.
Yeah. But it is one of those things that's just really weird phenomena. And here we are with it. Let's move on.
You're really breaking out some big time words today. I like it.
And hopefully the panacea for it will be the Cowboys taking over for like 3 straight years. That'd be dope.
I would like that. We're going to have to start with the Eagles, though, if they're winning the division. The Eagles it was an excellent offensive performance for them. They had 3 drives of 10-plus plays and went 3 and out with Jalen Hurts under center just 1 time.
Ooh.
Hurts had a 90% completion percentage in 16.1 yards per attempt against the zone coverage, both new career highs. Then you look at the rushing attack. Philly had 183 yards rushing. Then you look at the defense. Philadelphia had 4 sacks and gave up 75 yards in the game. 75 yards.
Alec, you had said, I believe, Las Vegas is your get-right game, your get-right team.
Sucks.
Yep. And the fact that Ashton Genty averaged 3.9 yards per carry and only had 35 yards.
On 9 carries.
And Kenny Pickett threw for 64 yards on 15 completions.
And then all the sacks dropped that yardage, too.
A.J. Brown had a 3-game streak of 100 yards plus. And he had 2 catches for 41 yards. 2 targets. 2 targets to A.J. Brown. 2 catches. They were very efficient,
right?
But they didn't have to do much to beat Las Vegas.
True.
And not many people do.
Yeah, no, you're right. And here's another example. Brandon Graham, who came out of retirement earlier this season.
Yeah.
He had 2 sacks and became the oldest Eagles player ever to record a sack.
Didn't Sirianni talk him out of retirement too? He was
I think that is correct.
I want you on this team. I need you on this team.
You want to go Cowboys, Commanders, or Giants?
Let's go with Commanders.
All right, for the Commanders, they broke an 8-game losing streak. The biggest, probably most impactful scrimmage play of the day, Marcus Mariota, who will be the starting quarterback the rest of the way, as the Commanders have gone ahead and shut down Jaden Daniels. He connected with Terry McLaurin on a 51-yard catch and run touchdown early in the fourth quarter. Then there's Von Miller. Von Miller registered a sack on Jackson Dart to get 136.5 sacks for his career and passed Jared Allen for 12th on the all-time list.
That's pretty awesome.
One other positive they had going down, Jalen Lane. Jalen Lane is the first rookie in Commanders history to return multiple punts for a touchdown in a season and the first Washington player with 2+ punt return TDs since Brian Mitchell in 1994.
A long time ago, dude.
Yes, it was.
I remember watching. I thought Brian Mitchell was just an absolute stud back
really
then.
Was.
He was one of those guys that him and Dave Meggett scared me a lot.
And yes, man, I thought Dave Meggett was awesome. By the way, you know what I just realized by reading that? Washington has really oddly redefined their history by saying the first in Commanders history, as if that's different than the rest of the team.
Smart.
So it should have just said it's the first player in the franchise since 1994 with Brian Mitchell.
With Washington sitting Jaden Daniels, saying, hey, we want him to use these next few weeks to focus on other things. One of the things he's got to do is he might have to put some weight on.
Okay.
He's lean, and that's a good positive thing, but for his body to hold up in this NFL, I am a little concerned for him right now. After last year, I was terrified of Washington.
Yeah.
And then this year, they looked completely inept. And I'm kind of trying to figure out what exactly they are, but they're really nothing if he's not healthy. And,
I agree.
And that team's got to figure out a way to keep him healthy. And they have a lot, just as much as most of the teams that didn't win this year, they have a lot of work to do to be able to provide him the protection he's going to need.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you on that. All right, you want to go Giants or Cowboys?
Let's go Giants.
All right, for the Giants. They're at 2-12, lost their eighth in a row, kept them in the mix, if not having the inside track for the number 1 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Kayvon Thibodeau missed a 4th straight game because of a shoulder injury. However, a positive for the Giants, and this is a big positive for what has been I feel like a really disappointing rookie season where Abdul Carter has run into more discipline issues than he has productivity. In the first quarter alone, he logged a 3rd down strip sack, 3 tackles, and 2 tackles for loss. Easily Abdul Carter's most productive game as an NFL player. Do you know going into this game, he had more disciplinary benchings, 2, than he had tackles for loss, 1?
Really? Oh, man.
Yes. That's not good.
No, not
you're
at all.
right.
And this is the dude that coming out of the draft, you like...
Monster. That's Micah.
I mean, yeah, you were
All
like,
this and that.
everything you wanted, you were like, you're going to be lucky to have a player like that. And I think he has the talent, but obviously there's a dichotomy between the way that he thinks and the way that the Giants think.
Well played. If you are interested in sending in your words for Corey Professor Majors to work into the show, I do believe he's interested today.
He's I'm always, this is one of the parts of the process of the draft that you don't know enough about. You don't know what a player's going to do when they make it to the NFL.
Sure.
Everything that they've done up until this point, why were they doing it? What was their motivation? These are the questions you're asking.
Yep.
These guys are so prepared by their agents, though, to answer questions the right way.
Yeah.
And then you see their actions whenever they're there. And that's when it's, I think, Kevin, when you're in a bad place, the Giants are a bad team. They're a bad organization right now. When you're like that, guys are like, well, if we were a good team, I might be a little bit better, but we're not. And so I'm gonna let it ride and have some fun while I'm here.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. All right, you ready for the Cowboys?
Let's do it.
Feels kind of pointless, I get it. George Pickens, he has 1,212 receiving yards this season, which are the most receiving yards by a Cowboys player in their first season with the franchise, which I think is fairly remarkable. Good for him. CeeDee Lamb, 27 career games with at least 100 receiving yards. Passing, Tony Hill for second most in franchise history. Only Michael Irvin has more. He has 47, but it stands to reason that it feels like CeeDee Lamb will probably go down as the franchise's leader in 100-yard games.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
It's a lot to get to.
Yeah, he still has to get 21 more, and I realize the game has shifted, obviously, in terms of focusing on passing, but still.
I would be bamboozled if the Cowboys moved on from CeeDee Lamb. I think they love him that much. But when it comes to Pickens, this conversation is going to be more fascinating in the offseason. You know Jerry loves the fact that he's already got this built-in in level of questions about his contract and the franchise tag. But for the work that we got, I was kind of interested in. And we'll talk about it during the C Block today. You're going to need to listen to the C Block today for sure.
Okay, I will.
I was kind of interested in his answer on George Pickens' effort.
Yeah.
I found that to be very interesting.
Jack needs to get him the damn ball.
Yeah.
All right. Two more for the Cowboys, one positive, one negative. Let's start with the positive. Javonte Williams has rushed for at least 80 yards in 8 games this season. That's the second most such games in the NFL, behind only James Cook. He also scored his 12th total touchdown and got $250,000 for a bonus. He's got another $250,000 bonus waiting for him if he can get 215 more scrimmage yards.
Okay.
That seems very achievable.
Yeah,
and
especially since he doesn't like tiptoe through there like a flamingo. He actually puts his nose in there and gets, makes some contact.
Yeah.
I like it.
You know what? I don't know. I want to get your ruling on this so I can plan ahead. Can Javonte Williams count as one of my players that I'm hopeful for in the last 3 games? Because I really want to see how he finishes out the season to help make some determinations about him going forward.
I don't think this needs to be too convoluted for you, Kevin. I think that's an absolute great possible one that you could use.
I
there.
need all of you to stop sending in words.
You told them to.
I know.
You said, "Hey, start texting in words because Corey's interested." And
doing the words, you're always interested.
I love
in the show.
words. I really love the words. But I love Tolo interaction. It's their show more than it's ours.
Yeah.
So I want them to take part.
What gives
in
our
it.
show that razzle McDazzle?
They said, Corey, can you throw in a razzle McDazzle? Not Kevin. So
fair. That's right.
And that's going to cause a kerfuffle.
Oh, that is a great word. By the way,
that's it. Kevin said no more. So I'm sorry, guys. I can't read any more of your words.
Can we just have some sort of limit per segment, maybe? I don't know. Like we could figure this out. By the way,
word of the day is
Brandon Aubrey missed 2 field goals on Sunday. That equaled his total misses for the entire season going into the game. And the thing that was frustrating about that is those were both unforced misses. Like sometimes you'll see blocks, so you'll see pressures, and you have to alter the trajectory. I know that the Cowboys shot themselves in the foot both times and pushed the field goals back, but those are field goals that he normally makes, and you could see the look on his face. 3rd time in his career, he's missed 2 field goals in a game. Now, you are caught up with the rest of the NFC East. Coming up next.
How many picks can you get for Aubrey?
It's time for Baseball Nuggets, how the Rangers can repeat their pitching success in 2026. Plus, they've made a lot of moves. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday show. Mark Schlereth will join.
Breakfast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts. Keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The set by Evaldi. And again, the two-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He pulled the chain, threw him a curveball that was down and in. And he strikes out Henderson for a second time.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a reminder, on Friday, we will be at Taco Bueno in Flower Mound, 4500 Long Prairie Road for the KNC Christmas party. We would love to see you out there. And right now...
Dare you to show up.
Okay, that might work. It's time to fire up some baseball nuggets. Now, we've been waiting to talk about this for almost a week now. There's just been so many movings and shakings in baseball. But you were talking last week about the departure of Mike Maddox.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was reading some stuff that I thought, that's encouraging. So last year, the Rangers put together one of the best rotations, probably the best all-around pitching that they've had in the history of the franchise.
Yes.
And they sported an MLB best 3.41 ERA. So Skip Schumacher was talking about the departure of Mike Maddox because you've got Jordan Teagues, Dave Bush, Colby Suggs are all here in charge of, trying to recapture that magic. And one of the things Schumacher said is our players were really impacted in a positive way through Jordan. I thought Mike honestly was really good for Jordan. I think Mike was huge in his development. Luckily, we've got Jordan and Dave Bush. And so that's one of the things with like Jordan Teagues is it does really feel like, at least per Schumacher's perspective, he was able to be mentored by Mike Maddox.
Mm-hmm.
And we were all very disappointed when it was announced that Mike Maddox would be moving on down the road. But I like the idea that he was able to mentor one of the people who's going to be heading up the next iteration of this pitching coaching staff.
All right, Kevin, really, I just wanted to I wanted to look at something real quick.
Tell me.
The ERA, according to Baseball Reference, this year was a 3.47.
Oh, okay.
That feel pretty good?
Yeah.
The last time you were under a 3.47, 1983.
Ooh, and is that just starting pitching or is that the whole?
Whole thing.
Okay.
Damn it.
All right.
And so, yeah, a 3.31 in 1983. You've only had under 4 like 5 times.
You're way under 4 this go.
Yeah, you were fantastic this year as a total group there. And so as we were talking, like the starting pitching was even better.
Yep.
I'll go try and see if I can find a number on that in the history there. But yeah, dude, the game plan going in was always brilliantly built for you.
Yeah.
Hopefully you have somebody that has a very, from what I understand when it comes to Maddox, it's very simple. It's not a very complex game plan. It's just location matters so much, and your execution of each pitch and belief that each pitch matters is the biggest deal. So hopefully, some people get very complex in it, and I hope that we don't have a pitching coach that's coming in and trying to make it more complicated than it is.
Yeah.
Because then, as we saw this year, didn't the management was like, hey, we're sending hitters up there with too much to think about. I don't want pitchers up there. Hey, go be awesome at what you do. Throw this ball, throw it in a location they can't hit it.
You know what I'm a little nervous about, and maybe this is just the way that the game goes now, is they have like 3 essentially pitching coaches and 3 essential hitting coaches. And I'm like, all right, so yeah, we're all on the same page and everything, right? And
dude, there's nothing worse than having 3 bosses that tell you different things.
Yeah, hopefully we will not come to that. So Merrill Kelly, he departs for the Diamondbacks, 2 years, $40 million total. At that number, I'm fine with that, and I think a lot of people anticipated that those 2 entities might reunite.
He loves it there.
Yes, he does. In the meantime, the Rangers have been spending some money. So you went ahead and picked up Danny Jansen, who will be behind the plate along with Kyle Higashioka. That's kind of the idea for your starting pair or your split starting pair of catchers. That deal, 2 years, $14.5 million in guaranteed money with a chance to push it up another $1 million with incentives. And then the Rangers did add a little bit more depth as well. They picked up Jose Herrera, and that I think is kind of more of an insurance policy for their catching platoon. But just if you're curious, like who's going to be the third to fill that out, especially at spring training and in case you run into injuries or anything like that, sounds like Jose Herrera is going to be in that spot. So that is the first set of moves that the Rangers made to focus in on catcher.
You don't believe, though, that there's going to be any significant big moves, correct?
Yeah.
This is going to be a lot of, as you said last week, hope that the players we have play better.
And that's not my opinion. That's Chris Young, if you hear him.
Yeah, and then add some pieces to fill the roster spots that need to be filled and hope that they play up to expectation as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
And hope that your manager can guide them through good and bad times in a season to keep the goods as good as they can.
Yeah, and look, there are metrics that will definitely have people fired up about Jansen. Now, you can look at the .215 batting average, and that's going to drive people insane. But in a little bit less than 100 games, he also had a 2.8 WAR and a 721 OPS, which for this team at times last year, that feels like that would be a freaking revelation. So I'm willing to bet the Rangers feel pretty darn solid about their catching position, especially since they have a backup in there as well. Now, let's talk about the pitchers. So you can go ahead and add Anthony Veneziano. He was signed to a minor league deal, which sometimes is what you see. And then probably more importantly for major league consideration, Alexis Diaz and Tyler Alexander were both picked up as well as the Rangers look to start, I was going to say fill out their bullpen, but that is probably not accurate, start to reconstruct their bullpen. Fun note, Alexis Diaz is the brother of Edwin Diaz.
Okay, his rookie year, I think he finished fifth in Rookie of the Year voting.
Okay.
He had a 1.84 ERA that year.
Hell yeah.
Since then, it's gone up 3.07, 3.99, 8.15. And the 8.15 was in 18 games. He had a 3.99 in 60 and a 3.07 in 71 games. As a relief pitcher, if you can get him back on track, you have a guy that not too long ago was very good.
Right.
I would love to see him try and refine that form and be able to stick there for a minute.
And look, and these are kind of the more low money deals, bullpen wise, that I thought the Rangers were going to be dabbling in. Kind of think of them as like, Sean Armstrong, Jacob Webb last year, and sort of that maybe $2 million guaranteed sub. I think I saw Tyler Alexander's like $1.25 million guaranteed. So these are lower level deals, but this
If they work out, they could be nice little plays for you.
Absolutely. And plus,
these are like your mini bets or your mini plays.
Okay,
Kevin.
yeah.
You're just like, okay, hopefully it's not too much, but hopefully it could turn into something.
And I hate to say this, but like even if they don't work out, this is kind of what you have to work with, right?
Okay, so we haven't discussed this then for a year. For 2 years?
I don't think it's just for 1 year. I don't know that to be the case, but I don't think this is a 1 year scenario.
Chris Young is going to tell us, I want to get this team back to being competitive as fast as possible, and I know that's what he wants.
Yeah.
how you build a 5-year plan and how quickly that can be executed is kind of different sometimes whenever you did what you've already done and spent the money you already spent and you are in a place you're at.
Yeah.
But hopefully Schumacher can get this team rolling pretty quick.
I hope you're right as well. It's just if anybody is holding their breath for that even medium level closer deal, let alone like a big money closer deal, I just don't see it happening. I think you're going to see a whole lot of signings exactly like this to continue to fill out the bullpen. That is just
seems fair
theory. Yeah, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders didn't lose his wristband that had the plays on it. Cleveland says the card just fell out, and everything else fell apart too in a humiliating 31-3 loss to Chicago. The offense was disjointed. Sanders threw 3 interceptions. Sanders still looks like a quarterback with traits you can build on, but the consistent miscommunication and dysfunction around him showed just how hard it is to succeed inside the Browns operation. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
We're doing good, but probably not as well as you are. Are you in the midst of doing charity stuff?
We are. Our department has the 11 o'clock shift here at the Salvation Army Gift Center, where people drive in and pick up their Christmas gifts that the Salvation Army hands out. And when I showed up, I swear there was a mile worth of cars stacked up. So we're about ready to get to work. I usually try to get the shift that picks up the gifts in the house here or in the warehouse and then bring them out to the people that are loading them in the car, because I can't stand still, right?
Yeah. Well, what does it mean to you personally, being able to do stuff like this and then being around so many players or participating in team functions where...
Yeah, you know what? This kind of gets me in the Christmas spirit, because we're working, right?
Yeah.
And you know, it's almost like I always say, who decided to put Christmas in the middle of the NFL season, right?
Right.
So, but this kind of reminds you of Christmas is coming, although we will get a strong reminder since we're covering a game on Christmas Day. But, yeah, this kind of gets it going, and the people are really grateful to be able to pick up their stuff.
Jerry says this is the life we've chosen.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, this is Mickey. I'm kind of curious on what you've seen over the games that Revels played. Have you seen growth in that person?
Yeah, I think so. And I also see and get reminded that he's a rookie. I get reminded that he hadn't played a football game since the third week of last season at East Carolina. So it's been a while, but when you see the raw talent, when you see the size, and when you see his athletic ability that he showed when he was in college, you understand why the Cowboys took a chance on a guy coming off a torn ACL. So, yeah, I think that, you know, I would imagine he's got a target on him to earn a starting job next year for sure.
Is he do you feel like he's the future at that position? I mean, I know that Bland got the big contract, but does it feel like they've kind of put that note on him of like he's the future of what we want here?
Well, I think Bland's still part of the team, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's part of what's now, not just the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think from a cornerback position, I think he's a guy. And just think how much he can improve. Instead of spending the off season rehabbing, he'll spend the off season getting stronger, getting more knowledge, actually going to training camp instead of doing a 21-day ramp up.
Yeah,
right. Okay, big boy, go play. Right. So yeah. I expect big things from him, and I don't think that's too big of an expectation.
Is it the same general thought about Overshone as well? I know he's got a little bit more experience, but I mean in terms of having that full off season, not having to rehab and being able to hit camp ready to go and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, but at least he's played. He's played he played into December last year before he tore his ACL. And it takes a while. And, a lot of times, hey, look at Javonte Williams, what he's done 2 years removed from his ACL surgery. So, yeah, not everybody's body heals at the same time or at the same pace, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that he fits into that category, too, where you spend the off season getting stronger, getting in better condition, not just rehabbing an injury that ends up going step by step by step, and then you get over one hurdle, then you go to the next and the next. But, yeah, I think that that certainly will help him out also.
And, you mentioned Javonte Williams. I know it didn't help with the outcome, but fourth game this season where Javonte has averaged at least 6 yards per carry. And there was one particular carry. He broke it off for 21 yards, but the last 6 yards he got, he essentially almost drug 3 Vikings players with him. That level of physicality has been a tremendous asset to the Cowboys, I think.
Yeah, you know what stuck in my mind, though, as long as he holds on to the darn football.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair.
You got to make a business decision, right? And, you never want to have a guy pull back, right? But sometimes enough is enough, and you got to be careful. And that's happened to not only him, but obviously Jake Ferguson, too, trying to pick up another yard or two at the expense of possibly losing the football. But, yeah, I think he's been a wonderful find. They got more production for the buck that they thought the end of the season. And he goes, all I was doing is praying for a chance. Just give me a chance somewhere, somehow. And he goes, and I just was telling myself, you better be ready if that chance comes. And lo and behold, after they cut him, they bring him back. And he was the lone man standing this past week after the shoulder injury with Williams. Now, Williams did come back. And then Lipke, who I'm going to assume is going to be in concussion protocol for the rest of the week.
So we've seen Kenneth Murray and Logan Wilson out on the field, and we were kind of expecting something out of that rotation there. I'm kind of curious, as the rest of this season goes, is there anybody else that they might like to take a look at before this season's over there?
I don't know that anybody else is a true middle linebacker.
Yeah.
I think you got to give Wilson a better chance. Now, he ended up with, if I remember correctly, more snaps than Murray did.
Yeah, it was 28-20.
Interesting.
Was it even?
No,
I was thinking one guy got 29 and one got 22, something like that.
What I saw was Wilson had 28 and Murray had 20.
28. Okay, yeah, exactly. I thought you had said 20 and 20. But yeah, I think that let's see what he's got. Going forward. I think that's why, Jerry pointed out this morning, these last 3 games are important. And he's all about winning, not about worrying about, draft position or anything like that, or experimenting with other young guys. You just got to go out and try to win, because I think there is a carryover to that going into the next season, even if you're not going to get into the playoffs.
Okay, and I totally understand that. I guess I've always wondered, is there a kind of meet in the middle solution where you said not necessarily experimenting with young guys, but if it's players that you think will be part of your future, I don't necessarily feel like it's irresponsible to give them accelerated playing time.
Well, okay, so think about this. You only got 48 guys can dress, right?
Right.
You don't have a backup at every position. Now, they may list a backup, right? But, who are you going to sit? Or who's not playing that's already playing? Because if you look at the play-by-play book from this past game, the only guy that had a uniform on that didn't play was Joe Milton.
Oh.
Everybody else did something, even if it was just special teams, right?
Yeah.
So if you start playing maybe some of these guys that are backups and only get 10 snaps or 15 snaps, now you're going to give them 30 or 40. Well, who's going to do their backup job? Your starters?
Right.
Or are you going to just wear those guys out and, they're going to do both? So there's always a little trick there to how to manage snaps when you get in a position like this. And you can't tell guys to go out there and not try, right?
Sure, and I would never advocate that, for sure.
Or not be prepared to play.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I would probably fall in line more with you kind of run the backups or the younger players out there and just see what they can do.
Well, who out there you think's part of this future that's not getting an opportunity to already play? I know it's an unfair question unless you have a roster in front of you.
Yeah. And it's really interesting to kick it off with, and I know he's not a younger player, but I really would like to see, just to start, Logan Wilson gobble up pretty much all of those Kenneth Murray snaps. Or maybe not all of them, but I want to see like a very defined split of more like 38-10 or, something along those lines. So, but I know he is not younger, but that's the first person that jumps to mind. I've got another one that I think you might not love, but I don't hate the idea of trotting out Jaden Blue and seeing what he's got, and if that's somebody who you should even consider going forward. Just a couple off the top of my head.
Well, out of necessity, you may have to see him trot out there, right?
Right, that's true.
And I'm with you on Wilson. I think you need a better indication going forward if he's an answer there or if you have a bigger need at middle linebacker. And for things like that, I'm okay with. But I'm not okay with, I was just trying to think of a player off the top of my head who hasn't played much, like Trequez Bridges.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that out there.
No,
these other guys that are at cornerback now need to play.
Yeah.
Kalen Carson needs to play. Revel needs to play. Reddy Stewart needs to, and they're already playing too, by the way.
Do you have any interest, or can you give us any update? I just really feel like we haven't particularly talked about Shamar James or Maris Liufau for a while, and Shamar James was one of the early stories of the season in terms of like, man, he just got out there and did the things. Any thoughts on them seeing any more snaps?
I could see James maybe getting some more and figuring out exactly what he is. Is he big enough or have the potential to play in the middle, or is he just a probably strong side linebacker?
Right.
I could see that, but then are you sitting DeMarvion Overshow?
Yeah, that one is right? Tough. Yeah.
You want to see him play.
I do.
And he needs to, since he hadn't played that much. So, yeah, I'm okay with that. And let's see those guys, because they are playing special teams. And if you notice, special teams kind of played better in coverage last week, right?
Yeah. You're right.
I saw an interesting thing, by the way, on that. So they have like special teams walkthrough and special teams meetings all the time. Well, on the itinerary, they were all highlighted in yellow. There was 3 of them. And it was almost like, all right, here's where these meetings are. These special teams are important, right? And look what happened. You put an emphasis on it, and all of a sudden the coverage teams did a much, much better than they had previously. And even the return teams did a better job, as long as Kavontae Turpin catches the punt and doesn't let it roll to the 2-yard line.
Yeah, man, that was...
it turned into flipping the field position, and it turned into an easy, less than half the field touchdown, right?
Yeah, no, you are...
Eventually, anyway.
You're right.
Now, there was somebody in his way, and that was the shame of it, that the gunner didn't get held up, and the guy trying to hold up the gunner was all in his way, and I think he thought there was too much traffic to catch the ball. But nevertheless, you got to get up there and catch that and not let it roll that far.
I'm with you on that. I think we all agree on that. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you for doing good work out in the community. We will talk to you tomorrow.
I'm about ready to start hustling gifts out to the cars.
Stay warm, Mick.
There you go.
All right, see you guys.
Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. I like the way he said start hustling gifts. It makes it seem like it's like for $2.
Yeah.
You can get, I know that's not
he carries 2 out to the cars, then 1 over to his car. You know, I'm like, hold on, what's happening here?
I just want to make it clear. I know that it's not what is happening.
Could be.
Alec.
We don't know. We're not there.
Okay. Alec, I wanted to throw this out there to see how much you care. And Corey, see how much you care, because this has caused quite the stir over the hobby in the last 24 hours or so. The parent company of PSA Collectors is buying Beckett.
Ooh.
Now,
is that good or bad?
Well, it's interesting.
Will Beckett continue to have their own, is it BGS?
Yes. So they say.
Okay.
But remember when Mark Aguirre's jersey was announced that it was getting retired, right?
Yeah.
What did you say at the time? What was the reason for the timing of it?
Marketing. It was a ploy.
Yeah, and kind of
steer away from the whole Nico thing.
Exactly.
And bring light to nostalgia.
So, what has been an issue with PSA over the last couple of weeks? There have been all kinds of accusations that PSA themselves have been switching out cards and manipulating for their own auction purposes. Now,
like what happened with Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, except with less thievery and just more like kind of switcheroo,
Gotcha.
Kind of 3-card money sort of thing. Because people are like, hold on. My initial grade I saw when I looked at the serial number was a 10, and now I got back a 9, and then the database has gotten changed. Now, I realize to give fair attention to both sides, there are numerous people out there who are saying, why in the blue hell would a multi-million, potentially billion-dollar company be trying to pick up $15,000 here and there.
Right,
so
yeah.
I will say, from a logic standpoint,
they're trying to hustle presents from kids.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to throw that in there. But the other thing that people have an issue with is last year, Collectors picked up SGC, which is now kind of transitioned into more of a niche grading company. And that was probably PSA's biggest competition. And now they're picking up Beckett, and they say it's going to be independent. But Alec, it feels like, hey, look over here, not at this other thing that is going on. But also, what happens if our parent company just buys all our competition?
It's definitely a distraction because BGS hasn't been relevant for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
And
even though they have the coolest slabs.
They do. I think they have the nicest looking slabs, and that's why I've gotten all of my cards graded recently through them, specifically because I think it's the best presentation, and I like the subgrades and everything. I like that, but they haven't been relevant, so it's confusing just from a business standpoint of, okay, very relevant company picks up very irrelevant company.
Yeah.
Why? Well, the reason is because exactly what you said. It's, hey, look over here. I'm going to dangle this in front of you so you forget about all the other baggage that's right behind me. So it's disappointing, if we're being honest.
Yeah, and just, I don't know. Like, there's been a lot. And the idea that the gold standard of grading, there's already accusations that PSA does like counting control, I guess, or product control in terms of, yeah, that's a really nice Jordan rookie, but we already have too many 8, 9s, and 10s out there, so you get a 7. That has been an accusation for a long time, but you can never tell if that's on the level or just people who are mad that their card got a 7 instead of an 8. But there have been lots of accusations against PSA, and now if they start buying up all their competition, and if there's even a whiff of controversy, which there is, that they might be switching out cards, that would be disastrous.
Disastrous!
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, a high school football shout out, and why I can never hate Taylor Swift. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping...
$33.33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. Sandwich.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. To answer today's question of the day, I do want to give a high school football shout out because there's some insane numbers coming from a specific running back, and the reason why I can never truly hate Taylor Swift.
Oh.
We will get to all of that here in just a moment. Also, before we stop down on the question of the day, I do have to take a little bit of aim here at the Fan After Dark boys.
Oh, no.
Fred and Blake, because they were on Before Dark over the weekend on Saturday. And I tuned in, and I was listening, and I heard one Blake Elliott just absolutely destroy the city of Mansfield.
Oh.
Because of a football stadium out there that he was recently at. And Fred Davis stood up for me and the city, so I want to thank Fred for that because it's a lovely city. It's where I grew up. It's always special in my heart, and it's a beautiful city. And both of our football stadiums are great. I don't want to hear anything about it, Blake. At least you showed up to that.
Wow!
That's impressive.
Co-sign that part.
That's impressive. But Fred, thank you for standing up for me. And Blake, if you're going to joke about the height, it's 5'7" next time. 5'7". Remember that. I got the driver's license. I'll send you a picture, buddy. I got your number still.
Do they? I swear this is a real question.
He just buddied you.
Do they check your height at the DMV?
So a lot of them don't. I went to the one in Waxahachie when I turned 18 to get my official license, right? And the lady actually, they had almost like at the doctor's, the sliding scale thing where they took my weight and they put the little leveler down on top of my head and she was like, 5'7". I was like, oh, so I couldn't lie on it. Thanks.
Yeah.
I was going to put 5'8", even though that's not even remotely close. But she stopped me from doing that. And I was kind of impressed. I was like, I feel like every DMV should do this.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of people. I know tons of people that lie. They'll add an extra inch on their
Colby.
height. Yep. Just to try to help the ego a little bit. Not me. I'm an honest man. But
love you, Colby.
We go to the National Day calendar, gentlemen.
Tell me.
We got some good ones. It's Day of Reconciliation. So if you need to reconcile with somebody or something, go for it.
Do you guys need to reconcile with anybody? I'm trying to think.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I think I'm good where I'm at.
I reconciled with somebody at Sandlot's charity.
That's nice.
Swinging for a cause.
I knew that.
Got that reconciled, taken care of now.
Lovely.
Told them what I wanted to say, and then worked things out.
That's nice.
I like it.
In the spirit of charity. Look at that. It is also National Chocolate Covered Anything Day.
Oh.
Which that was going to be the question of the day.
Anything?
Yeah, National Chocolate Covered Anything Day.
Anything.
What would you cover in chocolate?
Peanuts.
That's a great answer.
Chocolate covered peanuts are delicious.
That is not the question of the day, though, Majors. What were you really thinking? Text me that. But it is National Stupid Toy Day.
Oh, yes.
Stupid Toy Day. So I'm gonna let you choose your own path here. 877-881-1053. Either the stupidest toy that you owned as a kid, or for the parents out there, what's the stupidest toy that you've bought for your child? 877-881-1053. And I'm going to bat lead off here because there's a item that I fell for as part of the As Seen on TV wave of the late 2000s, early 2010s, the fushigi. That is the dumbest invention in human history.
Is that the electronic pet?
No.
What is? I don't know if I know that.
It is literally just a steel sphere that they coated in a see-through plastic, and the dude on the commercial was just a wizard at manipulating his joints and stuff to make it look like the ball defies gravity or something. And I wanted that thing so bad that I kept on. Anytime when I wrote a letter to Santa, Fushigi, nothing else. I don't want anything else. Tolo Stetson, from the nosebleed seats days when I produced. This is one of the dumbest inventions ever, and I fell for it. I received it for Christmas from Santa Claus when I was, maybe like 9 or 10 years old, and I realized it is just a metal ball that I made Santa go and cough up $40 for or whatever. It is the dumbest invention in history, and it worked, and I hate that I fell for it.
Man. As soon as I looked it up, I definitely remember that guy in that commercial.
So stupid. He
can manipulate gravity and everything like that.
It's like a magic ball. No, it's not. It's just a ball.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a good answer. A lot of people saying the electronic pets. Tamagotchi. I never did one of those.
But if you could keep it alive, you prove that you could raise a child.
Okay. All right. The one I always thought about was the Furby, because I thought it was eventually going to kill us all, because you would see the Furby, and if you had another Furby, they would walk up to each other and be like, blip, 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 blah, 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 ha, ha, ha. And I was like, they're plotting to destroy us, and I don't understand their language.
Adrian's dad had one, and it was in their hallway.
Really?
Yeah, he's a toy collector. And really awesome toys. And that just, because it was hot at the time.
Yeah.
So it was in their hallway, and it would talk if people walked by it. Because it had one of those sensors on it.
Yeah.
It would randomly start talking. Adrian and I would be in her room watching TV with the door open, of course. Mm-hmm. And out of nowhere, this thing would just start going, and we would be like, what is happening right now?
Yeah.
And I'm like Kevin, I thought it was going to murder us in her sleep. Because I couldn't sleep there. It was her parents' house. We were in high school together.
That's good. The one I think was really stupid, and I might be dating myself too much here, is the chattering teeth.
Oh,
you do the wind up and
Yep.
And then what?
Yeah. Anytime I went to Party City, I would wind up all of them that I could find and just walk away.
Now, on the flip side, could I watch that flipping dog until the end of time where it goes, rup, rup, and then it does a backflip? I thought that thing was awesome, but the chattering teeth I thought were stupid.
I like this from the 858. The Razor scooter is the dumbest toy ever. All the pros made me think I could do a tailspin. Instead, my shins still hate me.
See?
Yeah, you could cut your shins open.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of, or that's the effectiveness of advertising, right? Is you don't see some person stumbling and bumbling and be like, this is going to be you on Christmas Day.
Yeah, every single time. That thing would spin around and just try and cut me in half.
Yes.
Oh, that's aggressive. That was me with the ripstick, if y'all know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
The little two-wheeled, two separate platforms.
Yes,
and everybody, they would just walk up to it, step on, and they just start gliding.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that looks easy. I finally get my hands on one and immediately bust my head open. Like, what is going on here? They make it look so easy.
I've never understood the rubber chicken. I just don't get the allure of the whoopee cushion. Brilliant.
Okay.
The rubber chicken.
Okay.
It makes a noise. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's irritating. But did you ever see Pop the Pig?
No.
Yes.
I'm going to go look this up now.
It's a game where it's some chef pig, all right, and he's got a balloon in his stomach, and you just keep putting food in it or whatever
that looks kind of fun.
until it pops. That's it. That's it.
It looks kind of fun.
Point to the game.
I don't understand it. I never did.
Oh, man, they got videos of this.
There was also one that it was like there's poop involved or something, too.
What?
Yeah. Oh, what about the cymbal clanging monkey?
Yes.
I have respect for that now because I watched the horror movie Monkey, and he goes around and kills people. I actually thought it was good.
All right.
And so I have respect for that. Somebody brought up that they had a Furby with no batteries and it still talked. Nope.
Yeah.
Get that thing the hell out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you throw it out and it comes back in.
Yeah, then you need to move.
See, that's terrifying. Like the other day when I was doing yard work, I took the battery off the leaf blower and I accidentally pulled the trigger, and for like a half second, it pushed out air. And I was like, this is not normal. And I was like, I'm going back inside. I don't trust this.
Somebody said stretch Armstrong because it breaks. I had a friend who had a stretch Armstrong who like cut it open because he wanted to see what was inside of it. Very strange.
What about the singing bass? It had 2 songs.
Oh, yeah.
Break out the papers and the trash. That one, and then Don't Worry, Be Happy. And that was pretty much it. And it was awesome, and everybody wanted one.
Did it say take out the papers and the trash or take out the papers and the bass? Because, like, did it incorporate fish things into the songs?
I don't know.
Because then I'm in. Yeah, fish things. Oh, man, this is a good answer.
It came back to the hook always.
Yeah, exactly. Huh. See, he gets it from the 972 Pogs. Pogs were dumb.
It was a dumb game. But basically,
shut up, Alec. Not that kind of pog.
I didn't say anything.
You took a thumper or whatever, and you threw it down and tried to whatever you knocked over. You got to collect out of the cylindrical stack.
Yeah,
you got to keep those. And
thumper could work for both.
The taller the stack, the better it was.
Yeah,
and you were trying to take those from your friend. And what ended up happening? You lose your favorite one. You lose your favorite one every time.
Yeah. And I thought they did a good job marketing that. They're like, get all these awesome Pogs. And then the next week it'd be like, you're a loser if you don't have these. And I'm like, oh, man, I bought all these other ones. And yeah.
Well, this blew up the text line. I appreciate that. 877-881-1053 for National Stupid Toy Day, the most stupid toy that you've ever owned or bought.
Crossfire! How stupid was that game? Made you think that you were going to launch your friend into space once you took him out, and all it was that marble would just shoot off the thing every time. You'd be like, "Oh, this is dumb."
Do you remember that?
Real quick before I talk about Taylor Swift of all things, I do want to shout out Sherrod Baker, the running back for DeSoto, in 5 playoff games. This stat line is incredible. Keep in mind, just playoff games: 135 carries for 1,503 yards, 19 touchdowns. On average, that's 27 carries for 300 yards per game and 3.8 touchdowns
Holy
per game.
moly. 3.8 touchdowns per game.
He's having an absolute postseason. And the most recent win over South Lake Carroll, 38 carries, 366 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Man,
so Sherrod Baker putting up one of the most impressive postseason runs I've ever seen.
Good.
And then the reason I can never hate Taylor Swift.
That's what people say.
I know that you're annoyed of seeing her and hearing her on national football telecasts.
Nah, I like her.
I don't care. I never did. But over the past 2 years, as her Eras Tour has now completed, Taylor Swift gave out $197 million in bonuses to everyone that worked on her tour.
$100,000 to all the truck drivers for moving their stuff around as bonuses. That's including their salary.
Yeah.
All our backup dancers.
Or even if it wasn't including their salary.
The production crew, the grips, whatever it was.
Wow.
They all got cash.
Instrument techs, merch teams, lighting, sound, production, staff, carpenters for the stage design, dancers, bands, security, choreographers, pyrotechnics, hair and makeup, wardrobe, physical therapists that have to help all of the people on stage.
Dude, and she handwrote letters to every single one of the people she gave bonuses to.
That's nice.
And then on top of it, Kevin, put the little wax with the little wax stamp on it.
Cool.
That makes it official.
Hey, if you're ever thinking about what would be a Christmas present that Kevin would enjoy, write me a letter that has your official seal on it. Because I just think that is the most boss thing in the world.
It really is.
Wow, that is insane. Good for her.
Yeah, the second episode of this documentary from the Eras Tour, Lucy and I were watching it yesterday, and I was like, dude, she just seems so genuinely nice.
Yeah.
And I don't understand, but,
What do you mean you don't understand why she's nice?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the point? It doesn't get you anywhere.
What's your deal?
I mean, isn't that what you take from that? It feels like it's gotten her really far.
Yeah, but being mean can get you far too. So
that is fair. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I feel like you just broke down the whole conundrum of Star Wars, right? Coming up next.
I am your daddy.
It's not what he says.
Oh, really?
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this standout wideout still underappreciated? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday show. Mark Schlereth will join us at 4.
podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
From the 17, here's Goff in prime real estate going deep. End zone and caught. Touchdown, Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions strike first.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, I want to start with this. I know he's an excellent player, but do you ever feel like Amon-Ra St. Brown is underappreciated? He just had his 4th straight season with 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
He has 93 catches this year. He's the first player in NFL history with at least 90 catches in each of his first 5 career seasons. And he's been first team All-Pro the past 2 seasons. But it feels like his name is not always or frequently included in the conversations with your Jeffersons and Chases and whatnot.
Yeah, Choppy called him a possession receiver, and he does have lots of targets, lots of catches. There's a lot of stuff that he does underneath that turns into big plays. He gets a lot of looks. I mean, like a ton of looks, which is great for fantasy. I think a lot of fantasy owners kind of wanted to keep it under wraps.
Yeah.
I've benefited fantastically from him this year, though.
So you understand the question.
I do. And interestingly, Kevin, I think it was a couple years ago, Reggie and Mike said that he wasn't in that category.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, y'all need to take another look at him. And quite honestly, he had not made it there yet. Because it was like, I think when they said that, he was like 2 years in.
Yeah,
and he was
and
just kind of
he's-
stepping
yeah.
into the role. Now, like, oh no, this is consistency. Over and over, he's a reliable target. Don't even think about leaving out how he does blocking.
Right.
He is such an effective blocker that they do things with him, moving him closer to the line. That's how he got hurt in the game against on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
'Cause he was blocking downfield and got rolled up on from behind. So I do think he is underappreciated. His toughness, I mean, you saw what he did. Who said that he was out there doing kicks like a rocket?
Yeah, he was on a game that he was like, well, I don't know. He didn't practice all week. He's fine.
Yeah, no, he's, I loved, when I watched receiver, he was one of the guys that I really enjoyed watching because his backstory with his family. So, yeah, dude's tough. He's he grabs the ball, and he can absolutely burn, too.
All right, let's talk about, well, I guess the opposite of burn, because it was freezing last night. Go ahead and give me cut number 6, if you will, and we'll talk some Monday Night Football.
Rodgers may be seeing a blitz. Here they come. They rush 5. There's the snap. Line drive down the middle. Backpedaling catch made at the 15. Metcalf breaks a tackle at the 10. The 5. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Metcalf throwing bodies aside like the ragdolls to break tackles and get a 28-yard touchdown reception from Aaron Rodgers on 3rd and 12.
Now, the Steelers win 28-15. The Dolphins pretended like they wanted to make this game interesting in the 4th quarter. But here's a variety of things for you coming out of that game. The Dolphins have now lost 13 straight games, including in the playoffs, when the temperature at kickoff is below 40. So I'm not in it. The temperature kickoff there was in the teens. I'm not even saying it needs to be 25 degrees. Below 40.
Yeah.
They've lost 13 in a row.
Yeah, because, Kevin, it's warm in Miami.
That is true.
And
it's never been disputed.
You can't really simulate. I love it. It's one of my favorites. If you don't know what that's from, Alec, The Sopranos. So this moment when Paulie says, "Hell's hot." That's never been disputed. And he points with his pinky, the way that he always points. So it's very difficult to simulate that. And that lifestyle, you go up there, you start dreading it mentally.
Right.
I think there was one year McDaniels was like, "Hey, I'm I'm going to turn the AC on in this thing and try and freeze us out during practices and stuff like that. Didn't work. It is a difficult climate to go play in when you're not used to it at all.
So I want to stick with the Dolphins for just 1 second. Do you think the Dolphins go under the radar in terms of being a trash franchise? This is a team and a franchise that hasn't won a playoff game in 25 years. Do you realize that? A playoff game in 25 years. How do they always seem to skirt the Jets, Dolphins, or the Jets, Browns, whatever? Even the Cowboys sometimes get thrown in that category. It's amazing to me that the Dolphins don't get thrown in that category.
Since 2005, they've had 4 double-digit winning seasons.
Oof.
You have 17 games now.
Double oof.
And they can't get to... They were 11-6 McDaniel's second year, and they've fallen off since then. They really have not had a great quarterback since Marino, and that's on them.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, dude. They have not put themselves in a good position consistently, and we don't talk. Why do we not talk about it? Is it because it's Miami?
I don't know.
Or because everybody's so enamored with Buffalo and New England that you just kind of forget about them altogether, and you're like, they exist also.
That could be. Now, on the flip side, Steelers have put themselves in a great position. This is their 23rd straight home win on Monday Night Football. They have not lost a home Monday Night Football game since 1991.
Wow.
And think about this. Now, the Steelers, they can lose their next 2 games. And if they win against the Ravens, they're the division champs.
If the Ravens
last week.
If the Ravens win out, they win the division, which you've been predicting all year. Which one do you want to happen now?
I definitely want to see the Ravens in the playoffs more than I want to see the Steelers.
Because you hate Aaron Rodgers?
I don't hate Aaron Rodgers. I'm not a huge fan.
Mike Tomlin?
I like Mike Tomlin, but I
you
love
don't like Jalen Warren?
Lamar Jackson.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
You're just fighting against that, aren't you?
Had to know that was going to
Yeah, you're really fighting against it still. It's interesting.
All right, 2 different teams, 2 different directions. Joe Burrow is going to start the final 3 games for the Bengals. Their coach said, we want to win these games. And on the flip side, the Commanders have decided to shut down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games, and they're going to turn it over to Marcus Mariota. Obviously, that will impact the Cowboys, who they play on Christmas Day.
All right, Christmas Day game. Let's go.
Man, that game feels like that has lost so much steam.
Thanksgiving had a lot of hype going into it. Obviously, it was the Chiefs, too.
And it's more established, I feel like, as part of people's holiday traditions.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated because I lose track that the game happens.
Yeah.
A lot of times whenever Christmas Day is rolling around. Now, it's a big deal. No, but hold on. That's a quick turnaround game, too.
Yes, it is.
Nobody's making that big of a deal about this one, though.
By the way, that's a noon game, too.
Yeah.
So that is
Nobody's making that big of a deal about this.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
You're right. All right. History being made with the elimination of the Kansas City Chiefs prior to the playoffs. This will be the first postseason since 1998 that doesn't have Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, or Patrick Mahomes in it. 27 years.
Wow.
Since one of those 3 quarterbacks was in the playoffs.
I mean, it kind of shows the dominance of a quarterback. When a quarterback is that dominant,
for sure,
how, what they can accomplish over that amount of time. They keep other people down.
And this might be a question for another day, but I wonder how many people out there think that you're moving into like the Knicks and May era.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
But last year we thought we were moving into the Jaden Daniels era.
That is a fair-ass point. And before that, C.J. Stroud.
The Jackson Dart era is on its way. There's a lot of players that are... I know Jackson Dart has to go out and his team has to be successful.
Right.
But if that's another iteration of young quarterback that you can get excited about. And was it Fox? I think it was Fox. They had the waiting list intro for the now that It looks like Patrick Mahomes is done. Here's the list of all these guys that have been waiting for their opportunity.
Yeah.
And it just keeps growing, and it's quite fascinating.
That is
number 15.
Yeah, that is fascinating. I agree with that. By the way, Noah Brown did get put on injured reserve for the Commanders. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our Stars and Mavericks Super segment. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and... by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, let's get some Mavs and Stars super segment going down. 877-881-1053 if you want to give us any of your feedback. Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Would you like to start with the Stars or the Mavericks?
Let's start with the Mavericks, Kevin. Even though they lost, a significant undertaking is happening at the moment.
Give me cut number 3, please, Alec, and we will start with the Mavericks.
Again, the next basket for Coop will get him a career high. And he's got it! 36 for Cooper Flagg and counting. Still 4:10 left to play in the game.
Now, you're right. This was a disappointing result. I guess I should say it was a disappointing result depending on which direction you want the Mavericks to go. Now, there was a report that came out from The Athletic that said the Mavericks have signaled a desire to be competitive the rest of the season, even though their first-round pick this in the next draft is the last one they own of their own first-round picks and have outright control of until 2031. They're like, no, yeah, we want to be competitive. So if you want to be competitive, this was a negative. If you would like to see them lose and still get better to get ready for a loaded 2026 class, then this was good.
Yeah, it's a weird place to be, considering just a couple of years ago you were in the finals. And you were like, all right, we are well on our way to being here consistently for a long time. And then because now you have a new, younger player, you're like, let's now kill that idea, at least for a year or two, and tank and try to be better. It's a weird place to be in for a fan base that kind of deserves some better treatment at the moment. And the better treatment, I feel like, is try to win right now. That's the better treatment because you don't want to waste another season where you look bad to your fan base. And most of your fan base isn't going to care about the draft picks at all.
And I think that's where I was last night, because when they coughed away the lead,
you were upset, weren't you?
Yes,
yeah.
I was upset. And then when they didn't win in overtime and freaking Lauri Markkanen looked like peak Wilt Chamberlain in overtime, I was pissed. And I wasn't just like, hey, this will be good for a draft pick. Here we go. Here we come, Peterson. Or here we come, DeBonsa or Boozer. Like that thought didn't really go through my mind, even though big picture, that does make a lot of sense.
An anonymous NBA executive said that they don't think Boozer is the kind that can lead a franchise as the number one guy to a championship.
Which is fine, because we already have our number one guy. He can be the number 2 guy.
You just want all the Duke players. That's what you're trying to do.
Look, I think I've been very clear. I do like Cameron Boozer a lot, but if you look early on, or if you look at the makeup of both of these players, I think the other 2, I would freak out if you picked up one of them.
Yeah, but for the rest of this season, I do want to see a competitive team. I think what we saw last night, though, Kevin, was you have the makings of a superstar.
Yeah.
And he's very early in his life, not his career, very early in his life, starting to step into records that people would be like, oh, wow. And that's scoring-wise. And, Kevin, I don't think a lot of people thought scoring-wise he was going to produce like this. It was like, hey, it's going to take some time for the polish. It did. It took about two months. And he was like, all right, guys, I'm ready to go ahead and be part of this thing now. And, he looks polished. There were plays last night where, like, that's a pro play. That's a veteran play that he just made there. And then he's also giving you the right effort on the defensive side, too. So
yes.
I'm very pleased with what Cooper Flagg has brought to this organization.
Now let's focus in on a few things that Cooper Flagg was able to do yesterday. Although he and PJ Washington, I think it was, both had good looks at the basket that they moved to in overtime that just didn't go down. That might have kind of like stemmed the tide from Utah. But Cooper Flagg, clearly unbelievable last night. He had 14 points in the first quarter on 5 of 7 shooting. He did not miss a shot in the second quarter. But to put that in perspective, in the first half, since play-by-play tracking in 96-97, Cooper Flagg had 24-plus points, 4-plus rebounds, and 4-plus assists in a half. Only 5 Mavericks players have ever done that. Michael Finley did it once, Anthony Davis once, Dirk 3 times, Kyrie 4 times, and then you probably could have guessed this one. Luka did it 33 times. So this is a huge step in the right direction for Cooper Flagg. He became the 4th teenager in NBA history to record a 40-5 game, joining Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James. That's a pretty insane list to be on. And Flagg is the first to do it at the age of 18. Cooper Flagg, who turns 19 on Sunday. Think about that. He haven't even turned 19 yet. He became the youngest player in NBA history to score 40 points in a game, and then he tied Mark Aguirre's Mavericks rookie record of 42 points. I really thought he had that opportunity to break the record. It just did not go the Mavericks' way whatsoever in overtime, in part because of marketing.
Yeah,
Oh, can I tell you one more thing?
Go ahead.
All of this while he also rolled his ankle in the game. So he had his ankle packed with ice after the game, his left ankle. And he goes, I just rolled it a little bit. I was hurting, but I wanted to stay in the game no matter what. I'm not coming off the court or anything like that. That is what you want to hear. Oh, did it hurt? Yeah. I'm not coming off the court or anything. We have a chance to win.
Wow, that's a shot at Luka, huh?
That was not a shot at anybody.
What'd you hear there, Alec, when he said, this guy won't come off the court?
Pew, pew.
Yep.
That was not meant as a shot at anybody.
Because you always said that Luka would typically just be like, oh, I got a hangnail, and then he'd be out for a month.
That is inaccurate. You're thinking about my description of you, Darvish. But I just love that he's like, well, I'm not going to leave the game.
Uh-huh.
Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, no, that's he's fits everything so far.
Yep.
Last night, seeing him finish with that left, and then he held his left hand out. And then, was it McCaslin that was like, hey, by the way, Kid, I did talk to him about that, and Kid said that his left is his more dominant, but he's ambidextrous at this point, but teams are starting to pick up on the fact that he goes left, so he's going to have to switch it up just a little bit, which he can. And I think, Kevin, the great thing is the guys around him, he's earning their respect on a nightly basis.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, I get it now. I think Anthony Davis knew. Kyrie knew because they played against him.
They did both seem like early adopters of this.
They knew what was going on, but the fact that he's earning not only the fans' respect also is really nice. I really like Najee Marshall. There's something I love about his game. There's this fluidity that I really enjoy where I'm like, he's going to pass it, and then he finishes, and I'm like, oh, wow.
He's got tough and hustle in him too,
and that's the thing that I hope this team can like say this is their calling card, is that they are tough and hustle, and they're gonna fight you for points, and they're gonna fight you for rebounds, and that never stops.
I see people texting that in. Not a shot at Luka. That is not what I meant
LeBron
whatsoever.
Was it a shot at LeBron?
No. I think once you get to be that age, I understand.
Shot at Dirk?
Like, no, what? Yeah. Never. And just for Cooper, we've said this many times. You just wait if that three-point shot comes around, and it did his freshman year. In the NCAA tournament at Duke, he shot 50% from three. Now, that's probably not reasonable because eventually then he would be the unquestioned best player in the NBA. But if he develops a competent three-point shot, it's sky's the limit for a kid who, again, turns 19 on Sunday. So
this Bobby said this morning it's boring.
I don't view it that way.
Agree. I don't know how many. He's going to have highlight dunks, but I don't know how many, because he does like to dunk. Like
yes.
it's fun. That's fun too.
Yes.
But he doesn't have these highlight passes that Luka had, or these highlight threes that you're like, oh my gosh. But it's very exactly what I want. It's effective.
And I love Bobby. Luka was his guy. So, like, I think it's going to be really hard to win him over. Not that it has to be Cooper against Luka.
It's championship or nothing.
Yeah, which I understand, but I think Cooper's athleticism will lead to far more like unbelievable dunks and stuff, like you said, and I think you'll see more defensive highlights. But you're right. Nobody on the planet is as flashy of a passer as
absolutely not
Luka, except for like that
Magic Johnson.
Well, I mean,
Jason Williams.
I'll take Luka over Jason Williams because, like, you're like, that ball went into the second row.
Still,
like,
it
looked cool.
It was flashy as hell.
But there's like one time a game where Jokic does a pass that you're like, oh, okay, that's as good. And it's just whenever he decides to do it, he's like, check this out. And so that's pretty remarkable.
But for the most part, he's really good at bounce passes.
Yeah.
Over the chest pass. He's good at all the basic stuff.
I get it.
He's very Tim Duncan in that.
100%. If you watch Jokic play, like last night wasn't quite it, but like there can be games where you're watching him, he's like, man, he's good. And they're like, all right, and that's 27, 10, and 10 for him. And you're like, wait, what?
How did that happen?
Yeah, so I could see that. But that was not the only Metroplex team to get the win last night. Give me cut number one, will you please? Because those Dallas Stars got back on the right track too.
Up high, one-timer, score! Beck was in front and got the redirection. The Stars take the lead, 13:48 to play.
Yeah, somebody asked, by the way, what's a competent three-point shot? 35% would probably be the floor. You would love to see, if you can get in that 38% or higher range, you've got something to work with. Now, the Stars, Corey, I have to admit, I had a couple doubts going into the third period.
Why?
Because
you don't believe in this team, huh?
No, I do believe in this team, but it felt like maybe this was going to be like an extension of the funk by one game.
I felt that way early too.
Which in December, not the end of the world. You've been the unquestioned, at least second best team in hockey. But you went into the third period, you only had 14 shots on goal. And the reason why, though that doesn't always dictate the flow of who's like truly winning the game outside of just the goals, but they have struggled with this. But then the third period, they turned it on. This was the first time in 4 games that the Stars had 20-plus shots on goal. That's not good long term, but you did get it going. And by the way, the Kings in the third period, when you thought, especially when they fell behind, would pick up the pace, they had 4 shots on goal in the third period, and that's it.
Were they trying to protect their netminder there a little bit since they lost him? Kemper.
But they were also losing.
Yeah. Matt Duchene scored in the second period. That was the first even-strength goal in 192 minutes and 13 seconds of game action.
You know what's really weird about that?
That's like 74 games.
It's closer to 3 plus, but you know what's weird about that is not only had they scored a power play goal, they had scored a shorthanded goal. So, like, they had scored when they had fewer people out on the ice, but yeah, 5-on-5 goals, and let's be honest, like 5-on-5 goals are so huge come postseason time.
Yes.
I want our special teams to be rocking too.
You're not getting the same
tighter whistle
that you would typically during the regular season. But defeating people 5-on-5 and being able to execute on power plays hugely important. And I think that's going to be something there that we're looking forward to too. It was nice to see Duchene get one.
Yeah,
nice to see him, get that comfortability back. Mikko Rantanen, setting him up for that too. And this thing as it gets healthy again. Beware. Those Avalanche are running hot right now, but they might melt later.
Oh,
see,
I like that. By the way, an astute observation, I feel really dumb now. Don't you mean moving over to the only winners? That's a good point. I don't know why in my head I had registered this as a Mavericks victory, and that was most certainly not the case. And so you get the Stars, they get the win, and a lot of positive signs. Well, once again, Casey DeSmith, unfreaking real. I'm running out of superlatives to talk about how exquisite he has been to kick off this season.
Ready to trade him?
No.
Why? His value's very high right now, isn't it?
I cannot move away from having a top-notch backup goalie. He's been top notch.
Yeah, Otter can be a good backup.
Good night. Listen to you. But
maybe DeBoer was right all along. I'm just joking.
That's going to be hard to shake.
I'm just joking.
So DeSmith
got two really good netminders.
He was fantastic. You finally got back on the board at even strength, and then you really turned up the heat and dominated the third period by pretty much every metric. And you were able to grab this win. And the Kings are not a bad team at all. They're not great, but they are not a bad team, and they've been particularly good on the road this year. So this was, I thought this was a really good win for the Stars, because going into the third period, I have to admit, I was concerned, especially with the trade that Minnesota made, if they're going to start to move up in the world. But it does feel like it's the haves and have-nots once again in that division, and it's going to be Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota all season jockeying to determine who's going to get to play a wild card team and who's going to have to play each other. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway. We got a Motley Crue ticket giveaway, plus NFL Overreaction to Reality, and the Tuesday Tailgate. All of it coming at you next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where apparently everyone in the building has opened up their dictionaries and their thesauruses, thesauri, to be included in Corey's vocabulary game. So we're making people smarter and dumber simultaneously.
You think it's dumb that New Balance waited until just now to post the Cooper Flagg Makes History post?
Yes.
New Balance should have been on this already.
Yeah. If I knew it last night.
They should have known it.
Yeah.
That's your guy.
Nobody in the entire department's like, hey, Cooper Flagg's having a record day. We should probably jump in on this.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Like to start with the Cowboys? We will start with this. You think it is absurd that the Dallas Cowboys are favored to beat the Chargers?
By how much?
1.5, but still.
No, that's not absurd.
Absurd.
That's not absurd. It's
absurd.
The Cowboys, have a mission. The Chargers aren't dominant.
They're 10-4.
When have they dominated this year?
I mean, they've won 6 of their last 7.
Okay, that's cool. Let's go look at their scores this year, Kevin.
No, it matters if you win.
They beat the Eagles. They beat the Eagles by 3. 22-19. They beat the Chiefs by 3.
They beat the Chiefs twice.
They lost to the Jaguars.
They beat the Broncos.
They beat the Steelers. That was an impressive win, 25-10. But they don't, like the Vikings win, 37-10, impressive. But they don't strike me as a team that I'm like, hey, they're going out and they're going to put 60 up on you and good luck.
They have won 6 of 7. The Cowboys have lost 2
straight. They play tough
straight.
football games. They play tough, close football games. And I think Vegas is saying Cowboys at home, they're going to put up points no matter what. Maybe 26 points, maybe 24 points for the Chargers. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what they're feeling.
Alec, overreaction reality. You think
or is that them trying to get people to bet on the Cowboys?
Maybe. I hope it works for them.
All right.
Alec, overreaction to reality. You think it is absurd that the Cowboys are favored over the Chargers?
That's an overreaction. I don't think it's absurd. I think it's interesting, but it kind of makes sense. High-powered offense playing at home. And the reason that the spread is so close,
you just played at home and lost.
I know, but you just
garbage team.
You follow the history there, and you say they've got to be better, right? That's got to be Vegas's mentality at this point. Is they can't be that bad in consecutive weeks at home, can they? And the Chargers don't give up a lot of yards, so the spread isn't super far apart. They're second, I think, tied for second in the league for just total defense. The Chargers are. So they'll give up a few touchdowns here and there, but they don't give up a lot between the end zones. So it makes sense to me. I mean, I would pick the Chargers in this situation, but it makes sense.
NFL overreaction or reality. Liam Cohen has unlocked the awesome potential of Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. Now, you want dominance. Let's go to the Jags. They have averaged 33 points per game coming out of the bye, and in 4 of their last 5 games, Trevor Lawrence didn't even have to play in the fourth quarter. And we just talked about he just had a 6-touchdown game.
Yeah, he's an impressive guy now, Kevin. Hope Mike didn't sell all those Trevor Lawrence cards.
Ooh, that's a good. I actually don't know the answer to that. Overreaction or reality, Liam Cohen has unlocked the awesome potential of Trevor Lawrence and the Jags.
Yes, he absolutely has. I want to see it advance in the playoffs.
Sure.
I think they've built a pretty good defense too. That's been another calling card for them, was making sure they had a good defense. But that offense has been much more efficient, more effective. Nice job, Liam Cohen.
Alec, what say you?
It's a total reality, and it's beautiful to see. I kind of like what Corey mentioned yesterday when talking about the Jaguars is the idea of the younger coach or just the coach that has the fresh ideas and is maybe one step ahead in certain areas. It definitely feels like Liam Cohen is one step ahead because he took 2 former number 1 overall picks and made them very, very relevant again. I know it's a shorter sample size with Trevor Lawrence, but his previous stop, Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay, he really catered an offense to a guy that said, he's really talented, but he also is human. He has his restrictions. He has his things that he's not very good at.
Right.
So I'm going to work around them. It's amazing what happens when you cater the offense to a talented player, and that at its simplest form, it works. It really does. But everything else around him, ETN is having a career revival this season, and he's a relevant running back. He's kind of restarting the running back renaissance that started last year. So I think he's doing a lot of things right.
Now, we'll give you some information for leading into this next question. Shane Steichen has said that they didn't bring Phillip Rivers out of retirement to sit on the bench. Overreaction or reality? You don't care about watching Phillip Rivers play NFL football anymore now. You got the one game fixed, and you're like, I'm good.
Yeah. Reality.
I think that's where I'm too.
But it's smart of them. It gives people an interest level. So there's going to be some people that are still intrigued by it. And kind of like when Jeff Saturday was coaching the team, they were like, what the hell is happening here?
Yeah.
They need a quarterback, right?
They do. They're trying to make the playoffs.
Well, they're not going to. I'm sorry about that. I told you a long time ago that wasn't going to happen. But they need a quarterback. Anthony Richardson's not the dude.
Right.
I'm curious if Shane Steichen is going to be around. It feels like he did enough early, but now, hold on, hey, what's the real result here? But I think that if they're in a good position for a draft pick or the next quarterback, they might want to look into that a little deeper, especially if they think Anthony Richardson isn't worth it anymore.
Which kind of feels like the case. Alec, what say you?
Overreaction. Kevin, I'm a sicko.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'm a football sicko. I am unwell.
Wow.
I love this. I love everything about it. I'm going to watch any game that I possibly can where he is starting at quarterback at 57 years old. I need that more than I need air. Any kind of chemicals in my body, they don't matter anymore. I want to watch this experience because it's stupid and it makes no sense, but dang it, it's beautiful.
Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys made the right decision trading Micah Parsons.
Ooh, I think reality.
I do too.
And here's why. And you needed more assets.
Yep.
If you paid him, you have less assets and less money to work with.
Yep.
We will be doing a study on the amount of money that you're actually going to have, by the way, next year. We're also...
We'll do it tomorrow.
Might be doing a Dak Prescott appreciation segment. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, go ahead and tease that one for 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm very big on, if you don't have the team, you need to find a way to get assets.
Right.
Now, you had the player gets you more assets.
Yep.
So when people would be like, Jerry's talking about they don't have a pass rush, you had a guy. He's trying to build a team, not a player. And obviously he's not done it successfully for 30 years. I get it, but that's something that they're trying to do right now. So, yes, you are going into next year's draft with two first-round picks. That's a positive thing. You got to figure out how to get a 2-back and do some other work there.
Agreed.
But they still have so much work to do with their draft and their free agency. But I think it was the right choice because you have more assets and more cash to spend.
Alec,
and for one thing for tomorrow's segment.
Yeah.
If you can, and I know I'm producing on air.
Well,
can you note down how much free money you would have had you signed Micah to the deal?
Yeah, for sure.
That needs to be added into this conversation.
Sure. Alec, the question for you, and it also comes along with a bonus question. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys made the right decision trading Micah Parsons. And the bonus, the Packers cannot win the Super Bowl without him. The number that's really stuck out to me is Micah Parsons had a higher percentage of pressures for Green Bay than any player has for any other NFL team. So this feels like an especially big punch to the gut.
Yeah, I'll start with the first question, and I will say reality. They did the right thing in making that move because at least early on, Jerry has lived up to his word of, I have a plan and I intend to use the assets gained and the space made available by moving him. He instantly parlays one of those picks into another dominant player.
Right.
So I have to at least give him credit for that. But at the same time, you saw an issue. You didn't think it was going to get resolved. So you found an alternate resolution that made a really great idea and a really great future for this team. So that makes a ton of sense, and I have to tip my cap there. So I'll say reality to that. I'll also say reality to the second question, that the Packers need a star pass rusher. And Broadus was talking about it in crosstalk with y'all yesterday. The Packers are always like, well, we don't have a pass rusher. We don't have a pass rusher. They finally got one. Kevin, you mentioned that stat about Micah Parsons' pressures compared to anybody else in the league for their team. He is still that good. And,
yeah, for sure.
And I do think there is a little bit of added motivation because he's human. His original place didn't want him. He got his big money deal, and he had a sense of urgency. I got to show them that this is a good investment. I got to do something for this team. And he was playing very, very well. And again, without him, Green Bay does not have much of a pass rush.
Now, let me give you one more, and then we'll turn it over to the Tuesday tailgate. I'm not rooting for this, but I am concerned. Overreaction or reality? Jackson Dart will not have a long NFL career. Do you know in his 10 games, he's been through the concussion protocol 5 times? 5 times in 10
How many times
games.
have they ruled it a concussion?
I think only twice.
Still a lot for a young player, dude.
Maybe once.
He's going to have to. I mean, he talked to, I'm tough. This is football, not soccer.
By the way,
you got to be smart.
He added on to that, and he was like, I thought the last one they pulled me out for concussion protocol was pretty soft. He's like, this is football. So if you're hoping he'll change, doesn't sound like it.
There's an entire generation of football players that asked for this because of what happened to them.
Right.
They sued the NFL because of where they are right now, and he doesn't have a clue as to why, because he's trying to be tough in front of everybody. I get it. You need to be the tough player. But this is something that the NFL tried to cover up and put away and tried to act like didn't exist.
Yeah.
And now he's like, yeah, let's keep doing that. And that's it. Maybe that's exactly what the NFL wants. More of that.
Yeah.
Be tough. That's cool.
Alec, overreaction reality. Jackson Dart will not have a long NFL career. Strictly because of this.
At this point, it's a sad reality because there are ways, especially with how players and specifically quarterbacks are protected in the league these days, for him to be successful and be safe at the same time. I mean, the low-hanging fruit is Lamar Jackson. You look at the work that he does on the ground and through the air, and he stays relatively healthy in terms of his head. He has the ankle injuries and whatnot, the stuff that's been kind of lingering all this season that we've talked about. But heck, even look at a guy like Patrick Mahomes. I know ill-timed with the ACL injury, but that's a guy that never gets mistaken for the best athlete on the field, right? But he still maneuvers around. He knows when to get down. Josh Allen is a guy that he can lower the shoulder every now and then. He'll fight forward for extra yards, but you don't see him going into protocol because he knows, he senses pressure better, and he's just smart. He's been around the game long enough, and I think Jackson Dart just needs more time around the game to realize, hey, maybe one more, I hate to sound like this, but maybe one more tough hit up high, and he's like, okay, I kind of understand now. Let me pump the brakes a little bit.
Kevin, I don't know if you reported this already. I'm sorry if you did. Josh Lewenberg, not Josh Lewin.
Gotcha.
NBA beat reporter for the Raptors on TSN Sports is saying that the Raptors have checked in on Daniel Gafford.
Interesting. Need him to get that ankle right then if we're going to push that along. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you please give me cut number 14 because it's time for the Tuesday tailgate.
Moore to pass. Moore going deep. He's got Bryant. Gary Bryant
Now, of course, as always, we bring in Carter Freeman. Welcome to the program, sir.
What's up, guys? We're going to do a 20-minute preview of the Salute to Service Bowl that's happening tonight.
Probably not.
Jacksonville State and Troy.
Well, if you have to think about who's in the game, then probably not.
Half of them, and that's more than you do, I'm sure.
100%, you're right about that. So what I really wanted to kind of kick this thing off by is, I think it's become mostly accepted. I've looked at the betting odds that Fernando Mendoza has the inside track to be the number one pick in the upcoming NFL draft. But it seems like Dante Moore is established as QB2 in this draft. I know there's a lot of time before we get to the draft, but do you view it as Mendoza Moore 1-2 in the pro quarterback rankings?
Yeah, I mean, you'll give a little time for potentially somebody else to pop up and make a name for themselves. Like, these guys are in the playoff, right?
Yes.
So that's why they're top of mind. Like, you're going to see them play. You're going to see Moore play this weekend, then you're going to see Mendoza play in the Rose Bowl, right? So they're going to be front and center. But yeah, and especially watching Fernando Mendoza grow from his time at Cal to where he is now. And then with Dante Moore, you've liked a lot of what you've seen from the 1 year he started, but it's been 1 year, right? So are some NFL scouts going to say, well, he's at Oregon where he's surrounded by 5 stars and he hasn't really had to do maybe as much as a Fernando Mendoza might have had to do? I don't know, but ever since Moore was at UCLA as a true freshman, I loved his throwing motion. You could just tell it was like, okay, I see the talent. I see why this kid is as hyped up as he is. But I think as of right now, that's totally fair. They're 1 and 2.
And then to potentially replace him, Dylan Raiola going to Oregon.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Because we have, you mentioned it, I think off air yesterday, 'tis the season for quarterback transfers or staying put, as we've got a lot of ground to cover there. What do you think about Raiola going to Oregon, and what's the hype level still with him? Because I know the hype level was off the charts.
I mean, the hype level was at like a 5-star quarterback pick Nebraska, and Raiola had a family connection there. His uncle was the offensive line coach. His dad, Dominic, played offensive line there in the early 2000s, and he was the Detroit Lions, great offensive lineman for a long time. So it was like, Nebraska finally got this big recruit, and he played fine. I don't think he really lit the world on fire like people might have thought he would, but I guess the hype is that he was the 5-star kid, and that if you put him at a place like Oregon, where you saw Dante Moore struggle at UCLA without as much talent around him, goes to Oregon, looks really, really good. But the Oregon that Raiola could potentially go to doesn't have Will Stein anymore, the offensive coordinator, who's now left to be the head coach at Kentucky. So is there going to be as good of a quarterback developer there? I don't know. And on the Nebraska front, Dylan Raiola was like synonymous with this like new era and like Matt Rule, and like we're really excited for what Nebraska could be. He was the biggest piece of that.
Yeah.
And now he's gone. And Nebraska flamed out to end this year. They started out like 5-1, ended 7-5. They were really poor to end the season. And now that the dude who you really brought in as the centerpiece of this rebuild isn't there, like, I don't know, Nebraska just gave Matt Rule a ton of money so he wouldn't go to Penn State. And are Huskers fans going to be happy going 7-5? 6-6 like they have been? I mean, I guess they're making bowl games, which is better than they had been doing, but still not that great.
Miami or Alabama as possibilities for Raiola?
Well, Alabama has Keelan Russell, who's a former, he's a local kid. I want to say he was Duncanville. Is where he went to high school.
Like I should know that,
he was a 5-star in this last class, and I thought he might start this year until Ty Simpson took over and had a really good year himself. And then Miami seems more likely.
That was Duncanville.
Okay. I think Miami's more likely to go after like a Sam Leavitt, formerly of Arizona State, or maybe even a Brendan Sorsby of formerly Cincinnati. But what I'm reading from the tea leaves is that Brendan Sorsby is very interested in Texas Tech, and he could be the guy that succeeds Baron Morton after this Red Raiders playoff run.
So it's really interesting because big time for quarterbacks in Texas. Arch Manning staying at Texas, which it's been really weird the way I've seen some people describe that as a surprise and shaking up the draft. And I'm like, we've talked about this for like a year.
It's a headline is what it is. It's something to get people to click on it because it involves Arch Manning. I think 99% of us knew he was going to come back, even if he had an amazing season, which he really didn't. He had a fine season at best, so it makes sense for him to go back and continue to develop.
Yeah, and him and his dad said that all along, but he's staying at Texas. The potential for Brendan Sorsby at Texas Tech. And what do you think about?
Well, and if he went to the draft this year, where would he go?
Late day 2?
No, Arch Manning would still go round 1.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I think you saw.
Shocking.
Look, I don't disagree, because I'll go back to the A&M game where that was the epitome of Arch's season, where the first half he looks like a quarterback that should start at the FCS level, not at Texas. Then in the second half he looks like the number 1 overall pick, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not there, but because of what you saw in second halves of games, and especially the second half of the season, there's going to be enough there that teams are still going to say, no, we're. And I don't think they think they're taking a chance on him. They would want to have him on their team. I still think he would go high.
Arch Stevenson?
No, absolutely not, because of the season that he had, but because of the struggles that he had, but because his last name is Manning, people are going to look at the good, and they're still going to take him high.
I was just my mind was
that's surprising.
He made $6 million this year at UT, and I was
highest earning NIL guy, right?
He was the number 1.
He'll be okay for money.
And I think Jeremiah Smith was 2 or 3 or something like that. But
as he should have been.
Yeah, he made $6 million. Make another might make $8 million next year at Texas, and then after you've developed, he needs the development. I felt like he got better, but I didn't feel like he played well in big games ever. And you have to play well in big games in order to play in the NFL.
It's the only games I look at with Arch where he played a complete game were against Sam Houston State and maybe Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
That's 2 out of 10 games. Even against, then their big wins against Oklahoma, he was awful in the first half. At A&M, awful in the first half. Mississippi State, Ohio State. Like, he had so many, he's so slow to start. And, that's concerning, obviously. Yeah. So it's good for him to go back so he can develop some more.
All right. Now, sticking with the state of Texas, what do you think about DJ Lagway to Baylor?
His dad played there. I think that's why the connection exists. And look,
LSU.
Baylor surprised me by bringing Dave Aranda back, because I picked Baylor to win the Big 12 this year. That didn't go right, and the reason I picked them is because so much of their roster were seniors or guys, who were most likely going to leave for the draft or greener pastures, right? This was the season, I thought, for this core of, Baylor Bears to really put things together. They didn't. They didn't even make a bowl game. So now all of those guys are going to leave. So I don't think DJ Lagway is going to look at Baylor and think that, hey, that's a place where I can win and get developed, because that's a big thing that I've been reading is he wanted to stay at Florida, but they wanted to challenge him in a way that he didn't think they were going to develop him.
Yeah.
So he wants to find somewhere where he can be developed, go to the next level, what may have you. I don't look at Baylor as that right now.
Okay.
I think Miami is interesting for him.
LSU?
Another SEC reclamation project, maybe LSU. I don't know what Lane Kiffin's going to do at quarterback.
Yeah.
Because that's his thing, is developing good passers, and he had a pretty good one at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Trinidad Chambliss. I don't know if he's going to stay at Ole Miss, go to LSU. I think the running back for Ole Miss, not Kyron Lacey, Lacey is his last name. No, it is Kyron Lacey. He might follow Lane Kiffin to LSU. I don't know about Chambliss, though.
Now, another big name quarterback staying put, Lenora Sellers. And Lenora Sellers feels like an out of necessity, because I thought Lenora Sellers going into the season, I'm not kidding, I thought he had a legit shot to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, and man, oh man, did it not go that direction this year.
He probably had the second worst season out of any of these hyped preseason quarterbacks from I think Lagway had the worst, because Lagway had, I saw a thing where it was, he put his name in the transfer portal, but the letter was intercepted on his way there because Lagway threw so many picks. But Lenora Sellers looked like a shell of the player that ran confidently last year, threw confidently last year, and played with the utmost confidence everywhere, right? He did not look like that at all. And South Carolina fires their offensive coordinator midseason. They made a move for, I believe it was TCU's offensive coordinator, Kendall Briles, is going to call plays for South Carolina next year. So, yeah, he needed this. I do think it's funny, though, and you guys tell me if you think the same. When I now see that college players are close to a deal to return to college, that's just not wording that we've ever used before.
Yeah.
They just go back or they stay. But now it's like
close to a deal.
Yeah, because they want to renegotiate the NIL and they maybe can, add extra this and that for whatever. It's just a weird new way of wording it that I'm not quite used to yet.
Yeah. Does it bother you at all? I think I've become just accepting of it, of whether it bothers me or not. That's the way it is.
Yeah, do you get triggered?
I don't. I can do enough girl math to not get triggered, Corey.
Holy moly.
Important.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Michigan. They have started an inquiry into their athletic department. I threw it out there. I don't think you were on with us. I think the next Michigan coach, I just think they just need to play it safe every step of the way and be like, you've never gotten into any trouble, right? Sounds good. Welcome aboard. What are going to be the consequences of this inquiry, and what does that you know what? I'm just going to say it. What does that franchise look like going forward?
The timing is horrible.
Yes.
At first, I thought that the timing, whenever they got rid of Sharon Moore, I'm like, okay, like a lot of the coaching carousel has moved, but now there's no other moving pieces where like you're like, oh, Michigan could interview someone, then they could go somewhere else. First, I thought that. Then the Sharon Moore getting arrested thing happened, and I'm like, okay, no, like there's this goes back to the former Michigan OC issue, the basketball head coach, Juwan Howard, the hockey coach. Like, this is institutional rot is what this is. And Michigan needs a head coach before the transfer portal opens, which is January 2nd. So the investigation into the athletic department is not going to be done before that. Michigan doesn't have a president right now of the university, so they're going to hire a new president who could then fire the AD who hires the new head coach. So it seems like whatever way it happens, Michigan's AD Ward Manuel might not be long for this, given what they could find with this.
Right.
And it seems like they want to get rid of him based on everything I've already mentioned. So the new head coach could be coming into a AD that didn't hire him, and then with a president that wasn't there when he got hired. Now, all of that being said, I think there's a perfect candidate sitting as a free agent right now. No issues. He had a long run at his previous school, and he's no longer there. That's Kyle Whittingham at Utah.
Oh, yeah.
So at first we all thought Kyle Whittingham was going to retire because he's been at Utah for 21 years. Pretty good run, right? A couple Pac-12 titles. Had a good season this year.
Did he say retirement when he left?
He did not.
Okay.
He said that the time is right for me to step down, and it came out afterwards that no, he's not retiring. And I wonder if that goes into Utah signing a big private equity deal, and he's not okay with that. And funnily enough, Michigan is very anti-private equity with this whole Big Ten deal. They're the ones leading the charge to not sign it. So given that Kyle Whittingham was a great head coach at Utah for a long time, given that he is a free agent, he's never had any issues, and Michigan needs an immediate guy to step in who can still help them win, Kyle Whittingham's sitting right there. And what I've read, just on Twitter and whatnot, is he might have interest in that job. And it wouldn't be a long fit, maybe 3 or 4 years, but he's the best kind of guy you can get right now because Kalen DeBoer's come out and said, I'm not leaving.
Well, and I wanted to ask you about that because this does feel like, unfortunately, I don't want to say Saban because I feel like so many coaches have done it over the years. It feels like it is hard for people to take college coaches at their word. Do you believe, because Kalen DeBoer felt like he was like as clear as possible, and somebody followed up, it was like, just to be clear, and he's like, no to your question, no to your question, I'm not leaving. Do you believe Kalen DeBoer stays at Alabama? And let's just say they get trucked this weekend. Does Alabama keep him?
Yes, Alabama keeps him.
They keep him.
Alabama's not firing Kalen DeBoer. I think that's an overstretching of reality based on a CFP loss after year 2. On him leaving after that on his own accord, I was really buying that he could. But the longer this has gone along, and the more that I've thought about it, the more I'm kind of like, no, I do think he'd stay because it is Alabama. And isn't it ridiculous that we're asking, like, will the sitting head coach of the University of Alabama leave for a different job? Like, it's just crazy. But I will take him at his, because he came out and said it on his own. Like, it's ridiculous that he had to say it, but he did say it. He didn't Lane Kiffin it, where he kind of just danced around the issue for a long time and then eventually left. He came out and just, put his foot down and said, no, I'm the head coach
Justin
here.
Rudd. Put his fist on
Put your fist on the table and let GM Justin Rudd know you want to see him because the Tolos demand it.
Shield it.
Do I need to watch or care about the bowl game tonight?
Yes, because it's the IS4S Salute to Veterans Bowl, obviously. I will say, Jacksonville State is playing in this game. They have Cam Cook is their top running back. He's not going to be like a high draft pick, but he did rush for 1,600 yards this year. So he's a good running back, a good college running back. So I don't know, man. I'm going to watch it. And then look, on Thursday, we have the Xbox Bowl here locally up at the Star in Frisco. That's what I'm talking about. We get some of these bowls slowly trickling in, and before you know it, the CFP will be here, and it'll be awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and Corey, I feel like...
Let's get Southern away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Motley Crue when they come to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 10th, courtesy of Live Nation. You go buy tickets with them, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. C-Block next.
The more time you give, the more...
I think, do we have that cut where he talks about how much spread they have?
It's tough because I think it was in the middle of like a statement. He didn't just come out and say it was like in the middle of one of these answers.
Before we get into Jerry Jones with this rewind brought to you by Window Nation, I wanted to throw this one out there. Your level of concern. Oh, yeah. It is time for the level of concern. Sorry about that.
I love that intro.
Your level of concern for other players' health on the ice when Mikko Rantanen is out there?
None. That's that you. Whenever we say we signed up for this life, same thing in the NHL. You know the Stars are coming to town. Look out.
So last night he hurts Kemper. And
I don't want him to hurt anyone intentionally.
Kemper got hurt,
like dirty or anything like that.
Kemper got hurt, and like I saw a Simacopoulos post, like, hey, this is like he's building a roster of people that he's injured, and everybody's like, how can you even blame him for that? He was pushed into the goalie, and that's true. Like that wasn't Mikko's fault in my opinion. And actually, I think Gulletson said had the score not been what it was, he would have challenged that last night. But,
okay.
But the fact is, like, Mikko is establishing, I'm a tough guy on this ice. Do y'all want to deal with me or not? And most people are getting hurt at the moment. And I'm not saying go out intentionally hurting people, but this is a tough sport. It's hockey.
Yeah,
you get hit.
I agree.
And honestly, this team has been missing that bone for a long time.
For damn sure.
Even in the regular season. Regular season, they've been able to rely on a couple of different things. Very good offensive skills. Very good offensive skills. Very opportunistic also, where if there's a loose puck in the middle of the ice, you have guys that can take off and have jets to go along with it. But how many times have we seen our guys take one and it's like, who's going to respond?
Yeah.
Who's going to set the tone on that? And Jamie Benn's pretty much the only one that anybody can turn to. And then Jamie Benn, dude, he ripped that dude's helmet off the other night and stuck that fool in the face. I was like, this is awesome. He unclipped it with his thumb. He just said, unclip, helmet gone, pop!
He knows.
But this is, I said this early in the season. Mikko looks in moments like he's trying to tell his team, this is how we play hockey, and I like it. And I want more of these guys to follow suit and be like, we're going to be a tough team whenever playoffs come around. Build to that. Get healthy. Build to it. From the 817, Corey, Nico wants to take out everyone's kneecaps. No, Corey wants. I don't want him to. But I want to establish some toughness on this team.
Clean hockey.
Yeah, clean hockey. Good, clean hits. Don't be afraid to finish your checks.
Yes.
Do the things that matter.
Yes.
Do the things that intimidate opponents and going down into the corners. I don't want them thinking they can have free rides into my lane. No way.
I like that attitude.
So, Mikko, you keep doing your thing, baby. We're loving it. Let's go to cut number one here. It was on with Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning. Peyton, sometimes Aiden.
Usually Aiden.
We'll see how long that lasts.
What?
Thoughts on the disappointment on most likely missing the playoffs this season?
Well, don't you agree that's multifaceted? There's a lot of reasons. You've got a lot of games that you've got to analyze and a lot of play time. So I would say this, that generally speaking, I have been very, very pleased with how the offense has played so far this year. And that played to expectations. We've certainly suffered when we lost continuity in that offensive line. We've benefited from some great play from receivers. We've had great tight end play, and we've had some excellent running back play. On the defense, we've been a hodgepodge of let's say, injury caused issues, having players that weren't at the top of their game or on their way in from recovering from injury. So, bottom line, I'd say that we've been pretty off balance because of the way our defense has presented and the issues regarding our defense, which I didn't expect.
Okay, that's the line right there I was waiting for. Level of concern on the defense's play, which he didn't expect. How did he not expect that?
It's high, but I get the sense, and maybe I'm off about this, that was a very post-trade answer, as opposed to, if he didn't expect it the entire season, then you're like, the hell are you talking about? You traded away your best defensive player and you didn't expect any of this? I think he kind of means, or mostly means, post-trade. So I'll say in the middle, though, because there were some troubling signs.
I think, Kevin, we, for a lot of the season, he was like, we're going to get Overshown back. Yeah. We're going to get Revel back. And whenever that happens, we shouldn't be out of the playoffs by that point, and they kind of were already.
And it just and that's fine. Let's say even they weren't. It's really,
he thought they could keep it closer with what they had.
It's really tough to expect players who hadn't played since November or October and December, respectively, to just come in here and start kicking ass.
But that's the meat of the schedule.
That's great. But if you haven't played, I think it is unreasonable to expect that.
Kevin, you've said this a couple different times. You don't think that Schottenheimer has the guts. Let's go to cut 3
I think coach is scared.
Do you think Schotty is settling for field goals too much instead of being aggressive?
Not necessarily. We thought if we could get that running game going Sunday, that would be give us a chance to sustain those drives. And you always want to sustain those drives. We early when we had opportunities, and we had opportunities all day long Sunday. And that's one thing to point out is not only Sunday, but against Detroit the week before. It wasn't that we didn't have opportunities to really have a different outcome in those games. And but in both cases, I will say that Detroit, as well as what we were playing against Minnesota, we in the case of Minnesota, we let their quarterback have a big day on us.
All right there. Kevin, your level of concern when it comes to Schottenheimer kicking field goals instead of pushing the effort.
It is very, very high. I respect Jerry Jones' his answer. I don't think it would be the best idea in the world to be like, oh yeah, he's definitely needs to step it up. That's probably not the best thing.
You did mention yesterday, because I asked the question, what if he doesn't trust his defense?
Yeah.
And you say, if you don't have the tools, you should be more aggressive.
Exactly.
Would you be more conservative if you have everything?
Yes, absolutely. Look,
okay.
and that's just basic idea that you see in sports a lot, and we saw it a lot in the high school world, right? Especially baseball, softball playoffs. If you're the worst team, you want one game. You want one game, hoping you can win it as opposed to a series. If you have all the tools, follow all the rules, because you're like, hey, on an even playing field, we're going to wear these people out. Whereas if you don't have that, I think that's when you need to gimmick it up more.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Here's the other thing then, and I don't think we've fairly got this year, because I don't think we ever had an even playing field with this team. I still don't. You said for years you didn't think that the Cowboys had the coaching staff to change things on an even playing field. Did Schottenheimer make you feel any different this year?
Okay, my answer is no, but my answer is not no forever. You know what I'm saying? I still...
You saw things you liked?
Exactly. And I think most Cowboys fans probably saw some things they like from Schottenheimer this year, but I don't think you saw enough to the point where you can be like, oh yeah, he obviously gives us a coaching advantage. But I'm interested to see where it goes.
Will Matt Eberflus's job status next season be determined by the rest of the season?
Well, I think that should be a big criteria because these 3 games are vital to us. They're important to us. We don't play a game that's not important to us. It's vital to these players. They're a part of a team here that can get out here, and really, as long as you've got the opportunity to have some good things happen, you should take it, because I've seen it happen. But yes, how we play over these next few weeks will be a big criteria, because I think really we're at one of the peaks of our healthiness right now. And so if we can step out there's some question about our left tackle, but it was Guyton. But if we can step out there and have 3 good games, then I think that all should go in the decision making.
He also said at one point, that's another clip, and I don't have enough time to play it right now, but he said in another clip, that defense has given me a lot to think about.
Yeah. That was not in a positive way.
Yeah. Did it sound your level of concern for Matt Eberflus's job next year?
I mean, if I'm Matt Eberflus, it's really, really, really high. Now, I want to make this clear. I fundamentally disagree with what Jerry Jones said this morning about these being important games and winning these games being able to translate into 2026 and how they're not going to care about a draft pick. But that's the philosophy of the person running the show, and so we just kind of have to deal with it. I would much rather have, like, pick 7 as opposed to 12, and you went 6-10-1, than to say, man, we did it. We went 8-1, and we won 2 of our last 3. Great. Mm-hmm. I don't think that matters.
You know, he mentioned, and he said
but
this
he
before.
He did.
He said, well, he said before, a win can do so much. And when he says that, my first thought is that's the Jerry that does not decipher between success off the field and success on the field. Because when he says a win can do so much, I know it can do a lot for the people internally, the guys on the field. Yeah. Like, they feel good, they're positive, they're, you know what, I'm ready to get back to work. I think negative motivation can also help at times. Sometimes you need a, hey, fat boy, get out there and do it. But I think that's that part where he's like, no, I'm watching the market of the Cowboys. And when we win, these things happen, and I get sales. And that's the part of me that thinks that he was saying something like that. But in my opinion, hearing what he said there sounds like Eberflus, even if this is, I mean, he's got to show something special.
Well, can I ask
with this group on the way out? Because even Jerry, again, he doesn't like to admit that they didn't put the players out there for the coaches. You make that admission, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But he was like, yeah, we got the player. We thought we had the players. Did Eberflus have influence on some of the players that came in? Probably so.
What does it have to look like in those last 3 games? Is it like a score? Is it a
3 3-point games or 2 shutouts? I like what Sean said this morning.
Then. There is no way in
Giants and Washington should not. They should not put a lot of points up against you. All right, that's all I'm saying is they should not be out there saying we're. This is a slaughter fest, guys. You should not be allowing anything. Don't let them have an inch.
Okay,
that's C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the NFL Power Rankings. Where would you put the Cowboys? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you...
With a 4-star charity navigator rating and 96% of every dollar going directly to the mission, your support truly makes a difference. Visit buildinghomesforheroes.org and help a hero today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This would be 51 for Aubrey. No fake this time, and it's going right, and it stayed right the whole way. And Aubrey, uncharacteristically, well, he wanted to run. They wouldn't let him run, so he missed wide right, and the Vikings have a short field with a tie game.
Spoiler alert, the Vikings won. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to power rank the NFL power rankings. Maybe we can dive back into the Stars or Mavs as well. But first, the Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel, who, man, they did him dirty last night during Monday Night Football when they posted the picture of like his glasses askew and one lens all fogged up and stuff, and it was like Mike McDaniel's having trouble in the cold.
Yeah, they do.
So he was asked about replacing Tua, and he said everything is on the table. Do you know the next options for the Dolphins at quarterback?
No.
Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers.
All right.
I would actually want to see Quinn Ewers out there. Zach Wilson, not so much.
I just, in the history of watching that team, I know that McDaniels had this. He felt like when he got there, he was like, I have to roll with Tua because they have him. And he spent so much time. He did a whole hour clip of all these videos of Tua doing good things so he could be like, look, man, you're good.
Yeah.
You just got to believe you're good. And so he spent so much time trying to talk this dude into swag and being that kind of guy. And he's like, I need a dude that just walks in and exudes that. I don't need to be the one trying to grow this guy all the time. And so I think that he's I think he has a lot of freedom heading forward with this organization. It sounds like, Kevin, that he can finally put his fingerprints on it a little bit more. He had a team.
Yeah.
Then the leadership in that organization did not step up for him for whatever reason. But it seems like the ownership is like, no, we have your back here.
By the way, weird side note, since I just looked up Zach Wilson. Do you know he's almost a year older than Javonte Williams?
Wow.
Doesn't that feel wrong? Javonte Williams is 25.
Yeah. Dude.
That feels like, I was thinking about his future with the team, and I was like, ooh, I don't know. And then I looked it up. He'll be 26 when the season starts because his birthday's in April. So, he's plenty young if you wanted to keep rolling with that. Now, I know there are plenty of people whose their philosophy is just not really pay a running back, but if you chose to, that option could happen.
What about paying Zach Wilson?
I do not believe
it's a premium position.
Yeah.
I'll pass. Okay.
I do not believe I will support that. All right. Power ranking, the NFL power rankings. You want option A, B, or C?
I never know what that means.
Exactly.
It's just, you're just giving me a letter.
You would rather know the place?
B.
Okay. B is NFL.com.
Okay.
So you pick the league. Who is the worst team in all of football? Feels like it's a 3-team race.
Titans.
Ooh, the Tennessee
Raiders.
Titans. It is one of those two teams. Who do you choose?
Alec. We're going to go with the Raiders.
Alec as the worst team?
No, we're going to go with the Raiders.
Okay.
Alec's a great teammate.
Yes. The Raiders have now lost not only once, but twice, 31-0. I don't know why. That feels more defeating. Just knowing that,
you've been shut out.
Yeah, you're 2-12, and then the other team whooped your ass.
You
31
play in the
to nothing.
NFL and you didn't score points.
Yes, twice.
That's bad.
So the Raiders are 32nd, Tennessee Titans are 31st, and the New York Giants are 30th. What's interesting to me about that is if you go off the idea that Fernando Mendoza would be the number 1 pick quarterback out of Indiana, I'm not saying that is up for sure, but he's the favorite right now. 2 of those 3 teams are not in need of a quarterback. They just drafted quarterbacks in Jackson Dart and Cam Ward.
Nobody wanted anybody to draft Cam Ward. Remember that? It felt like everybody was like, dude, he's not.
He was the least hyped up.
He's the one, but he's not the one.
Yeah. It felt like he was the least hyped up quarterback number 1 in forever.
Yeah. That's fascinating.
Whereas the Raiders, the
Raiders probably are going to go with it.
That makes a whole lot of sense to me. Where would you put the Dallas Cowboys in the power ranking?
Up until that game, I was probably right in the middle.
Okay.
But then they lost the Vikings, who had nothing to play for. So I'll move them 20.
Okay. Alec, where would you put the Dallas Cowboys?
Give me 18.
Ooh. Not number 1.
Zach Wolchuk says
Wolchuk.
number 1.
The correct answer, since you picked NFL.com, is 19. The Dallas Cowboys, despite losing to Minnesota, did not move whatsoever. Meanwhile, Minnesota moved up from 22nd to 21st. This sometimes is what is confusing about the power rankings. The Vikings are 6-8. The Cowboys are 6-7-1. They just went on the road and beat the Cowboys and moved from 22 to 21, while the Cowboys stay at 19. Please explain.
The Cowboys stunk it up.
What? Then shouldn't Minnesota be ahead of them?
Minnesota stinks it up more.
Not on Sunday, they didn't. All right.
It was one game, Kevin.
Okay.
The Cowboys still have a 1% chance of being in the playoffs. The Vikings do not.
They have a 1% chance of being in the playoffs if you round up, because it's a 0.6. We're dangerously close to. If we were 0.4, that'd be a 0.
No, that would be 0.5.
That's right.
Because you round up to 0.5.
No, that is not how that works.
You round to the closest half point.
God, if it's 0.4, you don't just round up to 0.5.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
If you round up to the closest half point, yes.
But why would I? What the closest?
Round to the closest half
I'm not
point.
doing this. I am not doing this. Who is?
You think you're not?
I might need to tag out for Wolchuk.
We'll draw you back in real quick, dude.
Who is the number one team in all of football?
I think it's Denver.
Ooh, okay. Alec, what say you?
I think it's the Rams still.
Ooh.
I'm holding steadfast on that.
Well, Wolchuk,
Rey Mysterio.
I want you to think about this. One of them said the Broncos. One of them said the Rams. Those are the 1-2 teams. But which one do you agree with?
I am going with just ram it. Give me the Rams.
You must ram it. The Los Angeles Rams are number one on NFL.com's power rankings. Don't worry, though, Corey. The Denver Broncos are, in fact, number 2. And if you look across the power rankings, the Rams are 1 in all of them. And The Athletic and NFL.com have the Broncos at 2, having some trouble there.
I don't know what's happening
like the
with
Cowboys
this.
defense
Bobby
over there.
comes in here and does weird things with this. He strokes it. And it moves it around in weird positions. And now I get in here and this thing is just distorted.
Yeah, and it sounds like it could use some oil.
It's squeaky because it's been just
it's abused,
tugged around so much.
Oh, my dear goodness.
Talking about the microphone, Kevin.
What
do you think?
You're phrasing it to make it sound like
I'm not trying to say that way.
From the 817, 0.3 or higher goes to 0.5. That's how that works.
Yep.
And then if it's over 0.5, if it's 0.7, then it goes up to 0.8, 0.9, 0.10. That would be 1. It would go down if it's 0.6 or 0.7. So you understand what I'm saying here?
No.
Are you saying we're winning the Super Bowl?
No. None of that is
round
how
to
that
the
works.
nearest half point.
None of that is how it works.
You want us to round to the nearest quarter point?
Man, can I tell you, when I was in Germany, they had a sign up and said they said something was 0.4 of a kilometer away. I was like, hold on. Why couldn't we just get a half a kilometer, a little bit of a ways back? Also, why not 2/5?
Yeah, and who knows what a kilometer is?
Oh, for sure. I had to look up on my phone because it said we were going, I don't know, like 140 kilometers per hour. And I was like, oh, that feels fast. And I had to look it up and I was like,
It's 80.
Yeah.
From the 817, Kevin getting worked up about math is just as funny when Mike got Corey riled up with Bob Dabalina.
Yes. I remember that very well.
Or the Pippen played all the games moment.
Played all the games. So the Rams are 1, the Broncos are 2, the Seahawks, the greatest record of a team that nobody could possibly care any less about, are 3rd. The Buffalo Bills are 4th, and the New England Patriots are 5th. Let me ask you a question.
The Bills play themselves in and out of the top 5 so much.
Just like Josh Allen plays himself in and out of the MVP race. All right, if the Patriots would have held on to that game in won by double digits, it didn't have to be 21. Would they be your unquestioned number 1? If they just put it to Buffalo?
Probably so. Because they deserve that the way that they've played, but they haven't really. Have they really thumped anybody like that? In that same manner along this run? I got to go back and look at all the scores they've done so far, but it feels like them and Denver have played some pretty tight games throughout the year.
Yeah, realistically, only the Jets and the Giants, and then you go back in the Titans and the Browns. And so the teams that they've really put it to have not been that good. Although they did crush the Panthers, which is looking like a better-ish win as it goes along. But they do have a lot of close wins on their resume.
People just haven't believed in Denver, and that's been fascinating to me all along this stretch because they've been.
I tell you, I think I'm one of those people.
You still don't?
I think I am one of those people who's more apt to believe in the Patriots than the Broncos because of my thoughts on their quarterback, and that might be totally wrong.
Interesting. I think the coach does a very good job with quarterbacks in Denver, and so I like that. I'm also, I just don't like Josh McDaniels, and that's always going to be just something I hold against the Patriots there. But I think that the Broncos have done an admirable. They have a fantastic defense, and they've done an admirable job of being able to win games whenever you don't think that they're going to win them. So the fact that Seattle's where they are is still fascinating to me, but they have a pretty stout defense to go along with it.
And then I have one more note for you. This is in the world of soccer or football. FIFA. Everyone was super mad about how much the tickets were. So much so that even Stephen Jones said, I heard you have to get a second job
he was talking
to
to
afford
us.
those tickets.
Not him.
That is a real, yeah, he's fine. But because of that, the World Cup has slashed prices on some of their tickets, and they said they will have $60 tickets available for every single game of the tournament in North America. But then they added this. You're going to be under the supporter entry tier. Why can't you just buy a ticket? That feels like they're really defining you down. And the odds are that it's going to be hundreds of tickets as opposed to thousands of tickets that will be $60. But if you can get a pair of World Cup tickets for $120, that would be awesome.
That would be awesome. How do I do that? Become a supporter?
Now you're going to need to win the lottery and stuff. The FIFA lottery, not the general
Do I need
lottery.
to submit for the FIFA lottery?
Yes, you do.
How do I do that?
Sign up at FIFA.com.
All right.
Where the
Do I need to create a login?
Yes. What entity in the history of ever?
You need a credit card, too. If you want me, I can put that in for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That feels like
I might save that.
Where do I click?
The click now button? Book now?
This feels like an off-air conversation.
Don't have an account? Sign up.
Oh, my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Right. You get influenced by these nimrods like Wolchuk coming in here and dragging you to the nonsense side.
Nimrod.
I think he's cool.
I love you.
I like that guy.
He's all right.
Screw you, Kevin.
Coming up next, we will chit-chat with Zach Wolchuk and the better parts of the G-Bag Nation next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy explains why Jerry Jones may be right about letting all the leaves fall. We'll chop it up at 7:40 and 2 more concert ticket giveaways. It's a Hump Day edition with Nick Eatman as well at 9:20 right here on The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is tax.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's Keontae. Gonna run some clock. Down to 9, down to 7, down to 5. Marketing rises up.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, didn't do this yesterday. Shout out to the Texas A&M volleyball team. Defeated 5-time national champion Nebraska 3-2. Nebraska was undefeated. Moves Texas A&M volleyball team to the Final Four for the first time in program history. Brought us, I saw you nodding your head. That's a pretty cool accomplishment.
Absolutely it is. And I'll tell you what, I've noticed portal talk for these volleyball gals.
Yeah?
Yeah, our gal at Nebraska, she's like an All-American.
Yeah.
Michigan's coming after her right now.
Oh.
So, yeah, we've got not only portal talk for football, but we've got the women's volleyball. And there's
seen
like
it in softball.
There's like several of them. These gals are big-time players. The funniest thing is to watch Marcus Spears, like watching his daughter play in this tournament. And my man has got his Texas gear on. He is sweating up a storm. He's playing the game.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, good for all those ladies. It's the tournament's excellent when they have it. I mean,
Absolutely.
the finals are incredible.
Absolutely. I was so happy when Abby stopped playing volleyball. I couldn't get with it.
How come?
Just watching the whole game, I felt like I was at a boring church service where I'm just like, okay, what time is this here? Is there any way I can maybe call a bathroom break and head out to the car for the next 20 minutes?
See, I would have always wanted to, if I was a girl dad, avoid softball because I feel like the Grinch at softball games because I was like, oh, the noise. And I'm like, just stop it.
Yeah. All their chants.
Yes, for one batter.
Yeah.
Just stop it.
The first game, Kevin, you assigned me to at the Plano Star Courier was a volleyball game, and I'd never covered high school girls volleyball before, and I was like, oh my gosh, this was an absolute blast.
Yeah,
and I was like, it was intense. They were flying through the air, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. And then I got to cover football, and I was done with that.
The college programs are really, I mean, it is taken off because of ESPN.
Yeah, and Nebraska draws like a monster.
Would Nebraska have a game? Did they have at the stadium?
At the stadium, yeah, like
fire.
Yeah,
70,000 or so.
Yeah, that's absolutely awesome. Unbelievable. Well, those fine voices come from the G-Bag Nation, and we're going to chit-chat with them, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, I feel like we've already started it. How is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. We were talking about this. I think it was off air. The Mavericks don't win, which I know can be a positive for a lot of Mavericks fans. Cooper Flagg looks phenomenal, though. Were you guys locked in on that game, especially late start, overtime, all that stuff?
Yeah, it was a crazy deal. I was not able to keep my eyes open long enough to see how that thing finished, but when I woke up and saw that they lost, I was not upset.
Lauri Markkanen transformed into Wilt Chamberlain in overtime, pretty much.
And he is a Maverick killer, that guy.
He is.
That always happens.
I was watching Monday Night Football. I do a Steelers podcast with a buddy of mine in Pittsburgh. He talked me into it. And so I'm trying to stay up with them as much as possible, but clicked over for the end. I mean, that football game was
not
brutal.
The most exciting.
Yeah,
it was ticked.
Didn't have high drama there at the end.
Yeah. It felt like for just a minute, maybe the Dolphins might try to make it interesting, and then they're like, never mind. Yeah. What do you think of McDaniel coming out and being like, yeah, maybe we'll bench Tua? Are you ready for Quinn Ewers or Zach Wilson?
Yeah, it's not good options. Not good options across the board.
I want to see Quinn Ewers, see what happens.
Yeah. I mean,
it
why
might not go well.
Probably won't go overly well, but I mean, Tua, that contract is so bad for them.
Yeah,
there's no escaping it. Like, you are paying him $55 million next year.
Yeah.
So good luck dealing with that. But it was an ugly watch.
Yeah, there's no way those other guys are better than him, but I understand your frustration with Tua. Like, every game he does something that makes him look like a bad rookie. Like,
yes.
And the way that his balls float through the air, it's just like, it's an embarrassment to have this guy on the team. Like, some guys are bad for your brand.
Yeah.
You don't want to have Mark Sanchez in your uniform. You don't want to have Carson Wentz in your uniform, and you don't want to have Tua. You know, it's just it's a horrible look for any organization, any brand to have to withstand that. But yeah, there's no way those other guys are better.
Man, it's brutal too because you have to obviously keep him for at least another season, and even then, I think your dead money hits like $32 million. So you are stuck for a minute there.
It's just so dumb. It's so dumb to pay a quarterback who's that limited. Where it's like he has a very particular skill set. And now that every defense in the league has a beat on it like they've had for the last couple of years, there's no like plan B in the arsenal of like, okay, we can pivot to this. You're small, you're unathletic, and you don't have a big arm, and so what can you do? Nothing.
He's a lefty.
You can just
which
get embarrassed.
Always looks weird.
Yeah, it makes everything look worse.
That's true. It does look weird.
Can we get back to Cooper Flagg? Because he's a lefty. I'm here to tell you, Cooper Flagg,
the dominant hand.
He's left-handed.
Yeah, he's ambidextrous. He can do both.
He is, and he's amphibious.
That
was a part of that was part of the scouting report.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason why
he can swim.
brought him to town.
That is a different deal right there. Were you guys hyped up about the Stars last night as well? I know a lot of choices. Yeah. Monday Night Football, Stars, and Mavericks. I was worried. I don't know if you caught our discussion earlier. I was worried going into the third period because you've really been in a funk the last couple of games and didn't look that great in the first two periods. But then, bam!
Ooh, the floodgates erupted.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Yeah, it was awesome. And then Moose's goal was sick nasty. It was nice to see Duchesne finally get on off the schneid since he's come back.
First time in more than 190 minutes they had a 5-on-5 goal with that Duchesne.
Isn't that
goal.
bizarre? That is a wild stat.
They even had
there.
a shorthanded goal before 5-on-5.
Crazy, but I did hear you guys talking about Leah Simakopoulos, and man, you know, Rantanen's kind of racking up the injury list there, huh? I'm always cool with taking a rookie goalie.
Thank you. What's the balance of those are all legit hits? That player just got hurt versus.
I think it's 1 and 3.
Okay.
That was like legit. That I think I probably could have pulled up there. The other two I think were kind of incidental.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just want a physical team.
Yes.
I want people to be intimidated when they step on the ice against this team. Not only can they hit you, but they also can put it in the net. And then, like, how do we stop them?
It's like, have you ever tried to wrangle in a moose? I mean, seriously. Have you ever actually tried to do that?
No.
We're not stopping that.
Have
we
you?
2 moose in Dallas,
There's a couple of times, but I came out on the wrong side.
Dude, that was a goat. That wasn't a moose.
I get confused. Just like the ambidextrous stuff.
Man, I know I definitely shouldn't ask you about the old toy Pog then. If you're getting confused about words.
What did you say?
Yeah. Pog. Do you remember the Pog? Were you a big user of Pog?
I'm a fan.
I saw Wolchuk Googling that earlier. I don't know what that was about.
Everybody on the show's eyes got big just now.
I wonder how many people actually know what that stands for.
It was a game. It was these little
toy.
chips that were about the size of a coin dollar. And they were little pieces of paper. And you got one that was heavy. And you'd throw it down and they would all go over the place. Then you kept the ones you knocked over.
But in the ensuing 25 years, as most things do in our language, it has been hijacked for essentially
Didn't aim very high, did you?
Yeah,
As a kid?
yeah.
It's the evolution of the sport, man.
Yeah.
Boner was a name in the late 80s.
That's true.
Yeah. It is
On
a
growing
weird
pains.
world. Yeah, we played with Pogs. You advanced in Texas high school football with penetrations.
Yeah.
And the best friend on Growing Pains was named Boner. What happened to our society?
He's so pure.
I follow an account that's like names that were real. Like human beings' names that were real.
Not surprising.
And it would jar
Is that
you.
on Twitter or is it on... Okay.
It's on Twitter. And I'm
He's
like,
just got a friend who mails him things.
You should check out all the weird names for apples.
this was a real...
I didn't know this. Go down that rabbit hole.
Apples.
No, it's birds, bro. We did a top 10 crazy birds.
Apples are in there too. I was going to do a top 10 list one day, and then something happened and I pivoted. But
And
I got
apples
that
are
stashed.
real.
Apples are real.
So, there
And
you go.
that's also evolved too, because
Birds
now
is
it's like
weird.
a technology thing.
And the monkeys, the macaques.
What do you guys got coming up on the program? Hours and hours of NBA Cup final coverage?
Yes, 100% of that. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, and we'll mix in Mark Schlereth at 4:40.
All right, looking forward to that. Will you ask him if he ever played with Pogs?
Sure.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Just got done.
We have been
after I peed my pants.
The KNC masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, probably 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Good night.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds.
Hours of sports coming up. General at your service. Eddie's. There's Brian Bras, former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How's everybody doing today?
Doing great, man. Doing great.
Wonderful.
Great to be here. It's a TD Tuesday. Cooper Flagg's a absolute legend already. So it's a one-way ticket to good times.
Stars back in the win column.
Yeah, we had a lot of good stuff developed last night. 42, 7, and 6 plus 2 blocks for Cooper Flagg. First 18-year-old to score 42. Fourth teenager ever to do 40, joining Anthony Edwards, Kevin Durant, LeBron James. 20 or more in 5 of his last 7. He had 35 points back on November 29th. He is figuring it out. His field goal percentage at 48.2 for the season. That might be the most impressive thing about his rookie year so far. It's outstanding. The only thing we're really waiting for is the three-point shot. As Chief mentioned there during crosstalk, he is battling a bit of a thumb on his shooting hand. And he did not shoot the ball well for the first couple of months at Duke either. So the Cooper Flagg story arc is, it's fair to say at this point, exceeding my expectations.
Yeah, he's. I think he should have all Mavs fans locked back in. I mean, this dude's unbelievable. We knew about the defense, and that was immediate. But his offensive game, I think, has grown even faster than any of us anticipated. And even Ryan Nembhard, I mean, continuing to watch him with 11 assists last night. He had an awesome dish to Dwight Powell late in that game as they were trying to force overtime. I mean, his court vision, those two, it's like I've kind of been waiting for the other shoe to drop on Ryan Nembhard. I don't think it is. I think they legit found two
battle-tested,
incredible rookies. So, yeah, Cooper, what Cooper Flagg's doing, it is historical.
Yeah, Nembhard's amazing floor general. Like, the only thing that's going to regress to the mean or whatever with him is the three-point shooting, but everything else is as is.
Yeah, and I think there's times where it's like you almost kind of want him to be maybe a little bit more aggressive from like a scoring standpoint. You know, where like he's so focused on being the dish man, but overall, man, he's been awesome.
Buy time, right? That's the real mission.
Kyrie gets back.
Buy time. You know, don't mess it up. You know, continue to be the distributor. Continue to find ways. Like you say, he's just every day that he goes out there and hands out 11. We should be grateful for that.
Did we hear anything about why Anthony Davis didn't play other than calf? I mean, they played one game in 6 days. They played Friday night. They get 2 more days off, and
might be hanging out with Diggs.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Is that a tank move? Is that a load management move? I don't think so. You had plenty of time off, so that one was interesting for me last night. And you can see without Anthony Davis, your defense just takes a massive shot. You give up 140 points. Ultimately, you lose the game, which is perfect. But you know, I think right now what we're seeing is that teams don't want to offer the Mavs anything. So yesterday there was the article in The Athletic. They're signaling that we're gonna go for it as much as possible. And if that's the case, I wouldn't be in let's load manage Anthony Davis mode. But I guess the most likely scenario is just that he's super injury prone and the calf isn't totally healed. I mean, what's even out there to begin with if the calf isn't healed?
Yeah, because you're having to juggle still trying to keep some level of trade value alive, of like running him out there and showing that he can still do some stuff so that teams can kind of be interested. But I don't know, it's a weird dynamic, and you're not really sure what exactly they're trying to do here with him, even though I think I would still guess that big picture they are wanting to move on from him, and it's just a balancing act of trying to keep him healthy, trying to keep him productive when he's out there so other teams can still be interested, and we're just waiting for a team to hopefully bite. But at this point, nobody's really doing that.
Well, it does appear the Raptors are. Jake Fisher, Mark Stein, within the last hour, the Raptors are expressing interest in Anthony Davis. So them and the Hawks,
all right,
according to Stein, are the two teams that have been the most eager to get AD. But Toronto, I think, maybe what the Mavericks did yesterday, they're expressing interest in Sabonis and AD. So they're definitely trying to get a big.
Yeah, I think what's happening, though, is teams think they're going to steal Anthony Davis.
Sure, you're probably not going to get the return that you want on him.
Yeah, it's like, they're not going anywhere. where they'll take our worst 3 players in a lottery protected first round pick. I mean, they're going to keep getting excited about the idea of getting Anthony Davis for basically nothing. And if that's the case, I think the Mavs are doing the right thing if they're telling the world we're not giving away Anthony Davis. He's 31 years old. He's a future Hall of Famer. He might have another 3 to 4 years, and when healthy, he can play at a high enough level to tilt the balance of power in the NBA. So I support what the Mavs are doing. 214 asks Gavin, do you think you need to eat a crow sandwich? I vividly remember you multiple times saying Cooper Flagg would be a Robin. Yeah, on a championship team, we'll see. We'll see. I think he showed that he can score, he can rebound. But on a championship level team, I mean, that's kind of where my point was. I think he's showing right now he's going to be able to have a very successful career scoring the ball. But there's a big difference between being a player that can make all-star teams and being a guy that can, be the main guy on a championship level team. And we'll see. I guess you compare him to what Luka was, and that's a guy you just put the ball in his hands, and it's like, here's instant offense. The other team is never going to have an answer for what he does. Right now, Cooper Flagg's a guy that can get his shot on a team that needs somebody to get shots, and it was in a losing effort last night. So I definitely don't want to come off like I'm down on Cooper Flagg anyway, but I was just, kind of trying to define him for myself, like what I think his absolute peak is. There's a number of guys across the league who can score. I mean, 40, 50-point games aren't that rare anymore. Jerry with Sean and RJ this morning asked why he's confident they can make a strong push towards winning the Super Bowl. This, I think, is the best thing we've seen in the world of sports today. Said he ended it by saying, don't get hung up on the fact that they don't have a lot of cap space for 2026. He says the real challenge is how you spread that out. And Jerry said they have more spread around room than they've had recently. So this is going to happen, guys. The Cowboys, aren't going to make the playoffs, but going into next year, they're going to be more active and more aggressive, plugging their holes. They also have the 2 first-round picks. If they make the right decisions here, this team has a great chance to be significantly better next year.
He once again selling hopium, and we all have to think that, that because of his advanced age and all that, not many more campaigns. That, really, Voch Lombardi and I were talking about that this morning about, how do you play the draft if with your 2 first-round picks? Are you interested in going up to get somebody with those 2 picks? Were you willing to go back with something? And I kind of feel like that you're more willing to go up if, in fact, that you play heavily in free agency.
Sure.
If you're sitting there and you tell me that I could I identify a corner, a linebacker, a tackle, an edge, all these safety, all these positions, and you go out and get like 2, 3 of those guys, and it's not bottom fishing guys, then I could turn around and take those 2 ones and go, if you don't do anything, you better sit there and think about trading back. If you sit there and do absolutely nothing other than tag George Pickens, then if that's the case, you better just take that second one, maybe even the first pick, and trade it back and try and get more picks. Because if you go aggressively in free agency, it opens up your ability to go forward and you can grab some. I mean, you maybe go grab, depending on how high you finish or how bad you finish in this draft, of going up and getting that Ohio State kid, that edge rusher there.
Oh, Arvell Reese?
Reese. If package both those things and go. If you sign guys, you can set yourself up to do that. If you do absolutely nothing, then by all means, you better move one of those picks back because you don't have enough.
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on how many more games you win. If you don't win any more games and your pick is like 9th, I love my chances of getting an impact player there. Yep. What I would hate is if you end up picking like 17th and 28th, and now there's not really that great of a chance you're going to have an impact rookie.
I think Green Bay might be in a little trouble with the losing of Micah Parsons here.
Yeah,
I think they might be in a little trouble, and that was the one they lost a key member of their defense, and to me, Green Bay looks very much like the Green Bay teams before. They still have some issues with some of the things that they do offensively. They're not always on the same page. This Green Bay could be a team that all of a sudden they start losing some games down the stretch just because they don't have one of their better players.
Got a big one with Chicago this week.
Yeah, and then you're in a situation too right now where your defense isn't good enough. Anybody that runs out there and plays quarterback for a team. Jerry acknowledged that today.
He did.
Jerry was on the station today talking about any quarterback you roll out there against us has got a chance to look good. That's basically what he told you. And so, I don't expect with Marcus Mariota. Hell, I've seen Marcus Mariota take over a game in the middle of it and find a way to beat you.
That was last year, at the end of the last game of the season.
Hey, the Giant, who knows? I mean, who knows at that point? I'd like to believe that if I think they're going to try and win all these games, but if they don't, I'm not going to feel bad about it. And like I say, and if Green Bay starts losing games, I'm not going to feel bad about that either.
At this point, the only thing to feel bad about would be winning games and pushing yourself back, because what you don't need coming out of the draft is two guys that can't upgrade the position they're drafting into, and you're not even sure if they're going to be starters. And once you're after the first 15, 16 players there in a draft, it starts to get on pretty thin ice. More often than not, you're waiting for year two for the guy to have an impact. So to answer your question, I would absolutely trade both of those into the top 10 if we need to in order to get a spot, but that's predicated on have we fixed linebacker and safety and edge by the time we get there.
I totally agree. If you're in a situation where Jerry is true to his word, and that's always debatable when it comes to, he likes to sell the hopium. Mm-hmm. He really does. He's like, hey, folks, listen, I'm going to go for it. I got cap space. Here we go. I think he proved that he was willing to go for it when he traded for Quinnen Williams. To give up the assets that he did to go get Quinnen Williams, I think says something about him there. I just hope that, in fact, that they are not going to bottom fish. Because if they do bottom fish, then by all means, you're going to need all four of those players. You're going to need to probably trade that thing back and get more picks.
Yeah.
If not, if you feel good about, Dallas won the offseason, Dallas went out and spent money, Dallas upgraded several spots.
Yeah.
To take those things and dance it forward.
I mean, you got Quinnen Williams coming up on 30. That position's not going to age well. You got Dak Prescott playing at the absolute peak of his powers. I would look at 2026 like, guys, let's go for it. But if they're still looking at it like, let's, keep plugging away and try to make the playoffs every year, there's no point in trading up. At that point, you should be trading down to give yourself more chances.
I think, to me, that when you look at the one position on defense I wouldn't look at is defensive tackle.
That's it. Yeah.
Everything else is on the table. Assuming Kenny Clark's still here.
Well, we'll see about that.
I get it. In the first round, I'm with you 100%. But if Kenny Clark is not here, that is still going to be a position you're going to need to add depth to.
Yeah, probably. Okay, Jerry Jones was also asked if these next three games are going to decide if Eberflus is back, and the takeaway from most observers was he put Flus on notice with his answer. He said they are at one of the peaks of their health right now, and therefore, they should finish strongly. He was asked if he agrees that there are players that don't fit Flus's scheme. He said he's satisfied that the players fit well enough, and they should be able to do what they're asking them to do. He also said it seems like we're always saying that about these quarterbacks. Some of them haven't played as well, but when they play us, they play better. And, quote, I think that's telling. That was very strong. Like, every time he talks, he's going a little bit further down the path of, damn right, Eberflus is on the chopping block.
Yeah, especially since he's saying the players are okay.
Yeah. Yes.
He did pick the players, and I don't think he's correct on that. Your players aren't good enough. But, yeah, you're definitely calling out your defensive coordinator.
He is the first sports owner to join the Broadcasting Hall of Fame tonight in New York. That's why he was up there in New York. So congratulations to him for that. I don't know if that's necessarily about the broadcasting, but it's about pushing the NFL into its TV era.
The television.
NFL Network and the Fox deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering, what exactly is this for? Are they giving him Hall of Fame status for coming on the radio twice a week for his entire career and stirring it up and being a master of the news cycle? Or is this more like
the manipulation of the media? We got to hand you a trophy for this one, sir. I'll be damned.
Yes. Congratulations. I think the trophy should be a pimp hand for how he's pimped the media cycle for the last 30 years. On if Diggs is healthy, he said there's no miscommunication on the different things that have been said, and said that when he's practicing, he's not convincing the decision makers of what he needs to. Yeah. He says Diggs will go away from the scheme to make a great play, and when he doesn't make that play, you can have a bad play. And said with the way that Diggs wants to play, sort of getting out of the scheme, or I guess out of phase, and then trying to explode back in to make the play, it requires a different level of athleticism than a lot of other corners. So that's about recapping what Jerry Jones had to say this morning with Sean and RJ. There's other stuff maybe we'll get to a little bit later on. Steelers over the Dolphins, Monday Night Football. Pittsburgh has now won 23 straight home games on Monday night. The last time they lost a home game Monday Night Football was to the Giants on October 14th of 1991. Gosh. Isn't that the craziest thing ever? 23 straight?
That is unbelievable.
Tua still winless when the kickoff temp is under 40. And the Steelers are in a good position here at 8-6 to win that division. Stars shook off a 2-game skid. They beat the Kings 4-1. Rantanen and Duchesne had a goal and assist apiece. And FIFA slashed the price of some World Cup tickets for teams' most loyal fans following a global backlash. And some will get $60 seats for the final instead of being asked to pay $4,185.
What do you have to do to prove that you're a rabid fan and you deserve this?
Yeah, there's like 2 seats available, and they just fight to the death.
yeah, you got to win fan of the year.
Gladiator style.
That's unreal.
FIFA said
penalty kicks.
They'll be made available for every game at the tournament in North America, going to the national federations whose teams are playing. Those federations decide how to distribute those to loyal fans who have attended previous games, both at home and on the road. I mean, how could you not flip that? If you get a $60 ticket that's worth $4,000 or $5,000, there's no way I'm walking in that door.
They're probably asking you not to do that and probably checking you when you do.
Yeah,
they're probably a non-transferable ticket.
Yeah,
I guarantee you it is.
That would make sense. Okay, we got the top 10 at 2:20 coming up. G-Bag of the Day champion replay. Well, actually, we won't because Wolchuk went 5-time last night.
5-time, baby. Let's go.
So we'll get straight into the we'll get straight into the top 10. Where are you taking it?
Feeling sexy? All right, let's get to the top 10 most dangerous sports. That's next in the nation.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan."
car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Wolchuk went 5-time last night, so we'll have a new set of challengers. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30 right before L.A. Live tonight as we hit the Expressway. Here's Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20.
All right, thank you very much. Button almost didn't work for me there.
Yeah, it didn't.
Got a little sticky. Top 10 most dangerous sports, 877-881-1053. What's a sport that you're just terrified to do or you would never play?
Ski jumping.
Ski jumping.
Yeah, I was a really good skier.
Or downhill skiing.
But the
Like
jumping...
luge.
The jumping is terrifying. You know, you got to have good body control up there.
You got to be up really high to get started.
You get out over your skis.
Like Eddie the Eagle?
Yeah,
that would be. I mean, imagine falling and crashing. But is it the slalom?
That downhill,
Like
that Lindsey Vonn thing?
Yeah, gosh, that looks. The speed
the downhill
that they're going at, it just looks like it's crushing your knees.
When you fall, that thing, you're just flying through the air, and it's just crazy how you hit.
That'd be a tough one.
Yep.
Yeah, Lindsey Vonn tore her knees up and everything like that.
I think she won the other day, though.
She's still on top.
She?
Yeah, she just won the world championship or whatever.
41 years old, something like that.
That's amazing.
I'd say the motocross guys. You know, they're jumping sideways and putting that bike in the air. You know, like it's horizontal.
How about the GP dudes that lay it down on their knee? Those bikes they're on one knee and all that stuff like that.
All the X Games kind of stuff, dude, where they're getting just ridiculous air.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, that MTV show Scarred. When we were growing up, that was just some of the gnarliest. And
What
it
was
it was
that?
always from. So it was a show literally about
people that wiped out.
Yes, and then the scar afterwards. So like they're trying, they're riding their skateboard or a bike or whatever it is, and a buddy's filming it, and they break their knee in half or an arm or a wrist breaks.
Or the sack split.
The sack split.
All-time.
Their face, something happens, and their tongue's coming out of their cheek. Some gross.
I would be and this is the admiration I have for Lucius and his family. I would be a terrible bull rider.
Okay, bull riding's gonna be really high on this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I don't get. The running with the bulls.
I'll tell you, I had a friend that
Holy
did it.
hell.
I had a friend that did it, and he actually said it's exhilarating.
Is it?
Yeah, he really
Most
did.
of those people are about 8 beers in.
Yeah.
They're hammered.
He
Little
was saying
liquid
it was.
courage.
There's usually somebody from Illinois that dies in this thing. It's kind of, you ever read the news?
Yes.
It's always when an American gets killed in this thing. It's from somebody from Illinois. They're not very good. They're not very good running with the bulls, guys.
How are they practicing?
They're overconfident being out there in that farm
I
country.
bet you like bunch of
Probably grew up shooting bulls with a pellet gun.
Yeah, bull riding in the rodeo stuff would be
that stuff's tough.
That's terrifying. And nowadays they made it even easier, and I say easier. You get to wear like a Kevlar vest and a helmet. But back in the day, Tough Heaterman and those guys were like
they're not wearing anything.
They're waving their hat and they're throwing their hat after the right 8 seconds.
Let's go.
They got no protection. Like that bull, I saw a guy. He got thrown forward and the bull rocked back in the air and caught him right in the face and just exploded his face.
His face exploded?
Basically, nose, everything just exploded.
Gosh.
Yeah. But that's that nowadays you have to wear the helmet and the
I don't know why they should have made them do that in the first place. Head first thing is called skeleton.
Yeah.
That's our buddy Will.
Yeah,
Will
that's
Chambers
first
told us.
skeleton. That's face first, yeah.
That would be terrifying.
Yeah.
Absolutely, the skeleton looks totally terrifying. I was at Allen Skate Park from the 214 when a dude got on Scarred. They've also got people testing in online dating. That's the scariest sport. And, man, I'm happy I'm not having to deal with that anymore. Scariest sport is hunting a man. Most dangerous game, playing human being.
Yeah, that'll get you jacked up.
That's a movie, right? Was that a movie?
Yeah, Most Dangerous Game's a famous book, I think, that is a movie as well.
Wow.
Why don't you read a book for once, Brian?
Seriously, man.
Try and
I read Tim McMahon's book about
you're
the
illiterate.
Mavs.
I mean, it'd be pretty easy if you got the guns and they just
pretty
had
easy
to,
read.
live
Kinda knew
off
the
the
story.
land. Unless you were facing, Stallone. First blood situation.
Rambo.
It's usually not going to be a Green Beret with elite survival skills out
See,
there.
that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see the show, the hunting show, and have the guy be a Green Beret dude.
Yeah.
Or like a special ops kind of guy that's sneaking out, like he's making the camouflage of himself.
he's got
He's jumping
booby
down.
traps everywhere.
So there's 10 people hunting him, but he gets to eliminate each one as he wants.
Brian, Eric, you can probably, I'm sure you're a big fan of this sport. Our buddy John L. Brown, the comedian, just texted in, said, this is the most dangerous sport. It's ultimate piece kicking championship.
Oh, it's like the slap fighting.
You got to kick.
But it's the
junk.
Yeah, it's the junk kickers. Yeah, that is. I've seen some clips. I mean, I haven't really like delved in. My algorithm hasn't told me that. But
don't lie to me,
dude. I had a moment recently. Like my 3-year-old daughter has been getting into like the punching. You know.
Oh yeah, they go through that phase in their 3s.
Oh my god,
she's beating you up.
I was standing in the kitchen the day after Thanksgiving talking with my dad, and like she's out of my line of sight. Like we had been playing like the Tickle Monster game, so I've been chasing her around and stuff, and she's kind of fighting back, and then I thought like the game was kind of over. I'm just chilling in the kitchen. Next thing I know, she squares me up. Like I don't even see it. I just feel it right there on the left side, and it brought me immediately to my knees, bro. Like down on the kitchen floor, writhing in pain. I haven't had a shot like that to the nuts in forever.
Sneak attack.
And it was that reminder where you need like 5 to 10 minutes to lay down. You're feeling it up in your rib cage, and like it's just
like you're throwing up.
Yeah. You're just
it's the worst.
You're down so bad. I'd have like a serious heart-to-heart conversation with her. Like,
I feel like the number one mistake dads make in that situation is they laugh about it, which encourages the kid to do it more.
Right? Yeah, can't do that.
No.
Okay, do that. Even if it's one that doesn't land. Like hard,
right.
you still gotta like let it be known. Hey, that's a no-go zone. But this one was clear, bang, bro. It was like,
The other Eliza has started to the fake cough is a move she's now going towards, and I think she has started to do this for attention. And it's a way that if Maya and I are not paying attention to her, she noticed the first time, like she started coughing, and I looked over and gave her attention.
Yeah.
Ever since then, she'll just, like, what is wrong with you? You know, and she just smiles. Like, can you stop? Like, let's not fake off. And now she's doing it out in public to everybody else.
Every time the cough, you think they're choking on something.
Yeah, I was worried.
That's the thing you mean. Like, okay, what did she put in her mouth? You know,
It's that dad fear in you.
So that'll be the problem. She actually is coughing. Now I just think it's always fake with her.
Look at that show.
Funny times, haha. Honorable mention, we got cliff diving. I didn't know that was a sport.
That used to be back in the 70s. They had that on ABC Wide World of Sports.
Isn't that dangerous?
Yeah.
Looks like these people got good body control.
From Acapulco.
If you were to like act, you don't. The jump's just not clean, and you hit the rock. I mean, that's got to be instant death.
Oh yeah, right? or you catch it flush like in a belly flop situation.
Well, they got a deal
you.
now too. Red Bull's got a diving series. They go up a certain height and stuff like that. It's kind of taken over from the cliff diving back in the 70s.
Free climbing. It's also an honorable mention.
Oh yeah, that's the number one thing in my algorithm that I'd love to permanently delete. Wow. They keep showing me these freaks who are up on the side of a mountain, like camping, right, on this tiny ledge, and I can't take my eyes off it, so the algorithm thinks I like it, but I'm terrified.
I can't look away, but I hate this. The documentary Free Solo is fantastic if you haven't seen it, but I don't know how these people do that.
I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch 2 minutes of that. It would just make my palms sweat.
It's anxiety.
Yeah.
You guys ever go fall down the rabbit hole of the Mount Everest stuff?
Yeah.
Like where they're showing like the people that have died, they just walk by and they're filming them. Just guy or gal just sitting there with their full gear on, just
human
walking,
popsicles.
Yeah, just walk right by him.
Yeah, Peyton had a story last week where some guy and his girlfriend went on a hike. It was super, super cold, and then they're like trying to get down, and she basically was like she couldn't go anymore.
Oh, he had to leave
and
her.
like he leaves to go find help, and he doesn't actually find help for like a day. And then
you immediately start fat shaming. How fat was she?
Well, I was wondering because I'm like, why wouldn't you
her ankles look like?
Why wouldn't you load her up on your back and take her down? You know, but now this guy's actually getting in trouble. This guy's getting. He's like in
murder.
Yeah,
I
like
think he might have been negligent.
Manslaughter.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's claiming he was looking for help, but there was no phone service, and he was making calls, and so she ends up dying up there just from the
That's
cold.
terrible.
And now it's on him.
That's not cheap going to do that, by the way.
What, people are paying to go.
That's like a $50,000-$60,000 deal to do that.
To Everest?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody texted in the padless Oklahoma drills.
I just saw two people knock each other out.
The
Run It going viral.
The Run It Straight game that appeared. I think it was like in the spring or over the summer where it started happening, and you had like a dude died from it. Like, it is one of the craziest things ever. I can't fathom doing that. And to that same note, like rugby.
Yeah.
Rugby's ridiculous.
Yeah. Rugby absolutely is 9 on here. Wrestling's at 10. 9 is rugby. 8, we've got motocross, Gavin. So you're pretty close with that one.
Yeah, a kid died last week, like 18 years old.
Jeez. 7's hockey.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you got frozen pucks, just hitting people left and right.
You're skating on ice and you're skating on razor blades.
Yeah,
basically.
I'm surprised more people don't get cut.
I would have
skate.
I would have the throat protection thing
for sure.
I would wear. I would absolutely wear that.
But I mean, people aren't dying a lot in hockey.
No, we don't have. I mean, I don't have the death totals for these.
How about when hockey, when those dudes do take a shot like to the face, they immediately like skate off?
Oh yeah, they know.
I mean, yeah, it's just like
I don't want to sit out here and bleed.
Yeah.
Nobody makes me bleed.
Too much respect for the white ice. They don't want to. They don't want to bloody it up.
Cave diving. Getting a lot of texts for the cave diving.
That's when you get stuck.
Terrifying.
Is that like a competitive sport?
I guess you kind of they take.
I think everything is these days.
Yeah, you take you through these trails and stuff. I can't believe.
Boxing's at 6.
Yeah,
you guys gonna be locked in on Joshua Paul on Friday night?
No,
I'm going to be trying to maneuver it because you got Bama, OU.
It'll be after that game's over. I mean, the last time they did one of these, it started so late.
That's a good point.
What are you on tonight?
It's Netflix.
It's on Netflix, yeah.
I mean, if it's anything like Crawford and Canelo, like that fight didn't start until 11, 12. Like I think it was midnight here locally.
Yeah, even the Tyson fight was late.
Vegas, well, Lucius busy, but I mean, I think it was like 10 o'clock Vegas time. That fight took forever to get going. Football.
There's just so few older boxers. Like your brain is going to get kind of turned into pudding here. By the time you're 50 or so, completing sentences is going to be tough.
Well, that's why it was terrifying to see Mike Tyson go back out there, and then like Evander Holyfield wants to fight. It's like, guys, stop! Like you need to stop. This is not. It's not good for you.
I mean, Tyson really only got beat up in like 3 times in his life. You know what I'm saying? Buster Douglas cleaned him up, Evander Holyfield, and then Lennox Lewis.
Yeah.
But he didn't have the hours and hours of repetitive headshots that most fighters do because he would just end it so quickly.
Yeah.
Football at 5. I mean, that's a car crash. Mm-hmm. Gymnastics at 4.
That seems very realistic.
Yeah, that's true, man. They're getting so high up in the air with all the flips and stuff.
Yeah. I don't know how they don't break more bones in the knees, ankles. You know, I don't know how they don't. Femur.
Yeah.
Hitting the way they do.
Cheerleading at 3. I think that's similar to the gymnastics.
You never want to be the tosser, right? Is that the...
No, you don't want to be the tossee.
Yeah, you don't want to...
That's what I'm saying. Aren't you the
flyer,
tosser?
I think.
Flyer, that's it.
Yeah, the flyer.
That's the person that's going up there and doing all the flips.
Belichick's still out at these adult cheerleading events watching his girlfriend.
She's embarrassing herself.
I see like a news story about it every couple of weeks, like new adult cheerleading event. She's participating. He's there soaking it in.
Didn't Pablo Torre catch her with like some fake Photoshop deal that she was trying to clap back at Pablo, and Pablo called her out and was like, yeah, this isn't even real that you're posting right now. And there's been a whole bunch of drama between those two.
So weird.
Horseback riding at 2, and somebody just texted this
Equestrian.
Bareback riding in rodeo.
Oh, rodeo, there you go. Yeah.
That's going to be 1. Rodeo is number 1,
Yeah.
or bull riding, essentially. But the horseback riding, I mean, if you walk behind a horse and that thing kicks you in the... I mean, I've heard many stories about people
I
being...
got stepped on by a horse.
That might explain the bunions.
It hurt. It hurt.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 in the books here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Chief, what is next?
College football, Darty. We have forged signatures, a 7th-year quarterback, and we grade the Joey McGuire pregame speech next year in the nation. But Tolos, especially those of you in Fort Worth, I bring you great news today because the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it's here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. He's delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference, a one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, it's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event where all you can find is incredible deals. And right now, you can score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. And keep in mind...
coming up at 3:20. Here's Eric Chiafalo with some sports.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and crank open a college football darty.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the rain man call.
We start with a congratulations to Curt Cignetti. Repeats as the AFCA National Coach of the Year. Congratulations to him. That's kind of a no-brainer. Well
done, Kurt.
With what he's been doing and how he's got the Hoosiers cranking right now. It's been a quite an award-winning week for the Hoosiers with Mendoza getting the Heisman, and Brad Sham was a part of that. And I guess Diego Pavia has it out for Brad Sham now.
He does.
That's something to consider.
Yeah.
You know, he's got personal beef with Brad Sham.
What happened there?
Well, Brad is a voter for the Heisman, and Pavia just was like bleep all the voters. So I guess Brad's lumped into that. We do have a new good Brad interaction on Twitter with our buddy John Owning that maybe we can get to a little bit later, which is a heck of a lot of fun. I did see, and this would make some sense here, because I mean I was thinking even just in college football, if I was Michigan or something like that, maybe making this guy a head coach. But the defensive coordinator for Indiana. Bryant Haynes.
Yeah.
And I saw our buddy Foots on Twitter was kind of throwing him out there as a guy that the Cowboys should be looking at from a defensive coordinator standpoint. Sure. And I don't know if you guys have kind of an archetype for what you want at defensive coordinator for the Cowboys.
I'm looking at Jim Leonard. Like I was thinking about Wink Martindale would be probably the polar opposite to what you have right now. Wink's a guy that's going to play man and absolutely blitz, but he's not super exotic like Flores. But Jim Leonard's a name that I think is liked in the building. If you look at who's the best defense in football, it's the Broncos. He's the passing game coordinator for Denver and their assistant coach. So I was just kind of looking at like, okay, who are some coaches you could poach?
They interviewed him last year, though, didn't they?
His name was floating around. I don't know if he actually did get the interview or not, but I think Will does like him.
Yeah.
And he has familiarity. Bobby mentioned this morning with Shoddy, because Shoddy was the OC when Jim Leonard was playing safety for the Jets. And Sean Payton, obviously, with the relationship with the Joneses, I'm assuming would give a great recommendation. So I think that would be an upgrade to go from the passing game coordinator to DC, but he's also the assistant head coach. So that part makes it a little bit weird. But
they had to give him that title so he wouldn't. So
nobody else would poach him.
Yeah,
but I'd be looking at Jim Leonard for sure. I think he's one of the hot up and coming names as defensive coaches go in the league.
I'm not going to BS you and say I know a lot about Jim Leonard, but when you look it up, it says the adaptability and scheme versatility are amongst his top strengths. I'm sold.
Yeah, because he played in the Rex Ryan defense, right, for many years. Wasn't he in Baltimore? And then he went with Rex to the Jets. And then he's done some college stuff. Wasn't he at Wisconsin?
Yeah, was the DC there? So now, I mean,
he was interim head coach one time, too?
He was.
Okay, so that's a guy with some skins on the wall.
He's an up-and-comer, man. I'd love to go get Jim Leonard. I think he'd be a phenomenal hire.
But this guy, Bryant Haynes, would be interesting as well. I mean, the Indiana defense has been fantastic. Like, he would be a guy that should be a no-brainer in conversations for, like, schools like Michigan right now, looking for a head coach, something like that. But would he want the call up? I do think him and Cignetti and a lot of those guys re-upped on their contracts with Indiana. And how much do you have to money whip them? And would Jerry even be open to that? But what the Hoosiers have done defensively this year, and really for the last 2 years, they've been fantastic. And he's not doing it with, it's not like Patricia with Ohio State right now where it's like, yeah, I just got unbelievable top 10 first round talent all over the place. What Indiana's doing, and that's why Cignetti's winning these awards, Mendoza's winning Heisman's, defensive coordinator's getting a lot of love, because they're doing it with guys that are not your typical 5-star college football dominators. So he's a guy that I would have in the back pocket, and I don't know that the Cowboys would even know that this guy exists and that they would even consider dipping into the college ranks. But I mean, I'd be cool with that. I mean, I just want, and he's like an aggressive style defensive coordinator, and I think that's one of the things that the Cowboys defense is lacking in such a big way, is just the offense dictating everything that they want to do.
Yeah, they're super passive. They don't attack.
I mean, it was what an amazing contrast it was to watch the Vikings play defense and then watch you play defense. And even if you've never seen the sport before, you're like, this is two completely different sports that these defensive coordinators are playing right now, from Flores to Eberflus. So just a name to consider.
They made your guy who, if he wins a Super Bowl, will have a Hall of Fame resume. They made him look like the rookie. And you made their second-year guy who didn't play his rookie year look like an all-pro. So, that's kind of, I think, what was so frustrating for Jerry Jones. So we're going to get resolution on this unless they play such amazing defense in the final 3 games that it mandates that you give Eberflus another shot. But that would be the biggest surprise of the season thus far if it does happen.
It'd be insane. I mean, it wouldn't be insane for the Joneses to make that call, but for the general Cowboys fan public to be like, yeah, you know what? These final 3 games really changed my mind on Eberflus. That would be an all-time flipping of the script that I don't imagine happens.
Yeah.
Now, elsewhere in the college football world, we talked about the Cincinnati quarterback, Sorsby. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking, when you start talking about college names, and I don't know if he'd ever leave Georgia, but Glenn Schumann is, I think, a guy that you kind of need to think about. This is a guy that he gets talked about as a head coach material a lot. And it doesn't seem like anybody ever really interviews him. But you look at Georgia and what they do scheme-wise and the number of players they put in the NFL every year, this guy would be really good at – he has a great understanding of how to take good players or his players and make them work in that kind of – that kind of unit or the kind of schemes he plays. They get into multiple – because you watch Georgia tape, they get into multiple defenses throughout a game. And they're always kind of ahead. I would, if you're looking at a college guy, I don't know if you ever leave Georgia.
Is he an older guy or
is he a young guy?
He actually went to McKinney Boyd.
Yeah, he's a
and
young.
Then just jumped on with
home,
Saban at Alabama. Went with Kirby Smart to Georgia.
Yeah, he's a young guy, but he's one of these. Every time you watch Georgia, and Kirby Smart has a lot to do with what's going on at Georgia. But man, I have a lot of respect for how they take their players. And you talk about attacking you. We all know what Georgia football defense is. This guy, I think, could bring a little bit of that to what you're talking about here.
So Brendan Sorsby, the Cincinnati quarterback, enters the portal. Yesterday, Walchuk had it that he was probably going to end up at Texas Tech. We find out today his girlfriend is a volleyball player, and she's going to Texas Tech.
Oh.
So it looks like all signs point to Sorsby being the quarterback of the Red Raiders next year, but it's all about this year when it comes to Texas Tech football.
Raider.
Let's go into the locker room ahead of the Big 12 championship. Here's our guy, friend of the program, all-time human being, fantastic coach, Joey McGuire, pregame speech. Let's grade it.
Turn the switch on! And when you put that helmet on, that back of your nameplate lights up. Hunter, Morton, Miller. But what he left out is the name on the front of your chest lights up when that helmet goes on, because this brotherhood, this family, you're playing for that too. The Red Raiders. So when Carter lights up, the Red Raiders light up too. You go to a different place. You're a gladiator. Go be a gladiator. And be a gladiator with each other. 4 sticks of dynamite. Blow the door open to the back of the wall. Get them on the back of their heels. And then violent act after violent act after violent act. Everybody with me? Family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
I'm with you, Coach. That got me going.
4 sticks of dynamite is a great line.
Didn't need a single F-bomb either.
No.
I mean, that's the type of character that Joey Mack is. You know, he's not going to sit in here and just run it up Mike Kafka style and just cuss for no reason. He's going to hit you with gladiator. He's going to hit you with your name, family, and
school name.
Dynamite's school name. Yeah, name on the back and on the front, and let's go blow the doors off these fools, man. That was awesome.
I mean, you get an elite coach, you get an elite recruiter, and all that stuff comes together, and then it's set off by the elite motivator factor. He's the total package. I think if you needed a coach anywhere, if the sport is football, that's my guy.
Yeah, big fan of Joey McGuire. Okay, now we also have the Legend Bay controversy, who is no longer expected to play at Tennessee, and he's probably going to get himself over to Ohio State. And there's like some talk that maybe his mom had forged the signature when it comes to the signing day stuff. And so it's just like it's like every single year we have parents that are doing some sneaky bit to try and coerce their son.
The money's too good. That's why parents are doing what they're doing.
They think the money's bigger at this school, so you should go to that school.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just the allegiance of like, hey, no, we're Alabama, and so there's no way you're going to Auburn or something like that.
If you're a big-time player to a parent, you're worth $3 to $5 million a year. Think about that. And what as a kid, what are you gonna do? You gonna turn your back on mom or turn your back on dad? No, these parents are going to try and get the best possible situation for their kids. I don't blame them one bit, because if somebody's going to offer a kid $5 million a year to play football, those parents are going to benefit from that.
I would just hope that as a parent, you would want your kid to kind of do their own thing and start making decisions for themselves as they hit 18
That's
years
very
old.
1980s of you there, Dawson.
I guess I'm old-fashioned in that
No,
way.
my dad said the same thing. I had a chance to go to Texas A&M, and my dad said, listen, you go where you want to go to school. You go where you feel comfortable. I wasn't getting any money or anything like that. I mean, I didn't need the money or anything. But the thing about it is, nowadays, these kids are ways out. They're ways out for parents that have been working all their lives. And if they got one or two kids that are, the way the NIL is, if I'm a coach, there are parents that will, like, if you're their kid, they're charging these college programs $5,000 to $10,000 just to visit, just to show up. They're charging these teams, these programs to take visits. It's a shame. You always have to go recruit the mom, but you also have to promise mom probably the most money nowadays. I think that's really where this is at. And I don't blame the parents for, I don't blame the parents for getting as much as they can for their kids. I really don't.
By the way, Georgia State quarterback TJ Finley plans to enter the NCAA transfer
Get out of here.
portal.
The guy that played at LSU,
Auburn, Texas State, Western Kentucky, and Tulane, filing a waiver for a 7th year of eligibility.
For what reason?
Welcome.
Seventh team in 7 years because he just wants to keep playing.
Just for the love of the game. I think he's had some injury stuff. I mean, we'll see if they actually grant him.
I can understand the COVID year stuff, but now he wants the 7th year on top of that.
That's a veteran quarterback, man. That's a win now player.
That's awful.
Highly coveted. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
College football, Darty, most days 240 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, we got mixed bag coming up next, Zachary.
All right, let's do this thing. We got Joel Klatt's hot take. Is he reaching or is he preaching? Beans and booze. That's next.
Patolas, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there. That
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news coming up in 20 minutes here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We're about to get to a mixed bag, Brian.
Yeah, I was just Blake's mom, Kimberly.
Yeah,
sent me.
Mama Kim.
Mama Kim sent us. She was listening to us talk about. She said some kids are 17 when entering college system. So if the parent, the mom, the dad must sign for everything just like the military. So maybe he wasn't 18 at the time of the signing. The mom signed. Then he changed his mind and wanted somewhere else at age 18 if he signed. That's something I did not think about.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I don't know how that applies necessarily for sure with Legend Bay, but it definitely could be a part of the whole deal.
I didn't think about these kids, how they reclassify, and then try and get in a little earlier. Maybe that's the case.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Everybody's in their own situation. I think I'd be offended as a kid, like if my parents wanted a cut of what I was about to go make as a pro athlete. Like, and I know you can say, well, you took me to practice or you drove me to success, but that's your job as a parent. Like I'm about to go take advantage of my own talents. Now, as a kid, I think if your parents are needy, you should feel an obligation, but that should be coming from your side, not a parental demand.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I just feel like that there's so many kids out there that maybe single family homes, struggling all their lives to and I
understand. Figure it out.
No, I understand what you're saying, Dawson. I just think it would be really hard for a kid to kind of turn his back. But I think we got parents now that are so greedy and so demanding, and they look at their kids as ways out. Yeah. And I understand what you're saying, but they get in those situations where they've had to work 2 or 3 jobs, can't pay bills on time, cost of living. I mean, we've talked about that.
Yeah. And as a kid, you would want to help those parents.
Right.
You would want to be like, I'm going to be the kid that gives that, but it should be giving, not a sort of demand. I don't know, maybe.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just to me, it seems very much like the day in what we're in now. If my child can help me benefit financially, there's parents, I'm going to say 75% of the parents will take advantage of that.
That's like Nico Iamaleavin. I think his dad was a big part of that whole deal with Tennessee.
Yeah.
Wanted him to go get more money somewhere, and ultimately it was a terrible call because he got less money.
Yeah, and less of a situation. Here's Wolchuk with his mixed bag.
All right, let's get into it. Rangers did make another addition. They've added another catcher. So they're Danny Jansen. We broke that yesterday. No, not Poparoga, but I do like that reference. That's a good callback right there.
Thank you.
But they're going and getting Herrera. Jose Herrera. He's an insurance policy, according to Evan Grant. He is 30 in February.
I thought you would say he's an insurance salesman.
No, I mean, maybe at some point
in the near future. He is a liability at the plate.
Yeah, he spent his entire professional career in the Arizona organization, started at least 30 games at catcher in each of the last 4 seasons. Not a good offensive player, as Dawson is mentioning. He has a 544 OPS in 562 career plate appearances, but he is a bunting machine. He's attempted bunts 12 times, and he's crushed it. So if you want a guy to just be able to move a runner over, this is your guy to go up there and just lay down a bunt.
Okay, I'm with it. I like it. I can appreciate a good bunt.
I'm down. It's kind of a forgotten art now. Not a lot of guys can bunt anymore.
Man, when I was a kid, I was first learning to bunt. I thought you grabbed both ends of the bat. I got drilled right in the stomach by my brother.
Oh, gosh, that would be terrible.
I squared the bunt with the damn bat in front of me at like 6 years old.
What did I do?
You know what? I don't blame you. I blame coaching. That's not your fault as a kid. Who's coaching you? Who was coaching you?
It was my dad.
Oh my gosh!
And I don't think he would have ever taught that technique.
No.
It was just the first pitch I took, and
that's awful.
Didn't do that again.
It's going to be an emotional night. I don't know if we can get this on for Lucius, but it'll be Elle Duncan's final chapter on SportsCenter tonight at 5 o'clock Central. It's going to be her last appearance before she takes over Netflix.
Oh, she's going to Netflix.
Yep.
She's going to be the studio analyst at Netflix.
Yes, she is.
The studio host.
So this will be her last broadcast on SportsCenter on ESPN.
Do we have any idea what that Netflix thing's going to look like? Are they doing their own version? Are they going to have like a daily sports show that she's hosting, or is it just for the big live events?
I think a lot of it's probably the live stuff that they're moving into, getting baseball now. Of course, the NFL, they got the Christmas Day lineup. We also found out that Snoop Dogg's going to perform during halftime of Lions-Vikings on Christmas. So that's going to be awesome.
The Christmas Day lineup just got totally smashed.
It did. I mean, Cowboys
Commanders is awful.
We thought it would be good.
Lions, Vikings.
We're done at 6 p.m. that night.
Yeah, we are.
We'll be great.
Merry Christmas.
9 to 6, baby. Let's make it happen.
We'll be done.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what all they have planned, but I'm assuming for her to leave ESPN, it's got to be pretty cool.
Oh,
Big budget over there at Netflix.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did we just buy for some $44 billion or something? What did we buy over there at Netflix? We bought Warner Brothers, didn't we?
I think that was Paramount.
We bought Paramount. Okay, we bought somebody. We bought a big-time media.
There was a big purchase last week.
Yeah,
Paramount,
but I think the purchase fell through. That's why I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, then
there were a lot of people pushing back on it.
Sorry,
I think a different buyer came in.
I'm the fountain of misinformation.
I think Netflix was trying to get in on it. Maybe Netflix is in the game now.
Fountain of misinformation.
But we're going to get so many. The sports on Netflix is going to be taken over. So, I mean, we got the boxing fights that have been awesome with the live. We got last year we started with the Christmas Day game. This year, the Christmas Day game. Now they're going to have Major League Baseball. The Home Run Derby is going to be on Netflix. They're growing. They're growing the sports scene big time. Drew Mestamaker. I mean, we knew this as North Texas Mean Green fans, but he is expected to enter the transfer portal. This is right after he announced a new NIL deal with Portillo's. Like, dude, maybe you're going to stay in Denton. Don't get my hopes up here. They're giving you NIL deals left and right.
Thought the hot dogs and the Italian beef sandwiches were going to keep them in Denton.
I feel like there's one popping up on every corner now these days. They are expanding at an alarming rate.
They are.
I've seen a number of them lately.
It's good?
Yeah, it's good.
Good stuff?
Yeah, I haven't had the dogs or whatever, but I have had the
Italian beef?
Yeah, the Italian beef sandwich.
Does it taste kind of Chicago-like? Do you know?
Well, to be fair, I've never been to Chicago and had it straight up.
Yeah,
but I mean,
have that. Yeah,
for my money, it was tasty.
Was it
tasty.
dipped?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you soak that thing.
You gotta eat it wet.
Soaked. I mean, that's the whole deal. You get the juices all up into that bread and everything. And some people don't like it because it makes it a little bit soggy to some extent.
A little sog
so
on
you got to get the vessel has got to be the best. You can't mess around with it.
No question.
All about the vessel.
So I guess we think he's going to S-Water to hang out with Eric Morris.
We think he's going to Stillwater. Indiana is another team that might be interested there because obviously Mendoza's leaving, so look out for the Hoosiers to start to pursue Drew Messemaker. But he had an interesting story dating back to high school. And I know him and Eric Morris are really, really close, so I would expect him to go to Oklahoma State. But you never know. Somebody else can come in here and money whip him. I mean, you look at Indiana could be a national champion this year. That's
Watch
gonna be hard to
LSU,
pass
man.
up.
Watch LSU.
You think?
You never know.
They're going to get in there?
And whatever happens with Dante Moore, if he declares for the draft, Oregon's going to be open. Miami's now in the world of just turning and burning at transfer portal quarterback. So
way to do it.
That is the way to do it. There's no doubt. Like, why would you go for the high school quarterback when every year you just go get a plug and play veteran kind of dude?
Yeah, there's only one situation where the kid has always loved your university, never wants to leave. His dad went there. You're
Arch
like, okay,
Manning.
Yeah, we can lock in with this guy for 5 years.
And Arch's going back, not a surprise.
But Arch doesn't need the money, and he's also making, $8 million a year
He's
doing
making
this?
a lot of money.
Yeah.
He is. He is making a lot of money there at Texas. Shout out to the Aggies. And they got a big 11 a.m. kick against Miami, and we might be getting Andrew Monaco, their play-by-play voice, on later on this week to preview that matchup.
I thought we were going to get one of the Yell leaders. I thought you were committed to that.
No. I would not do that.
No, just to roast them.
That would be funny.
Just welcome him in, hey man, we really appreciate the time, and then we ask him
how many
what
wins
went
do you have in a
wrong,
day?
what went wrong.
What's your best line here to make fun of Miami?
You know we do have a lot of Aggie listeners, right?
Texas fighting Aggies, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, I got respect for
all of them.
We do the TAMU police report all the time. I'm excited for Monday because we're going to get a playoff police report, which is going to be probably all time.
I was kind of hopeful that you would tell me what section has the most arrests in it.
My analytics team is still working on that.
Not a surprise they have the most arrests because they lead college football in
drunkenness,
alcohol revenue sales for this year. Texas A&M numero uno. Who did they pass? The Huskers of Nebraska. Nebraska led the way earlier on for the previous seasons, but Texas A&M has come in here and has taken the top spot for most alcohol consumption. Oklahoma State and our North Texas Mean Green also in the top 20 here.
Let's go.
That's a small sample size, right? Is our crowd? How much?
Well, we did have a couple sellouts this year for the first time in DATCU history.
But I can't tell you how many double fishers you see out there at a UNT game.
We can drink.
It's rare that you see somebody with just one singular beer.
In fact, it's frowned upon.
The back pocket beer going.
The Frocket.
I don't think the police aren't as heavy-handed there as they are at Kyle Field. Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting inebriated at a high level. Tech also in the top 10 of alcohol sales. That's not a surprise.
What's the smallest stadium with the most drunk fans? You could see out of that list.
I think it is. Is it North Texas?
North Texas?
Yeah, I think absolutely it's North Texas on here.
Pound for pound.
That's impressive.
Fry Street, baby.
Yeah. All right, let's
different.
We also got to get to the beans. Are you guys big baked bean lovers? Bush's baked beans?
Yeah, it's not like they're being part of the charity deal here, huh?
Dude,
you got to candy them up right.
Yeah,
a little bacon chunk, brown sugar, maybe some jalapeno sausage.
So they're sponsoring the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans. This is going to be on December 23rd. It's Toledo facing off against Louisville. Now, both schools are located more than 1,000 miles away from the stadium, and they got a max capacity of 30,000 fans. So what Bush is doing is the first 2,000 fans who roll up with a can of its baked beans will get a seat in the MV Bean section near one of the end zones, and then the cans will be donated to feed local families in need. So if you want to, maybe Carter Freeman, somebody that would be jumping in on this one, you want to drive out there to Florida, go to the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans, just bring a can of Bush's baked beans, and you're going to be in the MV Bean section.
Dawson's right, though. You got to doll those things up.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, spend some time on them.
The sweeter the better, the sugary.
Yeah, you just can't open the can and pour them in there and expect goodness out of that.
You want sweet heat.
All right, Joel Klatt. See, reaching or preaching here, boys.
Joel Klatt.
This was his hot take. He was jumping on the Next Round show. And, Joel, who is great when it comes to college football, maybe we shouldn't ask him about his college basketball takes. Here was Joel Klatt.
In fact, hot take. I mean, the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a one-game affair. That doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. You know, like if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games, and they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see, like, you know, Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Again, hottest of all takes, but that would make the NCAA basketball tournament far better. Neutral site, one and dones. What are we doing?
Yeah, I like it. You know, if the point is, hey, college football isn't doing a perfect job of finding the best team, it's like, well, your example, the gold standard's the NCAA tournament, and it's just like just a smorgasbord of variance and low sample size, and chaos is really what it is, and that's part of the fun. But, you know, to his point, if you look at it from the premise of, do you need your tournament to be the best formula for determining the best team, NCAA tournament is kind of a joke from that perspective. Chuck?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's probably one of the best sporting weekends of the calendar.
It's an incredible sports spectacle.
I love it, and I do think typically you do have the majority of the time. I think the best team in the country does win. I mean, UConn's been the best team in the country. They won back-to-back years. Florida winning last year, they were probably the best team in the country. I don't think that when you look at who's won the tournament, a lot of the time it probably is the best one left standing is the team that is deserving. It's weird that Joel's saying this because you also are going to have neutral site college football games, and it's one and dones, right? Once you get past the first round of the playoff. So it's like you're going to have Ohio State play A&M or Miami, and it's a one and done in a neutral site here at AT&T Stadium.
A number 1 seed has won the tournament about half the time since they went to this format in 1985.
Wow.
So, you know, one of the top 4 teams wins it about half the time.
And that team, I would say, is the best team. I mean, I think we love the upsets, and that the way they have that with the 64.
It's great.
It is. Yeah. It's built for.
I'm not complaining overall about the tournament. I'm just saying that's Joel Klatt's perspective.
No, and I get it. I get what he's saying. And a series might be better in terms of better teams going to win if you play a 5-game series or a 7-game series. But, I mean, he's coming from the college football world where it's also one and dones. You know, we're not doing series in college football. So I get it from a basketball perspective, but I don't know. I don't look back at any of these tournaments and be like, man, gosh, it sucks that X team didn't win. I think that I've felt that the best team probably did win the national championship that year the majority of the time. And then we don't get our George Mason runs. We all love those.
The Blue Moon runs. I love a great Cinderella run.
I mean, they're fun, and we're probably not going to get that in college football, but who knows? Maybe.
The drama of every game knowing this team is going to be eliminated, and you get to watch that, I guess, 67 times now.
And the product of college basketball as well.
Yeah. Yes. We need to back up that 3-point line. It's so condensed.
It is.
Like the guy that comes at me and says, "Man, I just think college basketball is so much better than the NBA." You like the culture, you like the history of the teams, you like the history of the tournament, but objectively speaking, watching the college basketball game is closer to real low-level basketball because there's not enough space for the athleticism to take over.
100%. Absolutely.
All right, we got the C-Note coming up next here. Cowboys news of the evening is what we got for you, and we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Last night, to those garbage time points, man, we were crushing it. We were crushing it on prize picks. If you tailed my picks, we were dominating.
kick surgery, downtime, and quick fixes to the curb. Enhance your performance, recovery, and quality of life by healing from within with the Men's T Clinic near you. 5 DFW locations open Saturday, 972-GO Men's T, mensteclinic.com.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Here's the King.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Greystone as well for being a part of this. Appreciate you guys. I always have some questions on Tuesday. As you know, I like to look at the tape on Wednesday, Thursday. So we'll do the Chargers offense tomorrow and then their defense on Thursday. And then at the end of the week, I always take a look at the officials on Krusty's Corner. So
get us surrounded.
Got to try and check it all out. I'm finding this interesting, though, that people now are kind of switching into that draft mode, though.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Big time. Noticed that over the last 24 hours on Cowboys Twitter.
Yeah. I've kind of, I'm into, and I know Zach, I know Gavin, everybody's kind of jumping in right now, and I think it's really cool. I think going into the future, as we get to the end of the season, we're going to have some seriously good draft talk for everybody, and I'm excited about that. But
I'm going to have my best year ever.
Oh, you do? Yeah.
But picking players or just best year?
Scouting them out. Just my first year joining the group of
debating.
No,
that's what I'm saying. And the longer you do this, the more people hate you, because then they'll, I shouldn't say hate, sports hate.
Yeah.
Because you're like, you missed that guy. You missed, they never remind you of the guys you actually got right.
No, of course.
It's a very competitive scene.
It is a very...
Whenever you get competition, you're going to get ego.
Yeah,
you're going to get snarkiness.
Very competitive.
Offensive.
All I ever ask, though, of people, if they're going to do this, if they're going to interact with you, and you're going to say something, please, you look at the player, too. Don't just randomly throw something and say something that...
You saw a clip online. Oh, that guy sucks.
Yeah,
you watch the highlight.
Hey, please just... if I ask you on Twitter, if I ever get Twitter back, if I ever ask you, hey, what games you look at? You can't tell me what games you looked at, then I'm not gonna fight with you. Not fight. I mean, I'm not gonna have a discussion with you.
Don't talk ball if you don't know ball. You know what I'm saying?
It's not. Listen, there's a lot of ways that people can evaluate these players now. I encourage people to look at them. I really do. I think there's ways to study, and you don't have to be a former scout. You can see, this guy looks pretty good. Man, he's blocking everybody. Oh, wait, this guy's making every tackle, But I'm looking forward to it. Chief.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like, though, that after watching Minnesota play you defensively, that other teams might try and play you the same way? Or is that just because it's Brian Flores?
I do. I mean, I'm sure there are some defensive coordinators with a veteran enough group that can implement some level of that, because it is a copycat league. But I don't know that there's many defenses that could really just copy and paste what the Vikings just did to you. I mean, they have a bunch of veteran players. There's plenty of continuity on that defense, and Flores is very unique in the way that he goes about coaching it, and he's a professional at the way he goes about it. And I don't think many defensive coordinators could just go, all right, let's just do exactly what they did.
Yeah.
But there will be some elements of crowding the line of scrimmage and changing the picture at the line of scrimmage and stuff like that, or when the ball's snapped. But yeah, I don't think you're going to see a copy and paste.
I absolutely think they should try, and you could add, like Chief said, some element to it, showing cover 0 and getting into cover 2.
Yeah.
The number one advantage, or maybe one of the top advantages veteran quarterbacks have, is the ability to pre-snap diagnose. Let's just rule that null and void. We're never going to show you. You're going to get 0 tells off our pre-snap alignment. We're always changing into something different. And if you can take away quarterbacks' pre-snap advantage, that seems like it should be standard for every defensive coaching staff in the league. How are we taking away veteran quarterbacks' pre-snap advantage? By always changing into something different. Right. And if we don't have the players that can do it or the coaches that are going to do it, we don't want to dumb it down. We want to go find different players and coaches.
Zach, you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think that you've seen 2 weeks in a row. I think the one trend that's going to continue is how teams are trying to take Pickens away.
Okay, let me ask you this now. Okay, since you said that, and I know you probably sat down and watched the tape on this one. Dallas tries to throw a slant coming off the goal line.
Yeah.
And it gets stopped. And so now you're sitting there thinking, how many times has it been 2nd and 10 and the call coming off the goal line is a George Pickens slant? That we've seen quite a bit this year. It started, and there was a couple of times where the thing hit, but 2nd and 10, I think Shoddy's in a little rut with the George Pickens, the way they're trying to use George Pickens. I think Brian Flores, and I'll let you have the floor. I think teams, when you watch that 2nd and 10 throw coming off your old goal line and the way that the Vikings played it and the way that they told the corner, listen, don't worry about anything on the outside. We got Harrison Smith. He's going to take the deep. We got a linebacker underneath, and you just play outside and try and funnel that thing inside. Only worry about the route. You play the slant. I think Shoddy's getting in a little rut calling plays for George Pickens, and he's not doing anything to help George Pickens because Minnesota sat on a 2nd and 10 slant off your own 5-yard line that he's done. This has been something that Shoddy has done in several games. So,
well, and then so what should you do? You hit him with the sluggo?
Yeah.
Right? That'd be an easy thing.
Pickens will admit he only runs 3 routes. Right? Pickens will tell you, he goes, I only run really 3 routes here. Run the hitch, run the slant, run the go.
And I do wonder if there's something about...
That's what he would say.
They were doing more things when CD was hurt with George. And even pregame when he's talking with Brad, Shoddy's, we move CD Lamb around a lot more. It's difficult to shut down CD Lamb because you don't know where CD's going to be lined up any given snap. George is pretty much isolated to one side now that CD's back. They were doing more movement with George. They probably need to go back to trying to incorporate him in a variety of different ways. It doesn't need to just be CD that moves. Now, he's phenomenal at it, and I don't know that George is the player that can win in the slot quite like CD can because of his quickness. But he is capable, and he showed that during that month stretch when CD was out with the ankle injury. So, yeah, I think the creativity Shoddy needs to challenge himself here. How can I find a way to get Pickens open? Because right now, that's definitely from the Lions to the Vikings. Because I agree with what you guys said. Not everybody's going to have the personnel, and the schematic mind that a Flores has to do the same thing. But the one tendency that's carried over for 2 weeks is how teams they're not going to let Pickens beat him with that slant.
No, and that's why that's what I'm saying. I think that Shoddy, you're right. I think Shoddy needs to come up with some other ideas to try and get George Pickens more involved in the offense when it's clearly that teams are like, you don't have any tendency breakers right now with the way you're playing with him. That's the unfortunate thing.
Well, one of the really interesting things from the telecast of the night was Collinsworth talking about their meeting with Dak, and Dak said early on in the Lions game, he knew he was just going to throw it to CD Lamb the rest of the game because George Pickens wasn't giving the effort on his routes. So I think on top of Shoddy maybe needed to dip into his bag a little bit more. Also, I think Pickens needs to up his level to regain the trust of the quarterback. I think a lot of things we've said are true about this is who George Pickens is. It's time to evolve in his game to the point that he's not just happy being a decoy when they're playing those kind of coverages. Right now, that's what George Pickens' body language is telling me, that he thinks it's cool. I'm such a decoy. You got to cloud me, and I'm getting everybody else open around the field.
Yeah. Do you guys feel like, remember Mark Schlereth came on with us a couple weeks ago and told us he wouldn't pay the guy?
Yeah.
Has 2 games made you feel any different about him now? It was one game we were all kind of like, Now 2 games?
No, it hasn't made me feel any different about.
That's because teams are successful at taking him away.
I still think he's fantastic, and I want to have him and CD here together. I do think this is going to be a franchise tag thing, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And that could open up a whole can of worms because of who his agent is. But it also does make me wonder, especially listening to national people, maybe his price tag is not going to be as astronomical as we think it's going to be. Like he can want this, but I wonder if other teams around the league might look at a Pickens. I'm sure, and all it takes is one. And there's a lot of wide receiver needy teams this offseason, but I wonder if others are a little scared off by him.
Well, and how much too though is it a credit to Pickens and his production of like just the asserted effort that defenses are doing to try and eliminate him and allowing Lamb
they
to
realize he's
get off
in effort to try and defend.
Yeah.
I mean,
And Flanoy,
when he gets the ball.
Yeah, and Flanoy too.
Yeah.
So it is opening things up.
Yeah. It would be a concern if they were only getting 205 yards of passing and George is singled up and he's just like walking through routes. Like that would be alarm bells going off. But the amount of attention that he's getting is allowing the rest of the offense to eat. And it's cool. It is actually awesome that he is not throwing a fit.
Yeah.
Like, give me the ball. He's like, oh, this is great. I mean, you had 100 yards, bro. Great job. You know, like he's being a good teammate.
How about this one there, Dawson?
Yeah.
Were we just way too strong on Overshown's return this season with our opinions? The hope that what he was going to be? Are we not fair to him?
Yeah, well, and this this kind of goes to like the lack of appreciation or respect for what back-to-back injuries will do to a player.
Yeah.
But also it goes to how the television presents the game. And you don't see like down in, down out that Overshown, even before the injuries, wasn't the best diagnoser. He would overrun things.
Yeah.
He would be a little bit baffled. He's a splash player. And if on TV twice a game, you're like, holy crap, do you see what Overshown just did?
Yeah.
It's natural to assume that he's doing all of the other little things right. And here he is now making the big play, but he's just not been that player. I don't know if he's been healthy enough in his career to advance to that point or if he will ever get there.
How about you, Chief? Did we were blowing the horn too much?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of that. There's plenty of that, and also there's an element to Eberflus not really just like allowing him to do what he does best, which is just go be a blitzer.
Yeah.
And so maybe if he was used 100% the way he should be used, maybe you'd see a little bit more of an impact. But yes, it's extremely difficult to come back off the injury that he had, and to imagine that he was going to hit the ground running was certainly foolish.
How about you there, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we tried to preface with seeing how players can struggle to come back from injury. Like, let's not put all of our hopes on.
Oh, I think we did. I think, but
some fans probably
before
did.
the Quinn Williams trade, that was your hope.
Yeah, well, because the linebackers were also so bad.
Yeah,
it's like even if you have like an 80% version of Overshown, he's probably going to be a massive upgrade. So yeah, I mean, he definitely he has been a little slower than I expected him to get back to, wow, that's the guy that we saw. But I guess that was a catastrophic injury. You know, it's totally fair for him to
battled back. He battled back.
Did.
I just felt like, though, probably on the media side of things that, you know, I think the fan base side of it, too, the hopium of, hey, man, this guy's going to come back in 2.5 sacks and run down plays and all that. I mean, it's been great to see him back. But I don't think he's the same player right now. And I think that's something that next time you're going to kind of go, wow, okay, you coming off injuries like that, need to be a little bit more mindful of what this guy's probably been up against.
So he was a rookie in 2023. So he's got one more year before That would be an incredibly tough position to be in if you're the Cowboys deciding, do we want to give this guy an extension? Right now, I would say no. You got to prove that you can stay healthy for a year and be a good football player for me to get there. Yep. Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We got 2 hours down and 3 to go. A football fix coming up with Wolchuk.
Yep, let's get into the fix here coming up on the other side. And, man, it's clinch time, boys. And we got coaching candidates. It's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. College athletes should be allowed to move as freely as coaches, but sometimes it gets a little too crazy. QB TJ Finley is reportedly going back in the portal, assuming he's granted a 7th year of eligibility. Finley's been at LSU, Auburn, Texas State, Western Kentucky, Tulane, and Georgia State. Maybe that's too much freedom. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110. Guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. That's 800-676-1090.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Chia follow here, Tolos. I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids, and I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Wild Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test. Even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hannah Berner, None of My Business Tour.
I'm so jealous of bald men. It is so shimmery and beautiful, like a baby dolphin, okay? It's not fair, because when men are hairy, it's fine, they call them bears. You know what they call girls who are hairy? Single, and it's not cool, it's not feminist.
Hannah Berner, live on stage in Durant at Choctaw Grand Theater, Friday, February 20th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Last call, Hail Mary, touchdown, hey.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, where 10,000 electronic games plus roulette, craps, and blackjack is just the beginning. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa, rest in one of our vast hotel towers, and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar. Please game responsibly.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Mark Schlereth is coming up in about 40 minutes. Odyssey NFL Insider joins us every Tuesday at 4:40. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, let's do it. Let's hit the intro, baby.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
No, I got to get my fix, man.
On this day in 1972, the Miami Dolphins wrapped the perfect 14-0 regular season. Their 16-0 win over the Colts was their 3rd shutout of the year and the start of history as they went on to have the only perfect season in NFL history. And to this day, legend has it, as soon as the final team loses that was undefeated, they're popping bottles.
Champagne.
Yeah. And Mercury Morris is right in the middle of it.
I think we don't have any of these guys left, do we? We're down to the
we're down to the final few.
Yeah.
But, Larry Zonka's getting after it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he is in a big way. Yeah. But what a day in history. This is a sad stat, boys, from our buddy Joseph Hoyt. Cowboys, along with the Bungholes, are on pace to be the 8th team in NFL history to allow 500 points in a single season. Oh, dear God. 8 teams in NFL history to allow 500 points in a single season? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so.
Well, the last 2 teams are playing. How many points they away?
I don't know how many points they're away, Brian. Don't ask questions. This is just to give information.
I should have looked it up.
It's okay. I'm
kind of thinking the last 2 teams might prevent them from.
I just need to be ready for the question follow-up from you, and that's on me. I'll work to be better. They also have allowed 4 different quarterbacks to throw for a season high in passing yards this year, and 2 more have had their second highest passing totals. That would be Hurts and Love. The 4 that have had their highest would be Wilson, Williams, Fields, and McCarthy. So Herbert, get ready. It's going to be a big week for him.
Mm-hmm.
Quentin Johnston coming back home. Ladd McConkey, fire it up.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting one. And I loved Oronde Gadsden Jr. I mean, I think Vach and I both We were stunned and blown away by his performance at the Shrine Bowl practices. That guy,
Syracuse, right?
was awesome. Yeah, caught everything. Obviously has the pedigree from his dad. That guy's certainly somebody. I don't know if the Cowboys have anybody that can really match his skill set defensively. He runs like a wide receiver, playing tight end. He's really, really good.
Is everybody picking Chargers in this week?
No,
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
not. Are you kidding me?
100%.
Is that a serious question?
Not only do I think they're going to win, but I want them to win.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm taking the Cowboys.
Are you?
We'll see. I don't know. I'll leave that till.
Have you kind of kept up with what your record's been this year?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I think it's been the best.
I can't remember the last time I won money on the Cowboys. It's gone at least a year.
Yeah.
I remember last year in the Christmas game, I lost big on them against Tampa. However I bet is wrong.
Yeah, you
I
should always
guarantee
do the
that.
opposite of what you think, which is why I think the Chargers are going to win. So should I just pick the Cowboys? They would do that.
You guys like to play that game,
Well,
right?
they would be eliminated. It's just very Cowboys to get eliminated.
For the team here.
Like the Eagles will win.
They're
They'll
already
beat
eliminated.
Washington, and they'll officially be eliminated mathematically, and then they'll come out and find a way to beat the Chargers. And that's also very Charger to do. The Chargers are not one of these teams historically that it's just like they're a juggernaut. They'll keep you in a football game.
Yeah, they will.
But, I mean, you just see what some of the bad quarterbacks have done. Like, this is going to be one of those days where Justin Herbert all week long is looking at the film going, finally, I'll get some time in the pocket and I can let it rip. By my calculations, the Cowboys have surrendered 420 points this year.
420. So
420 friendly.
3 games to give up 80 points. I think I like their chances.
Yeah, not only is Justin Herbert thinking I'm going to have some time, but those tackles are thinking we finally get a game where we get to look like starters.
Yeah,
Going to be
Trevor
awesome.
Penning is like hyped right now.
Yep. Man, Trevor Penning was a big mess. I thought he was going to be pretty good. That was a tackle that was a mauler. So you need the sweet feet at tackle, Brian. Got to change that's what works now.
Yeah.
The sweet feet wins. Speaking of sweet feet, actually, no, that's a terrible transition because Rodgers doesn't have sweet feet. His helmet, he's got to do something else. He just looks, it looks like his face is getting squished.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, it doesn't look like it fits. It looks like the helmet is too small for his head and his face.
Yeah.
It's tough to look at, but they did beat the crap out of the Dolphins. I mean, that was the stone cold lead pipe lock. You can't beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh on Monday Night Football, apparently, and Tua still can't win a game under 40 yards. But what he can, or under 40 degrees, but what he can do is throw for a bunch of yards in the fourth quarter, so you screw and lose a Prize Picks bet. I hate you, Tua. I hate you. And so does your coach, because now he wants to bench you. And you know what? I'm here for it. Play Quinn Ewers, let him go out there, and the Dolphins will probably go 0-3, and that'll be good for Miami fans, because usually Miami would end up being like 8-9, and they'll end up being right in the middle there for the draft pick. They've already kind of screwed their season. They were looking like they were one of the worst teams in football. Now they go on a 5-game win streak. They're back to losing. Just go ahead and lose out, Miami, for your fans.
This would be a great opportunity for Quinn Ewers because I believe the Dolphins get the Bengals on Sunday. So if you want to get a nice little tune-up game.
Unlike Phil Rivers having to go up against Seattle, right?
Oh.
Yeah, that was not what you wanted. But Phil, credit to Phil, man. He was getting it done. He only slipped one time in the pocket.
Boy, it did look like he had on a little more body armor, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He's been in hibernation for the last 5 years.
We'll get to Phil's touchdown when we do TD Tuesday later on. They were loving it. Shout out to him.
INDY.
Yeah, let's go. Woo, yeah. All right, this was a take yesterday, speaking of Monday Night Football, Monday Night Countdown. Let's go to Ryan Clark. Micah Parsons.
Who's he apologizing to this time?
He might have to apologize to Bo Nix. I don't know. But what do you guys think of this in regards to how Micah suffered his injury?
But Micah Parsons is hurt because of Bo Nix. And I'm not saying it's one of those things that's Bo Nix's fault, but the violence in which Micah Parsons had to chase Bo Nix the entire second half was extremely evident, whether it was the touchdown to Bandy, the throw to Troy Franklin, getting outside the pocket and finding Lil Jordan Humphrey. You could see that Micah Parsons was the one person in pursuit of Bo Nix the entire day. And on the injury and on the play he was hurt, Bo Nix attempted to get outside. He found Mims, and you could see Micah redirect in order to keep him in the pocket. That was part of what he'd seen the entire night and the way Bo Nix was able to attack that defense. Bo Nix was amazing last night, and it's sad you lose a great player like Micah Parsons, but it was because of the effort he needed to give in order to get to Denver's quarterback.
Yeah, I just thought it was a compliment to Bo Nix and the elusiveness that he was playing with.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think probably the way McGlinchey ended up giving him a little tug on the back of the jersey. That's why he had to redirect. I don't think it was because of necessarily Bo Nix. He got put in an awkward angle. Now he's going to have to go and chase Bo Nix down. So ultimately, I think that's an atrocious take from Ryan Clark. But praising Bo Nix, he deserves that, and he is a mobile quarterback. But man, it was a weird way to take it.
It was Bo Nix stepping inside. I don't think there was anything wrong with what Ryan Clark said. He was giving Bo Nix credit for being highly elusive and athletic in a way that made Micah Parsons stress his body beyond its limitations.
So a mobile quarterback that's just going to force edge rushers to just tear their ACLs.
Well, I mean, it was actually what Bo Nix did. You know. It looked like he was going outside, but he said, nope, I'm too quick and
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Sudden.
The offensive lineman, McGlinchey, is the reason why he gets pushed inside. Now he's got to go back outside. Otherwise, he's got contain on Bo Nix. It wasn't what Bo Nix did on that specific play that he tore his ACL. But I'm fine with the Bo Nix credit side of things.
I think people love going after Ryan Clark, and that's like the Clay Travis take of the day. How dare you blame Bo Nix? He didn't blame Bo Nix. He was just saying Bo Nix is so elusive and sudden with his movement that Micah was having to chase him around. Maybe it tired him out. Maybe he had to change direction quickly. His ACL couldn't handle it.
Did. He said Bo Nix is the reason Micah got hurt. But
and then he said it's not to blame Bo Nix.
Okay. He blamed Bo Nix.
He did not blame Bo Nix.
He did.
Run it back.
He blamed Bo Nix.
He didn't blame Bo Nix. He said Bo Nix is the reason.
Yeah.
Right? Because he was so athletic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Bo Nix was the reason.
No.
Okay. Mahomes did have a surgery yesterday here in Dallas locally from Dr. Cooper. He got that thing done. He is pushing, according to our guy Shefty, to be ready for opening day, boys. True or fart? Mahomes is going to be ready for opening day for the Kansas City Chiefs. He also had to get the LCL repaired. It wasn't just the ACL. The LCL's also getting repaired. I'd love to see it. Mahomes is the ankles, the recoveries he's been able to have there, but this is a different beast. I don't know. I hope he's ready for week one. I think it'd be great for the sport, but I'd probably lean fart right now.
I'm going to be the hater. I don't think he's ready.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he would be ready either. I think it would be foolish to throw him out there. This would be one of those things that you want to make for sure he is 100% ready to go. So if that's October, November, I wouldn't care how long it took because this is way too valuable. You do not run him out there. I don't care how bad he wants to do it. I'm sure he's going to be attacking rehab and trying to get back as soon as he can and try and get back for week one. But if I'm the Chiefs, that's not even on the table.
You're probably going to have to save him from himself here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be one of these guys that's going to be a madman attacking this rehab.
Yeah, because the addition of the LCL just complicates things.
Another layer.
Like you got to milk this and just do not rush him back.
Yeah, I would say 9 months is normal for a football player, right? So maybe late September, maybe mid to late September, missing 2 to 4 to 6 weeks is probably my expectation for this right now. And I wouldn't be too disappointed if it took significantly longer and we can back up like top 10 picks in back-to-back years. Maybe that's what we need to get this offensive line.
It'd be pretty darn good.
Or a wide receiver.
In that regard.
Good. You're right. Yeah.
It's clinch season. Broncos can clinch this week. They need a win when it comes to the AFC West Division title. Cowboys to beat the Chargers. So, but based on our room, probably not going to happen. Plus New England loss and a Buffalo loss or tie. Buffalo has a chance to clinch a playoff berth with a win and an Indianapolis loss, or they can get a Houston loss. New England can clinch a playoff berth. I can't believe they haven't already. All they need to do is win, and New England is in. If they lose, they just need an Indianapolis or Houston loss. Jacksonville can clinch a playoff berth. How about what Trevor Lawrence is doing all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Duval. Liam Cohen is making things happen there in Jacksonville. That's probably going to be a crash and burn, though, in the playoffs, right? Is that what we think?
Different coach.
Or can they be for real?
Doug Peterson crash and burn.
Are we going to look up and see like Jacksonville's in the AFC title game?
Well, that's the thing about the AFC.
Get a little crazy?
That's the thing. I mean, I'm starting to have more respect for the Broncos if Bo Nix is going to continue to play like he did versus the Packers. I think they could be one of those teams where, okay, the defense is so good, and if Bo Nix can play like that, I don't know if a team in the AFC could beat him. But yeah, I think any one of these teams, if you told me the Jags made it to the AFC Championship game or the Texans or something like that, I'd be like, sure.
Yeah. Philly can clinch the division. All they need to do is win. So Saturday they're playing Washington. Cowboys will play on Sunday. If the Eagles win, they're the first back-to-back NFC champs in 20 years. Bears can clinch a playoff berth with a win and a Lions loss. Packers are in with a win and a Lions loss. Niners, I got to say, Eric, you gave love to Bo Nix yesterday. You've been a Bo Nix hater. I've been a Kyle Shanahan hater. I still don't believe he's ever going to coach and win a Super Bowl. He's got to prove that. But I think he should be up for Coach of the Year this year. This is the best coaching job he's ever done. He's done everything that I critiqued him for not being able to do.
Is there AFC Coach of the Year and NFC Coach of the Year?
No. And you know what? That might be a good idea.
Because if you don't give it to Vrabel, I don't know.
Vrabel's done a fantastic job. There's a lot. I mean, what Ben Johnson's done in Chicago, what Liam Cohen is doing in Jacksonville. But I do think this is the best year Shanahan when it comes to you lose Bosa, you lose Fred Warner, you have your quarterback go down. Ayuk hasn't played a single snap this year. Kittle's been in and out. The one constant's been Christian McCaffrey, and that's a great constant to have. But Shanahan has finally been able to keep this team afloat. Usually they have injuries like this, they're bad. They're not in the playoff hunt. They're 10-4 right now. They've still got an outside chance to win that division and be the 1 seed possibly, which is crazy. He's done an incredible job this year in San Francisco, and he deserves credit for that.
Amen. Thank you, Wolchuk. Jerry Jones this morning, will you allow this to get you excited about what's to come in March? And how do you explain what Fred and Blake told us about the Cowboys locker room last night? That's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
I love showing up to parties and family gatherings with the best gift in the box. From effortless holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. Shop this season's top gourmet gifts at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with code Corey at checkout, C-O-R-Y. Your holiday magic is going to be made easy. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. And right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef has more marbling for exceptional flavor and is the choice of steakhouses and professional chefs around the world. They also carry mouth-watering gourmet burgers, chicken, pork, seafood, and delectable desserts. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for $35 off using promo code Corey at checkout. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code Corey at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
You have spent the last 10 years building a successful business, but recently it's been tough. You are behind on payroll taxes, and the IRS is coming after your business and you personally. Hi, I'm local attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, located right here in Dallas. Don't spend sleepless nights wondering if you are going to lose your business and your personal assets. The IRS is one of the most powerful agencies in the federal government, and it can and will aggressively target businesses who have not paid their payroll taxes and can also target the business owner personally. If you are facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, call me, Nick Namath, today. I have helped many businesses and individuals in DFW resolve payroll and other types of tax problems. So whether you owe the IRS $20,000 or $2 million, why not let us try and help you? Your first visit is free and confidential, and we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So call us now at 972-484-0829. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myiRSteam.com.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
I know you have that 3% mortgage rate. You don't want to lose it, but you want to refinance your debt. Well, keep that 3% rate and get a second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. It's a sole and separate loan on your house. You can get cash out. Maybe it's $50,000. Maybe it's $100,000. Maybe it's $200,000. Refinance your debts. Put some cash in your bank and keep that 3% rate while closing in a couple weeks in your home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing Housing lender.
This holiday season, give your home the gift that actually lasts. Hi, it's Gary with Rhino Shield of DFW. If your home is peeling, cracking, or looking tired, don't repaint, shield it. Our ceramic coating is available in any color and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. So you can stop repainting every few years, enjoy a home that looks beautiful season after season. Right now, get 20% off through the holidays. Schedule your free estimate at rhinoshielddfw.com. Protect your home, boost curb appeal, and don't paint. That's rhinoshielddfw.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Target's last-minute deals are here, right on time to get you holiday ready in no time. Snack beauty gift sets for every style, the hottest toys, can't miss entertainment, crowd-pleasing candy, and much more. All under $20. Whether you're hosting or welcoming surprise guests, you'll be ready for all of it for less. Grab them now before they're gone. Last-minute deals under $20. Happening now, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Whether you're gifting, decorating, or treating yourself, Lowe's December deal drops are here to help you save more all month long. Get up to 50% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 45% off select tools and accessories. Shop new December deal drops every week this month and get so much more out of your holidays. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hey guys, it's your favorite Bucks babe Rachel, and it is time to go wild at DFW's #1 BYOB gentlemen's establishment, Bucks Wild. Bucks Wild brings you a sexy party every night of the week until 2 o'clock in the morning in Dallas and 4 o'clock in the morning in Fort Worth. Bucks Wild is BYOB, so bring your favorite beer or spirit and relax with me and the Bucks babes. Bucks Wild Dallas, 35 at Royal Lane, and Bucks Wild Fort Worth, North 820 at 35. Check us out at bucksclubs.com, and remember, everybody loves Bucks.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Food.
The holidays are coming up. Need a ribeye roast or a spiral ham? Check out Wild Fork's holiday bundles for big savings. Looking for gift ideas? We've got perfect stocking stuffers. Visit one of our 9 locations or wildforkfoods.com for free delivery.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We got some Cowboys content here for you. Wanted to ask you guys what you thought about what Fred and Blake told us last night in Crosstalk, Fan After Dark, 7 to 11 weeknights here on the fan. If you're out and about late and you're tuning into Fred and Blake, you know it's an absolute riot. They also cover the Cowboys games in the locker room for us, and they say the mood was very light. Almost like they couldn't tell that their season had just effectively ended minutes earlier. Not a lot of angst out there. Brian, is this normal, or how do you interpret that? A team that had so much on the line, there wasn't more disappointment in the air.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hard one to say, because I think that, there's the one I hate are the guys that like go in the locker room after a game like a loss like that and then immediately leave. They just, those are the guys that, and you get the guy that'll occasionally sit in his locker, and like a Jason Witten kind of guy that'll sit there, with just, T-shirt and football pants on and just kind of reflect about, what went wrong. I would expect that at the end, when like the Giants game. I mean, it'll be a flight home, and everybody will kind of have a way to interact.
Season's over. We've processed it.
Yeah. But this was, I think that when you're kind of stunned that because you're thinking like, much like Jerry was, that, hey, it's J.J. Dan McCarthy. We're going to find a way to win this game. We're going to harass him. He's going to make some bad throws. The first play of the game, they get an interception. You're thinking, here we go. Cowboys going to find a way to win this thing, and allow him and the Vikings to do what they did. It just kind of the same old. So I can understand the shock a little bit of just not reacting at all, just being kind of, I think there's some players in there that realize that, like, listen, we're just not good enough on defense, and maybe that's why you had a guy like Diggs actually talk. Diggs probably stepped up and was like, okay, yeah. Here we are. We took a loss, and I didn't get to play, and and he took that opportunity.
Did y'all see Carson out there?
Well, it was maybe in a way that, like, kind of I told you so. I told you so. You guys would have get on me about my practice habits and my, and what I do working out, my availability, all that stuff. I told you this defense wasn't worth a damn because of this coordinator. I told you the scheme wasn't any good. This was kind of, and I hate to say this, in a way, kind of a little bit of a victory lap for Diggs. Because that's probably the last we'll ever hear from him. Probably the last we'll ever hear from him if he's not activated. Because there's no reason for him to be around anymore if he's not on the team.
Yeah, he's got to be activated by Sunday's game, or he will remain on IR for the rest of the season. I was thinking I would almost rather prefer the guys bail early because they're just so bothered about it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to answer any questions like, give me some emotion. But as you continue to talk there, just the acknowledgement that they were never that good. I think we saw signs of give up, I think, against Arizona. And maybe this defense, like, you traded away Micah. We're playing man instead of zone. There's just so many people on that side of the ball that could be disappointed and cynical about everything the organization has done to that defense. And then offensively, you could have the same sort of cynical perspective. It doesn't matter if we go out here and score 35, we could still lose. So I wonder if it was kind of quiet because they'd already mourned effectively the end of the season, and the disappointment was maybe more felt in locker rooms earlier in the season. But man, like, you just let J.J. McCarthy look that good, and your playoff odds went from 9% to 0.8% because you lost that game. I would think, like, as professional athletes, you would have enough pride to be significantly ticked off about that. So I would say that's the number one thing for Shoddy to fix.
Yeah, I think you might be in a situation, too, where the offense is kind of looking at the defense like, and I guarantee you there's a lot, and maybe the offense is looking at the defense and saying, well, hey, you know what, you didn't get it done, but maybe they really do know. Maybe they know about it's. They're looking at the Eberflus situation. They're looking at the coaches over there. They're probably saying, you know what, this thing was kind of failed to, it was
doomed.
It was doomed.
Yeah.
We were really super positive about, with White Cotton and how they were. Let's be honest, man. They hadn't had a damn pass rush all year.
No.
They had a pass rush all year. You talk about, with Aaron White, he's got a little bit of a pass. If you want to be really honest about this, because Donovan Ezeraku has been a good player. I give him credit for if he's helped him be a good run defender. But, man, that guy's got some pass rush skills. Where's that? They haven't had anything. They haven't taken advantage of any real, of any, like, compromised offensive lines. They don't attack anybody that's banged up, beat up, backup guy. Hell, Detroit can switch guys out. We're not going to miss a beat, So I think they're all probably a little bit like, we kind of felt like this probably could happen.
214 says we got too many scrubs on the team. I would agree with that. The number one thing to fix is the talent base on this team. The second thing I think is the culture, and the culture has been good over the years at times. I don't think it's always like this with the Cowboys because, it's a Jerry Jones-owned team or the entitlement of being a Cowboy. I don't think it has to be like this at all. Some of the teams that I was doing the post-game show for up until 5 or 6 years ago had an incredible chemistry and desire and passion in those locker rooms. But that was a little bit disappointing to hear, but maybe they had internally acknowledged that this season wasn't going to go their way a long, long time ago, and that was just, I
think the Detroit loss got them.
Yeah.
I think that's the one, especially everything was kind of rolling along, and, you're thinking, like, coming off a big win against Kansas City, maybe we've kind of found something here.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you go lose the way you did to Detroit, and then you turn around and play that way against Minnesota. That's the realization that we are who we are.
I get it, but then the Eagles lost the next night. In theory,
still had it there.
Keep that hope alive. I guess if you don't have any expectation or belief, there's no buy-in. Maybe there's no room for disappointment on the other side of it. Maybe they really never believed that this team was going to be capable of doing anything. That would be the only explanation for me. I'd love to get inside Dak Prescott's head right now because last week he took several questions from Christy Scales and Nick Harris in about a 15-minute media session. You can go back and watch it at DallasCowboys.com. Very interesting. But they were asking him about the Brian Flores defense.
Yeah.
And in his mind going in, it was like, well, we just need to get this thing blocked up and it's going to be fine, right? Once we get it blocked up, I'm going to have the opportunities down the field. And he wasn't always under pressure, Sunday night, but he looked very significantly confused by it, more so than...
Well, the fact that he came out after the game and said that they were in cover zero quite a bit, he felt like, well, they got in that cover zero look, I think it was 6 times in the game, and he felt like that it was a lot more. And Brian Schottenheimer, even the press conference yesterday, we were listening, here on the Fan, he was kind of like, well, it wouldn't cover zero all the time. So yeah, Dak was when teams are playing cover 2 on you got to hit some hole shots.
Sure.
And he hit Lamb on one. There was a couple of times where Pickens was open.
Sideline, man.
There was one time where they're dropping a linebacker into coverage. Like they're playing Harrison Smith as a robber in the middle of the field, like a linebacker, and they're taking the linebacker and driving him as a 2-deep safety. And you're thinking Flournoy's to that side. If Flournoy goes vertical, they're not that linebacker's not going to be able to carry that route. And Dak doesn't even look there. I mean, he pre-snap, he's looking at it like, wait a minute, why is that linebacker really deep? They were trying to put the guy in position so Harrison Smith could play underneath. What does Dak do? He throws it underneath to Ferguson. It's a nice gain, but they had a better shot to maybe get a touchdown if he tries to go for the whole shot.
Okay, a couple of takeaways from Jerry Jones this morning. He was on with Sean and RJ at 8:30. The one going most viral right now, I think Machota has a story up onto the posted this afternoon in The Athletic, that essentially Jerry Jones put Matt Eberflus on notice this morning, if he hasn't already. We all agree with that. That's certainly what it sounds like. A massive escalation in the amount of pressure that Eberflus has to be feeling right now if he's going to continue with this job. But the most exciting thing was, and it's worth resetting, we talked about at the top of the show, he said the reason he's optimistic about winning big is that they have 2 first-round picks and more cap flexibility than they've had in recent seasons. The last 2 years, they weren't being cheap to save money. They were having to dig out of a pretty big salary cap hole that they incurred from 21 to 23 trying to get the job done for Mike McCarthy. So they've reset, and now he says they have more room to stretch future dollars out into than they've had for recent years. So
prove us all wrong then, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, don't sit here and let's all go back on December 16th or whatever and say, Jerry Jones said this, and and then we look back and it's just a bunch of just false BS. You know, I mean, really, I think there is a sense of urgency there. I do, just because of his age. And I think he also hears everybody complaining about 30 years of not doing anything when it comes to championship football or meaningful playoff games. I think he honestly hears the fan bases that way. Sure, they show up and go to games and stuff like that, yeah. But also, too, though, he's got to find a way to bring this thing back and get it back to where it is a championship football team.
Yeah, and it can't be just like signing your own guys again. Like, here we are.
No,
we're bringing back Kenny Clark, and we got George Pickens under contract. I'm writing the biggest check. You have at least 4 needs of massive consequence, and you have 2 draft picks.
Yeah.
So address something with legitimate, like, near top of the market money. And that I think that's what it would take. I don't need any bargain barrel shopping. I don't need any, I guess this guy could be a starter, but he's 2 years past his prime. I don't need any of that crap, or I just won't believe next year. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. It's time to talk with Stink. Mark Schlereth joins us next, our Odyssey NFL insider here on 105 through the Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic, though, because here we are. We're about to wrap up the year. If you want to make 2026 the best year ever and have a heck of a holiday season with all the energy to play with the kids and deliver everything that needs to be delivered, go to mensteclinic.com right now, 972-GO-MENS-T. And you're going to be dealing with the team of medical experts that Artolos describe as life-changing. Seriously, life-changing therapies. Once you get your hormones optimized with Men's T Clinic, you're going to feel so great and you'll start performing better. There's health benefits, not just lifestyle and quality of life benefits. There's real health benefits that you can harvest thanks to our friends at Men's T Clinic. They'll do a total evaluation. If you mention me, Gavin Dawson, they'll throw in a free in-body composition analysis that'll give you baselines for your visceral fat, your muscle mass, and your bone density, and all this kind of stuff that as we get a little bit older, we want to make sure that we're tracking and giving our body the best opportunity to be strong and healthy well into the future. So how do we do that? Starts with a trip to one of the 5 DFW Men's T Clinic locations. Cash and insurance options are available for you, and you're looking at total male optimization under one roof. What do you need? The drive, the libido. You want to get rid of the brain fog, be more focused. It's waiting for you. Founded by Texas men, for Texas men, back in 2014 now. They've been crushing it with us since day one here at 105.3 The Fan. Go to mensteclinic.com. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. I could tell you about all the amazing content and that Motley Crue ticket giveaway, but what you really need to know is at 1 o'clock, Corey has heard enough, and he will have a Dak Prescott appreciation segment. Join the show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Carolina Panthers are a 3-point underdog on Sunday to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a massive game with first place in the NFC South on the line. Carolina is 4-1 this year at home when they are an underdog. The Bucs are really struggling, losing 6 of their last 8 games. I think this is good value with the Panthers at +3. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today and please gamble responsibly.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
This February, tennis comes to Texas. Ben Shelton, Taylor Fritz, Casper Ruud, and just announced Grigor Dimitrov. The world's best players step onto center court at the Ford Center at the Star for 9 days of nonstop action at the 2026 Dallas Open, February 7th through 15th. Every serve, every ace, every moment, the stars shine brighter in Texas. Get your tickets now at DallasOpen.com. That's DallasOpen.com.
Tolos, we are back on the road for 105.3 The Fan's Friday Football Feast. Come join me and Kevin broadcasting live from the home of the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys, Taco Bueno, at 4500 Long Prairie Road in Flower Mound from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming Cowboys game and doing giveaways every hour. This week, come feast on some tamales, and don't forget to get your free taco after every Cowboys win. Come see us at Taco Bueno at 4500 Long Prairie Road in Flower Mound this Friday from 10 to 2.
My dad's sleeping on the couch. Yeah, Mom's really not happy because Dad forgot to mention his IRS problems. She found out when a whole bunch of IRS letters rained down on us like bad report cards. Mom's freaking out that the IRS will grab our stuff. She said if Dad doesn't get this fixed, he's out. And I don't want to see my dad on the street like a homeless bum. Plus, she said at this rate, I'll never get that little brother to be player 2 in my video games. I'm calling IRSprop.com at 214-214-3000 to get Dad a free consultation with Randy Martin. He's right here in Dallas, and he knows how to tackle those IRS monsters. Listen up. If your dad's in hot water with the IRS, you gotta dial 214-214-3000. I'll say it again, 214-214-3000. Call now. Those government guys aren't getting their hands on my toys. And don't forget to tell them that Tommy sent you.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Giafalo. Presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the GMAC Nation here on The Fan, and it is time now for our weekly discussion with Mark Schlereth here in the Nation, our Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And good afternoon, Mark. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing wonderful. I would expect you to be great after the Cowboys got eliminated. That make you happy?
No, you know what? I was kind of rooting for the Cowboys to make it interesting. Because I think it's always great to have kind of a quote unquote villain, where like the Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's better if they go to the playoffs. I'd love them to get waxed in the playoffs, but I think it's better for the league because the Cowboys are very much that way. You either love them or you hate them. So I was kind of rooting for them to make that push, but ultimately, you got to be able to take care of business when you're playing Minnesota, and they couldn't get that done, obviously.
Yeah, it's disappointing to end and make J.J. McCarthy look dang near like an all-pro out there. Like, this defense might be just as bad as what we thought it was the first 2 months of the season.
Yeah, it really didn't look good, did it? And J.J. McCarthy, bless him, man. He has not been very good. He needs a game or two to take some of the pressure off. And Dallas Cowboys felt like they were the team to get that done for him. So it's unfortunate. Like I said, man, I was really kind of excited when they went on that little bit of that mini run, winning a couple of games that they probably played out of their kind of over their skis, if you will. But listen, man, it is what it is, and they've got to get a lot better, and they've got to address some of the issues. They're going to have to make some really tough decisions on some guys as well.
So what happens to a locker room and a team as you move forward? Now you got 3 weeks left, and you're essentially eliminated from playoff contention. From a player's perspective, where's your mindset and the rest of the team doing for these next 3 weeks?
Well, there's that part that you play spoiler, and I don't have their schedule sitting in front of me, but that part that you play spoiler. The other part is, man, you're a professional football player, or at least that's what you get paid to do, and, you're putting it on film. Everybody in the league sees what you are and what you aren't, and I think one of the big things to me is how do you play when the game is out of hand or when you have nothing to play for? How much pride do you have? How hard do you play when you're blowing a team out or when you're getting waxed? That says a lot about your players and who your guys are and who the right guys are. I had this long conversation with Sean Payton here in Denver right before the season, and he said to me something very poignant. He said, sometimes you got to move on from guys who are really good football players but just aren't the right guys. And he said the difference in Denver this year, and this is before they played a game, is we have the right guys on our team. Now, it took me a couple of years to be able to move on from the guys that I needed to move on from, but we moved those guys out of the building, and we're going to be a much better team for it. And you watch them play. Just last week against the Green Bay Packers, they have an ability to make plays when they need to make plays. And Joe Gibbs used to say it all the time when I played in Washington, man. He would say, great talent will make plays in the first 3 quarters, but character will win you a football game in the fourth quarter. If you don't have character players, you're not going to win tough games. And those are the things you're going to have to make a decision about if you're the Dallas Cowboys brass.
Hey, Stink, I'm going to give you I'm going to read off like 4 teams that have 11 wins, and you tell me who's the fool's gold in this thing, if you could. The Rams, the Seahawks, and then also the New England Patriots. Which one is there a fool's gold? How do you feel about the Patriots, the Rams, the Seahawks? I know I know your love for the Broncos, so I'm not going to go there. But how do you feel about the Patriots as maybe a team that's with 11 wins? Fool's gold?
No, I think the Patriots are a damn good football team. and and they got beat. They got beat by a superstar quarterback. I mean, that's what that boils down to. To have a 24-0 lead, to almost have 250 or 24-7 lead, have almost 250 yards rushing, and Josh Allen just making some big-time plays in big-time moments. I think Buffalo's more fool's gold than any of those 11-win teams you talked about.
Yeah.
Seattle still interests me. I think they're a really good football team. I think their head coach is phenomenal. I really like what they're doing. There is that aspect of Sam Darnold, who has played exceptional over the last 2 years, but there is that aspect of, can Sam Darnold do that when the game is on the line, when you're playing a tough opponent? Like, I think that still has to be kind of talked about or proven at this point. And I'm just not sure if he is that guy or if he's not that guy. So, like, I look at them, they scored. What they lose? They played a game against, and they'll play Thursday night in the rematch against the Rams, where the Rams turned them over. They had 5 turnovers. They were +4 in the turnover differential. They shut them down in the red zone several times. And I think the Rams beat them like 21-19 or 23-19 or something crazy like that. And so they're really good. I'm just not 100% convinced that Sam can be that guy when it's kind of rubber meets the road opportunity.
All right, Mark Schlereth with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Sting, one of the guys that I'm trying to go after here, if the Cowboys make a change of defensive coordinator, is somebody in your own backyard there in Denver. It's Jim Leonhard. What are your thoughts on Jim Leonhard? Is there any way I could poach him away from Denver?
Well, I'm sure you could poach him away, but I think it'll be really hard if Vance Joseph gets the kind of love as a potential head coach that I think he's going to get. The guy has been beyond excellent this year. I mean, beyond excellent. And it's really funny. I got myself in a little bit of hot water here in Denver because I had said, I think that the Houston Texans have the best defense in football. And on my own local radio show, guys got after me a little bit, and the fan base was none too happy with me, which, is fine. Which is fine because, I'm not getting paid to tell them, sweet nothings. I'm getting paid to tell them the truth. And ultimately, one of the things the Broncos do exceptionally well is they really, defensively, they don't rely on a couple of really good players. They rely on an unbelievable scheme. They've got great players, don't get me wrong. But all the sacks, leading the league in sacks, it's just not one guy dominating or two guys. It is the way they call a defense, how they'll play you man-to-man in any situation. They don't care. And then all of a sudden, as heavy a man-to-man team as they are, they go against the Green Bay Packers. They're excellent against man-to-man. And Vance Joseph throws out a 74% zone rate on them. So it's that kind of stuff that I think has really set him apart. And I think he may be gone. And if he goes, I think Jim Leonhard stays in Denver as the next coordinator.
Mark, did Bo Nix just play the best game of his career? Can he sustain what he just did versus Green Bay?
I think he did, and I think he's been doing this for the last about 3 weeks. He was. It's funny because there's that kind of juxtaposition of being super uber competitive, which he is, but also playing within yourself. And early in the season, man, we talked about all the things that were going on with Denver, like Sean Payton's propensity to throw a lot of formations out there, a lot of personnel groupings. Every play is a different personnel grouping. And the operation sometimes is what slowed them down. And then they'd get into the fourth quarter, and they would eliminate a lot of stuff, and they'd play a little bit more tempo. And that's when Bo Nix would play his best. We talked about it all the time, his footwork, how he got frenetic in the pocket at times. Well, let me tell you, man, that stuff the last 3 or 4 weeks has completely cleared up. I think they're still using a lot of personnel groupings and still doing a lot of that stuff, but they're playing with a lot more discipline on the offensive side of the ball, not making those mistakes. And he has been uber efficient in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So he's really playing good football right now.
You're the man, Mark. Enjoy Week 16. We'll catch you up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Be well.
Salute. There he goes, Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Football's finest is on the other side of the break, Chief.
Yes, the very talented Myles Garrett, Tiger Balm, and your stats of the day next year in the nation.
All right, let's chat Trajan Wealth, though, shall we? That's Trajan, and it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me and Eric build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind, and they explained everything. They gave us options. They never once tried to sell us something that we didn't need. We're clients now, and we couldn't be happier. And if you want a clear path forward, call Trajan Wealth like we did. It's an absolutely free consultation. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. They've got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. I go to the Frisco location, go say what's up to my guy Steve. They've also got spots in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and Eric. You can find him in Southlake.
That's right. Shout out to Trajan Wealth that got me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table. And their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be absolutely daunting. But great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's amazing that up until this past Sunday that Phillip Rivers hasn't played an NFL game since the 2020 season and was able to walk off coaching on a high school sideline, lace it up, and with the Colts head to Seattle to almost beat one of the best teams in the league in the Seahawks. The Colts have 3 games left this season against the 49ers, Jaguars, and Texans, and while the Colts aren't expected to win any of those games, just simply having Rivers back in the fold gives you a reason to tune in. I'm Zach Gelb.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Attention Dallas football fans, we're giving away epic jerseys all season just for catching game day with us. Get to Twin Peaks for every boys game for your chance to win. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for more details. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref!
Why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When the service ends, the battle doesn't always stop. Every day, severely injured veterans return home facing life-changing challenges. Building Homes for Heroes is a national nonprofit that builds and gifts mortgage-free homes to these heroes and their families. Learn more and support a hero in need at buildinghomesforheroes.org. With a 4-star charity navigator rating, 96% of every dollar raised goes directly towards the mission. Donate today at buildinghomesforheroes.org.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're 30 minutes from the G-Bag of the day as we hit the Expressway, and LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Time now for football's finest with Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to. Maybe we'll get a little college football action, but let's dip into the NFL right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Our buddy John Owning on Twitter talking about the Cowboys defense and Eberflus. He says having the personnel to fit the scheme is a good shout until you realize that Flus was in the draft room when the team drafted a press man corner to play in his conservative off-zone defense, and the coordinators have always had a big voice during the draft. He helped do it to himself. So to the people that are talking about not having the right players for the Eberflus scheme, Owning's pushing back like, well, he was here in the offseason. He gives you the draft kind of detail there as evidence for like, hey, you were in the room. We know how much the Cowboys listened to their coaches, and so he's kind of making the assumption that Eberflus had a hand in taking Revel, and then you're taking a guy who's more of a press man corner and putting him in the off zone style of defense. Not to mention the Kenneth Murray stuff, like. And since you've got your reinforcements back, you make the trade, you have a little bit better guys on the field. The defense has still been pretty bad for the most part, especially the last 2 games. Now, Brad Sham wanted to jump in there.
Okay, I love Clapback Sham on Twitter.
Let's go, Brad.
Clapback Sham is one of our favorites. And he responds to John Owning by saying, unless you know what went on in the draft meetings in the room, and you don't, and I don't, because we weren't there.
We don't
make it sound like you do. It's what you imagine. You're not reporting facts. You're spreading rumors.
Yeah, a lot of the job is taking things based off the profile and trying to come up with a take or an opinion of, what likely happened. I think Brad Sham has a decent point here. Could it have been that Revel was just so highly graded that they're like, he is a man corner, but damn it, we're not going to get a talent like this in the 3rd round, so we got to take him?
Yeah.
Could the organization be thinking maybe Eberflus isn't going to be around long term, so maybe we don't want him having the normal amount of influence that a defensive coordinator could? But I still thought it was a very interesting tweet from Owning.
No, and I get, like, the Cowboys certainly have the track record of the coaches being involved. I don't think Revel was a Flus pick. I think that it was absolutely, we have a guy that we've graded so highly. We thought of him as maybe one of the best corners in football in the draft. He's now available in the 3rd round. I don't think that was like, Flus, I got to have Revel here. In fact, we know Donovan Ezeraku, that was Steve Shimko, who's the quarterback's coach. He had a relationship with him in Boston College. He's the one that was like, man, Ezeraku, this dude's awesome. I don't know how involved Flus really was in the draft.
Now, it's still an indictment on Eberflus for being handed a press man corner and saying, well, I'm not going to use you the way you should be used. Yeah. But you guys make good points here. Now, do you think Jiu-Jitsu John had a response?
I hope he did. John's not going down without a fight.
He responds to Brad Sham. So you're saying that Dallas's coordinators haven't historically had a lot of input in the draft? Glad those checks are clearing, Brad. Don't spend it all in one place. Happy Chinooka. I mean, my gosh, that was quite the interaction. And
love you, John.
Not seeing a Brad Sham response to that. I don't know if Brad even cares. I think Brad just drops his nuke into your mentions, dunks on you, and then just kind of steps away from the wreckage. So that was my favorite Cowboys Twitter interaction today. Elsewhere around the National Football League, I did find this pretty impressive for Myles Garrett. Like, we know how talented he is on the field, but he's got even more talent than we imagined. This was him before the game on Sunday, talking with a reporter, and listen to him just work in a completely different language.
Some for my Japanese fans. I kind of let them down last time, and they asked me what I had on my tape last week. So, boku no hitari wa Gojira desu. Migi wa Kaiju o desu yo.
Yeah.
And that says?
On my left hand is Godzilla. On my right is King of the Monsters. That's what I think I am.
How about that, big Godzilla, Lucius? That's your guy.
Awesome.
Myles Garrett getting it done. That was mighty impressive, dude. Now, I know he spent some time in Japan in the offseason, and why wouldn't you? Japan seems like one of the all-time places to go right now where you can get food, like high-quality, legit food.
Watch a lot of videos
for
from
like
that
pennies
place.
on the dollar.
Yeah.
Like, that is now...
Street food.
Flying your way out there and all that kind of stuff would be expensive, but I think once you're there, I don't think you're spending an arm and a leg to just totally eat like a king. And when I'm vacationing, I'm thinking about the food kind of as the one seed, as most do.
Their
right?
videos are unbelievable with how they just do stuff on like a flat top, with spatula cooking and stuff like that. And
they're the real deal.
I'm always looking for that chicken fried rice recipe.
What they do with eggs is incredible there.
It's amazing how they will take it and make an omelet and put the bread with the meat and then fold the omelet around, and the next thing you know, it's a sandwich. Like the bread is on the outside, and they'll fold, and the next thing you know, it's all together. And you're like, wait a minute, I'm running it back. Okay, how do he fold that or she fold that to get everything? But they cook with such precision. Is what they do, and it's really impressive.
Seemed like his accent and inflection was pretty dang dialed. Maybe they'd been practicing Japanese for a while or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe probably learning language.
Yeah, maybe it's
like driving in your car to the practice facility and like language on tape.
Yeah, you
like
could you could get into there's all sorts of apps and stuff that can teach you much faster than we used to back in the day when you'd have to try to learn a foreign language at school or whatever. But I thought Japan would be an incredible vacation. Just the difference in how the cities are set up and the cleanliness of it and the different culture aspects of it, I think would make it one of the more interesting.
I don't know if this is true or not, but they say
fountain of misinformation over here.
I am the fountain of misinformation, but. I
pass you the baton.
I saw a clip that in Japan, when people park at a business, the employees park further away so that their teammates who are late have spots to get to. Like if they're late, that they give them an opportunity to have a spot up front so they can get. So cars tend to park a little further from the door, so that their teammates.
The late arrivals have a chance to get in there.
Yeah.
That's good teammates.
Yeah.
That's really
Very
good
considerate.
teammates.
Yeah.
Well, last night I thought Troy Aikman was putting on a master class of his frustrations with things.
Good.
Like he lets them fly.
Was he what's our guy Al Michaels level?
No, he was just ripping the Dolphins.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not like just sitting there where you can tell he's not enjoying his job. He's just being critical of things that need to be criticized, including Jordan Brooks standing up for a second in celebration after putting a smack on Freiermuth on third down when the game was still somewhat in the balance. And at the time, it was like a huge 15-yard penalty to extend the Steelers' drive. And he kind of went on a tangent of like, this is just ridiculous that the NFL is doing this. We know they've cracked down on the unsportsmanlike stuff.
Last night,
I have no idea.
I'll find out.
But then, like the Dolphins were just embarrassing as that game went on. Like it was a bad look for Mike McDaniel, their head coach, who's still trying to keep his job.
Look cold?
Tua looked awful. Yeah, everybody looked cold. Like the practice the night before in the snow in Pittsburgh, I don't know that it did much for him.
You're saying that kind of a waste of time?
I think maybe for the first quarter, it seemed like they were flying around and doing some stuff. And then, especially that second half, I mean, it just became a really, really bad game. But then Troy Aikman's talking about how the Dolphins were screwing things up offensively when they're trailing and they got to be going, hurry up. And he's like, he says, I'm flabbergasted by what we've witnessed here in this fourth quarter with the Dolphins. And now they want to call timeouts. It is just about as ridiculous a fourth quarter as I've seen in a long time.
It was. I mean, they were just like slow as hell. There's no sense of urgency. They're just like moving the ball down the field. Like, I get it. Like, we're going to play to the end of the game, but at least try and do it to give yourself a chance to win the game, right? It's like they were just going in slow motion out there. It's terrible.
Yeah, Aikman's a no shortcuts, no excuses kind of guy. Ain't that right, Broadus?
Yeah.
Land Clark.
Land Clark was your.
He was the ref,
and he's become like even better. Like I think Troy is getting better with age, which is rare as a broadcaster. Maybe John Madden would be an example of a guy that got better, but he's getting more irreverent, more shooting from the hip, just unhinged honesty from Troy Aikman. And there's enough disappointment and cynicism about the way the football world works to write multiple books. He's just going to start unloading. Now, early in a career, I think maybe you're kind of playing it safe and letting out your opinions and your frustrations little by little. And now that the world is more ready for genuine than ever. Yeah. We're about to get the best out of Troy in his last. Yeah. I think he's got another 20 years in the booth.
Well, as you age, your takes tend to get a little bit better as well. Because yesterday, when it comes to the cold weather, you were talking about the boozing with the whiskey a little bit.
Should have gone to the booze last night, Dolphins.
I'd like to take you to the Pardon My Take podcast where Booger McFarland talks about his first experience.
Wait a minute, this is an LSU guy. We win or lose, we booze. So if he's talking about drinking during a game,
well, it's kind of just like the cherry on top of how he approaches the cold weather. Yeah. And he's talking about how when he arrived in Tampa, Derek Brooks was telling him like, "Hey, we don't wear sleeves on defense. Like I don't care how cold it is. Yeah. I don't care how cold it is. Yeah. You're not wearing sleeves on my Tampa Bay Buccaneer defense." And so they show up to Chicago where it's like 10 degrees.
Yeah,
it's always Chicago. Yeah. And this is him talking about that night.
Yeah, Derek Brooks, my rookie year, we play Chicago in Chicago. And he tells me, he said, "Hey, on defense, we don't wear sleeves." Now, the temperature's about 10, wind's blowing. He said, "Hey, we don't wear sleeves." Well, I didn't know the old secret that when you don't wear sleeves, you got to put this stuff called Tiger Balm on. It's Tiger Balm / Vaseline. It basically closes up your pores. And if you notice, when anybody plays in the cold weather, here's a little tip. Watch their arms. Their arms are always going to be glistening and shining anytime the weather is cold. Well, they got this stuff called Tiger Balm on, and it basically kind of closes your pores up where you don't feel the cold weather as much. Well, I didn't know that. So Derek Brooks had that on, but I didn't. And so I'm down in my stands in Chicago, and I put my hand down, and all I have on is my pants, and underneath I have a jock strap. So as I bend down, the wind comes screaming through those pants, and it felt like it went right up my butt, all the way out my butt. And when I tell you it's the coldest I've ever been in my life, I had literally chill bumps on my arms, man. But the next time I learned about the Tiger Balm, and I also learned about, drinking just a little shot of whiskey before the game.
There you go.
To hell with the chicken broth. Just get you a little shot of whiskey, kind of warms you up also.
That's an LSU thing.
He said, "To hell with the chicken broth.
Yeah.
Give me a little shot of whiskey. Give me the Tiger Balm. Maybe adjust the jock strap situation. Like, don't you want to just go with some full coverage underwear there, so you're not getting the Windy City screaming down your back door?"
You get used to playing in that thing,
In the jock?
Yeah. You get used to playing in it, and you just you don't want to wear anything different.
But when that stiff wind whips through your crack,
it's tough.
Because it's like a warm environment there. Like it's not used to the cold.
Yeah. So today in Pittsburgh, all the conversations like, man, our run defense that's been struggling looked amazing. Our left tackle who was on a practice squad. I mean, this guy might be our new left tackle of the future. It's like, guys, you played a team from South Florida in 15-degree weather. Yes, they were a half step slow on everything. You did not solve anything last night. The only hope in HE double hockey sticks the Dolphins had, I would say, you want to start the game with a shot, and you probably want to come back until you see a dip in performance and execution. You want to come back every 30 to 45 minutes with another shot on top of that. Completely different game. Your body just can't feel it. You're going to be out there having fun, talking, having a grand old time. You're half in the bag, but you want to target about 0.06 to 0.08. As I'd have breathalyzers on the sideline, guys. Step on in here.
Hey, keep drinking.
It's a 2-drink minimum for the rest of the game.
Keep that booze going.
You got a bartender in the blue tent.
Please.
Guys concussed, and they're like, "We're not worried about you right now."
I'm looking at GPS numbers over here, Jim. You're falling off. Get back over here on this Jim Beam.
Got the Gatorade bottles every squirt.
I love that.
Jack Daniels.
All right, teams are now 61-1 since 2017 in home games when leading 21-0.
Oh, New England.
But New England fumble farted it. That's what they did. And we'll see how they bounce back. But the AFC playoff picture is going to be interesting. Another stat of the day for you from our buddy Ian Harteets. Bijan Robinson has avoided 91 tackles this year. All right. Now, when you just hear that, you're like, okay. But second in the league is Jahmyr Gibbs, and it's 74. Like, he's mopping the floor when it comes to just avoiding tackles. So I know we saw Jahmyr Gibbs firsthand the other night, and if Jahmyr Gibbs got to play the Cowboys every week, he would set a ridiculous tackle-avoiding record. There's no question. But even with his incredible ability that we saw firsthand to avoid tackles, no one does it better than Bijan Robinson, so salute to him. And also salute to Shedeur Sanders and his popularity, because right now he's number 10 on the QB vote for the Pro Bowl.
Nice.
Let's get Shedeur to the Pro Bowl.
He's going to get in. Yeah, he's getting in.
I think he might.
Remember tug of war? Will he be in there? I mean, are we
After
doing
the other
that?
6 guys say I'm not playing.
Are we doing this thing again? I don't
even know.
They're not actually playing the game. They're just doing like competitions, and it's not even an actual Sunday. It's like the week. I think it's the Tuesday or something leading up to the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right. Is it going to be when we're out there Tuesday?
Yeah, we'll be out there for it.
Yeah.
I'm excited, man.
972 says Myles Garrett's dating a Japanese-American woman, professional snowboarder.
Chloe Kim. Yes,
Chloe
that's right.
Kim. Okay, so you're, just leaning into that relationship a little bit more. I think Brian might be vindicated with his Barry Sanders comp from Bijan Robinson. Might be a different body type, but the elusiveness, what'd you see there to make that comp, Brian?
That's a terrible comp.
His ability, like at Texas, though, when we were watching him play, I mean, he in space, hand him the ball, throw him the ball. You just watch people. Sometimes in college, these kids can't tackle. But when he's making people in the NFL, sometimes they don't tackle either. But for the most part, man, he's a guy that he just got this ability to start, stop, quickness, the plant, the spin, everything about it, the vision not to, he sees something coming at him and boom, that was Barry Sanders. I swear watching Barry Sanders play, I mean, I was like, that's Bijan Robinson, that same kind of guy. Same kind of guy. Every time they handed the ball to Sanders, you held your breath. You're like, okay, well, here we go, one of those kinds of players.
All righty. Who do you think is the number 1 vote getter right now at quarterback, by the way?
Drake May.
Wow. All right. Wolchuk, football guy of the day.
Thank you.
Look at him go. That's an edition of Football's Finest in the books. Here's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Cooper Flagg's breakout performance last night. Arch Manning making his decision, and what we learned from Jerry Jones this morning coming up next as we hit the expressway, get you to the G-Bag of the day in LA Live right around the corner here on the Fan. I have to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though. It is the holiday season. That can mean cold, wet weather, party goers, and late nights can turn into negligence out there on the highways and byways in more than one way. So if it happens to you, we just recommend you call the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com. You're going to be dealing with Scott and Mark Frankel, best trial attorneys here in North Texas, and they've been representing victims of negligence for over 30 years now. Before that, they worked for the insurance companies, and what they learned in that process was the insurance companies get really tricky when it comes to getting you to settle for less, and now they use that knowledge and that wisdom to protect us. Make sure we do extract maximum value because, on the other end of one of these injuries, your entire life is turned upside down. You might need a new vehicle. That's just the start of it. You might have a long-term disability on board. You might need a career change. You might need career re-education. So the settlements can be 6 or 7 figures when you add up all the damages. And, you look at the pain and suffering that you might have to endure for the rest of your life. That was due to somebody not paying enough attention and not having enough respect and responsibility for what's going on out there on the road. Now, most of these 18-wheeler drivers, commercial vehicle drivers, are outstanding. We salute them all the time. They are the masters of the road, and their ability to skillfully move around is just incredible. Unfortunately, they're all not careful. So when one gets you, we recommend you call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas, Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, on the east side of the Metroplex between Highway 80 and I-20. And right now, you can take advantage of the massive savings this month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep with the Wrap Up the Year sales event. Truly one of the best times to get your brand new ride. You can also start the process online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Yardbird Southern Table and Bar.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Serving inventive takes on classic Southern fare with Llewellyn's fine fried chicken, local produce, fish and fowl for lunch, supper, and weekend brunch. Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk had a little bit of Rangers news there at the break. They've brought back reliever Chris Martin, so they're piecing this thing together. And
Let's
go. CY's going to do a good job.
Yeah.
What's that?
Just see if he can stay healthy. He was great when he was healthy, and then unfortunately at the end of the season, it was just like, man, one thing after another for him.
Throw like one pitch, and you're like, something happened to his neck.
But yeah, CY's figuring it
bizarre.
out.
Yeah, CY's done a nice job putting the bullpen together on a very limited budget, and right now, really, what it comes down to is they've added a significant amount of offensive firepower. Can your starting pitching stay healthy? Can Jake Berger, Josh Young have better seasons offensively than the ones they just had? Because you've upgraded at catcher, you've upgraded from Simeon with Nimmo. Like, you're going to get a better on base percentage. You're going to probably get better slugging than what you had last year out of the guys that they've brought in so far, and you just wonder how many careers are due for a reversal to the upside, because last year was like every damn hitter they had was having one of the worst seasons of their career.
Yeah.
So we'll keep our fingers crossed, get those 2023 vibes flowing eventually. Arch Manning made it official. He is going to be back for the 2026 season. ESPN's Dave Wilson had the story. His daddy, Cooper Manning, said Arch is playing football at Texas next year there to Dave. So, I guess it's a big offseason for him. Now, he'd probably still be a first-round pick if he came out this year, wouldn't he? Because of his traits and his last name. There's only two for sure first-round quarterbacks right now, and then Ty Simpson. I bet one of those other teams would be like, let's try it with Arch because of the height and the weight and the speed and the arm.
No doubt. And especially like you said, like there's just not not a great quarterback class.
No, not at all.
Texas currently getting set for the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl
against Michigan
on December 31st. So, yeah, I think that next opportunity to evaluate. Sometimes you get the time off and it makes you rusty. Sometimes it's exactly what a quarterback needs to process everything that he's seen and experienced and come out, have a big game, go into spring football, crush that, and then come back closer to the player that was projected when he signed his letter of intent. Is it Mendoza more? Do you have Ty Simpson in the first round, you think, Brian?
I have not looked at the quarterbacks. I've got 14 first round grades. I'm going to have a feeling that I'm probably going to have, I might have one. It might be Mendoza. It might be Mendoza. I look at court. I'm going to wait as we get through these playoffs because the film will be really good for all these matchups and stuff. And so that's how I'll be able to evaluate those guys. But I have a feeling I'm going to end up with probably 15 first-round grades is what I'm probably going to end up with.
The last month of the season was not good for Simpson. I guess I want to see what his combine numbers are. Like, how tall is he? Does he really weigh 205 or 210 pounds, or is he really like 6'1", 197? Yeah. I think that could be a significant thing for him. But when I watch him play, like the athleticism, the accuracy, the decision-making, good enough arm, like there's a lot of stuff to like about Ty Simpson.
His Georgia game, not the conference championship game, but the game that was played during the regular season was probably going to be a really good one to watch.
Yeah. But everywhere I go, like people are downgrading him and moving him out of the first round, like right and left. So
he's been hurt. I think that might have something to do with, and that would explain, because you're right. Like the last month, he's not looked like the same guy.
What does last night's Cooper Flagg game mean for projecting his future? First 18-year-old ever to have a 42-point game. Mavs did lose to the Jazz because Anthony Davis wasn't playing. They couldn't defend anything, but he's exceeded expectations for me. Let me just say that. The question is right now, if you're doing 42 and 2 weeks ago was 35 at 18 years old, like what does this translate into in the future? I would say it's starting to look like maybe he can be great soon enough, or really good soon enough to take advantage of what is left of the Kyrie and AD prime, or post prime, whatever you would call where they are currently in. Maybe you keep this team together, because Cooper Flagg is farther ahead of schedule than any 18-year-old since LeBron James, and maybe that's the only one, if you look back historically, that's going to have more of a high-performance profile at, pre-19 years old. It's only LeBron and Kobe came into the league at 17, that had more points scored before their 19th birthday than Cooper Flagg. So, especially if the league's not offering you good enough for Anthony Davis, keep this thing together and target 2026, 2027 as far as let's push back in next year or maybe try to sneak into the playoffs this year because Cooper Flagg is performing like a really good second or third option on a good team.
Let me ask you this, though, guys. If you're in a situation where Cooper Flagg, if you move on from Davis, the team gets worse, right?
100%.
Okay. But don't you kind of want Cooper Flagg to have some positive experiences playing NBA basketball and playing winning basketball?
Ideally,
Then like I like what you're saying about like give it a ride.
Yeah.
Go for it. I mean, not go for it like go for but let it ride in a way that give him a chance every night to go out there and play winning basketball.
Yeah.
Don't go out there if you trade Davis, then all of a sudden you're on an 8-game losing streak and his play suffers.
Mm-hmm.
I think give him an opportunity every night to have a chance to win a game.
It's not a bad concession prize. Like, I think the big prize would be, hell, Rudy Gobert was traded for 4 first-round picks 4 years ago.
Crazy.
Right.
And the market has changed so much, and Davis's injury history. Ideally, you would get enough draft compensation and good young players back for Anthony Davis. But if we can't have that, then I like giving Cooper Flagg good experience as a youngster.
That's what I'm saying.
And when the Thunder have to blow their team up next year or just not bring back a couple of key guys in the rotation, they're going to take a step back, and instead of being a 75-win team, maybe they'll just be a 65-win team next year. Maybe you could, try to make something happen next year.
I think they got 4 first-round picks, don't they?
Yeah, they're going to have great opportunities. They have the Clippers pick.
Yeah, you're right. Though.
They're
they
stocked up. But I just Anthony Davis, even if he's on your team, like he's still missing so many games. Like I'm not doing anything with Anthony Davis to be like.
So you're okay. You're okay just moving on from him getting the picks and just letting Cooper Flagg maybe.
Well, the way the Coop's playing, if you
100%.
get Kyrie back, which they're saying pre-All-Star break is what he's trending right now.
Yeah.
They're probably, depending on what version of Kyrie you get, they're probably going to be a play-in team.
Yeah, they could easily do that. And I don't know what's going on with Anthony Davis, but the calf strain is apparently back. That's what was listed on the report.
It never really goes away.
So that one's just crazy. I guess they thought it was gone for a couple of weeks, but now it's back. I don't think any team's going to give you jack squat. If you're the Mavs and you're trying to prove he's healthy and the calf strain is back, like the wheels just got totally swept off of the trade possibility. There's only 6 or 7 weeks now until the deadline. That's just not enough time to rebuild his value.
But in regards to Cooper Flagg, there is no ceiling to put on him right now. Everything's on the table. And that's very exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is very exciting to see this. I think some people still have a Luka hangover, but when that finally clears up and everybody's tuned back in, I think they're going to be very pleasantly surprised. My only thing on Flagg at this point is he's not a primary ball handler and he's not a big. So how do you dominate today's game? Like, you look back at the 2-guard small forwards that don't have the point guard skills, and there's some of them that have gotten to that absolute peak. Jordan, Kobe, Kawhi Leonard when healthy.
Yeah. But and a lot of people comp to Flagg to Kawhi coming out. Maybe that comp is a good one.
That might be the comp. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
I got it. Yeah, we do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. All right. Vacated title because Mr. Zach Wolchuk went 5 times right there at the end of the year.
Not going to defeat me.
Right there at the end of the year.
Down, Brian.
Congrats, dude. Brought to you by Espresso.
So I have a lot of different options for you right here. We're just going to go down this list. Yesterday, you guys played this. Thought it was awesome. The Cowboys post-game show here on The Fan. Caller was pretty upset.
We got Phil calling in from Virginia. Phil, how are you?
Well, disappointed. Thank you for taking my call from Norfolk, Virginia, where my dad raised me since 1967 on Tom Landry and the Dallas Cowboys. God rest his soul. Over the past 15 years, he hasn't had to watch this garbage. Here's my point about this game. This game was lost on the second possession, the second Minnesota possession, when that idiot, and when I'm so angry, I can't think straight sometimes. I don't recall his name. When the idiot commits the horse collar out of bounds, setting him up for a tie touchdown. And Schottenheimer allows him to continue on the field.
Don't cuss. Don't cuss.
I'm not. But, dude, I'm sick and tired of we have beautiful cheerleaders. We got a whole bunch of them. I'm tired of them as head coaches. How do you allow a guy in this important of a game to stay on the field after that stupid of a play? There has to be accountability. We haven't had that since Jimmy Johnson.
I think it's better every time I hear it.
Accountability. Shout out to the 757 on that one, boy.
If only there'd been 757, is that Virginia?
Yeah.
If only there'd been a Trayvon Diggs activated, you'd had the bodies, but I think they actually put Carson in the next play. No, that was the next series, and they got beat for the 58-yarder.
It's just been a terrible situation for us in the secondary.
Let's go to DeSoto football right here.
Oh.
Head coach Claude Mathis. Claude! I can't believe I forgot my name. My name is Claude. He had a post game right here after beating South Lake Carroll. Pretty excited, man. Going to state, baby.
Somebody said it was the end of an era. Somebody said it was the end of an era. It's just beginning. It's just beginning. You're telling him it's just beginning. That's what it says about DeSoto. We're here. We're nowhere else. We're here. We're going to be a goddamn legacy. Love these kids. I'm telling people talking about it. That's all they do. They want to talk about it, write us off. But guess what? Our kids, they fight. Our coach, they fight. We believe in one another. Nobody can take down the great South Lake Carroll as they told us. But they forgot about DeSoto. And just thank God that we'll be able to show everybody else we're a true team. We're a true team.
Shout out to those Eagles.
Yeah.
Man, he took us on a whole journey with that answer.
He's been incredible as the head coach there at DeSoto.
Outstanding coach, yeah.
Salute to him, man. You see the passion in there.
Yep. Loves his kids.
Well, they used to hit a little hard over there in DeSoto and Duncanville.
I bet they do.
Cedar Hill, not so much, but that DeSoto and Duncanville. I say that respectfully, Cedar Hill. I played you at a certain different time. But yeah, that DeSoto, even from middle school days, you're like, we got to go play Bird. God, dog it.
Yeah.
Your helmet had a little extra color on it.
Just getting crack, pow, crack, pow. Jeez.
I think my shoulders hurt, Coach. I just threw it out, I think, there.
Oh, no. Act like you hurt, you'll never be on the team again. Oh, that coach is getting you out of there, bro. Getting you out of there. This is not one, but El Pollo Loco. El Pollo Loco. I want to see this girl in a commercial in 2026. We go to a drive-thru. This girl's named Melissa, and she can sing.
For the coupon, it'll be $26.94.
Oh, thank you. Was that you singing?
Oh, you wanted me to sing?
Was that you singing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can sing for you guys. Thank you for choosing El Pollo Loco. Yeah.
Okay, girl.
Wow.
She's loving her job, bro.
That's pretty
Hey, you want me to sing? I'll sing
Thanks for choosing El Pollo Loco. What's that Mexican fried chicken place I like? It's
Pollo
right down the
Regio.
street. Right down the street. I don't think that's it.
Oh, it's not.
I don't think so.
Isn't that a Loco right there on Forest and 75?
That's a Loco?
I think it is a Loco.
That's what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at Popeyes today eyeballing it.
That thing is good, bro.
Yeah.
They don't play over there. You get some beans on the side.
Oh, is it Pollo Campero?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds better.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that jams. That sounds better. All right, last one right here. Mr. Dawson on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about your crack injury story.
Yes, let's go.
Got injured from crack, or his crack was injured, something like that, player.
I played a flag football game about 5 or 6 years ago, and it felt like every muscle in my lower half was coming off the bone for about 2 weeks. Do not do that again.
Yeah, the groins, bro.
Yes.
The groins are bad.
It felt like I'd pulled my butt cheeks apart.
My bull cheeks.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Like the muscles on the very inside of your butt, right?
Okay.
Right as the cheeks come together,
Yeah.
I pulled those. Like muscles I didn't even know were there.
You're saying you tore your
your crack? Yes, I pulled my crack. That's what it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. You got me home there.
That's a Dwight Howard injury.
Suck it up.
Suck it up.
Yeah. Said I pulled my butt cheeks apart, man. Come on, dog.
Never do that again.
I think it probably started in the groin and just went all the way to the lower back. This is a full sweep of the gooch and the taint. I knew I was washed up right then and there.
Never again.
The unfortunate thing is I was coaching Abby's soccer team at the time.
Oh, no.
I couldn't move.
So
the kids are all there?
She starts heckling me on the sideline.
Oh, no.
Yeah, using my own lines against me.
Oh, jeez.
How's your butt, Dad?
Why are you walking? Come on, you got to want it.
Come on,
Hustle up, three. Come on, hustle up, three.
Oh, that's great.
Is it our Cowboys post-game caller, Phil? He sounded older than born in 1967 to me, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the accent.
Cowboys have aged him.
Yeah.
That happens to the best of us.
Is it DeSoto football's Claude Mathis?
Claude.
Dawson pulling his crack. I'll vote for Claude Mathis there, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with the crack pull.
All righty, Lucius, we're tied at 1.
Yeah, you and your cheeks, dog.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
It's got to be you.
It's 3-1, Brian.
Yeah, let's go with it.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G Bag of the Day champion. It's me getting vulnerable in my flag football experience at middle age.
Yeah, he pulled his butt cheeks apart. That is crazy that you even said that. That's crazy that you would say that, bro.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I just wanted to be honest.
Yeah.
All right, let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
All right, yeah, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Ooh, wow. All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody get high.
Let me tell you something. I want to let all of the sensitive people know you picked the wrong show. All I got is raw, hurtful
Yeah, this is LA Live for Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks.
Freaks like you and I could never funk on there. We're busting now, everybody.
Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. You are appreciated. You really, really are. LA Live it is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. One more time.
Fellas, clap your hands if you here with a girl you're going to break up with when you get on your feet.
Yeah.
She is one job interview away from finding out how you really feel. You should see some of the ladies. They like, I don't like him.
At my dad's Christmas party over the weekend, my cousin's wife confronted me. She's like, yeah, I listened to, what is it called, Pimp Juice? What is it called, Pimp Juice on the radio? I was like, I don't know, that's not me. She was like, oh no, I was on the right station. I think it's called Pimp Juice. She was like, I was offended.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was like, what did I do? She's like, I don't know, I was just offended.
I didn't even know what it was, but I was offended.
Yeah, I didn't even know what it was. I was like, well, it probably wasn't me because I don't know anything about a pimp juice. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're referring to, my dear. And my dad was playing music, and every time Rick James came up, there was always somebody in my family just pointing at me. Rick James! Rick James!
Well, all right, you
somebody. All right, man, the streets are talking. The streets are talking. Just when people forgot about this here scandal. Oh, these podcast microphones. Why bring it up again around the holidays? Back in July, an adult content creator popped out and said D'Angelo Russell was creeping on his fiance with her. I don't know if you guys remember this. It kind of just came and went. That's where you want it to go sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
But she's popped back out, and she dropped screenshots and all this other good stuff.
No.
Yeah, she's doing interviews. The woman is known as Ja Morant.
Oh my gosh.
Name is Ja Morant.
J-A-W?
J-A-W.
Yeah.
She's an adult content creator. She calls herself a pro throat therapist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if your money is right, you can send a deposit for what she calls a throat meat.
Okay.
Throat meat. Yeah.
What's the going rate on something like that these days?
Man. Well, it's pretty cheap compared to what she's talking about here, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, look this girl up, Ja Morant. Back in July, she shared an Instagram DM thread from Russell's verified account asking Ja to come to Miami, which I think is kind of weird. Why would you fly somebody out to Miami? It's Miami.
You're already there.
You're already there. You already Russell. You up. Yeah. You don't have to spend $1,700. Yeah, there was a message from a 305 number. It doesn't say the name of the 305 number. We're supposed to assume that was Russell. He offered to send $1,700 for flights, with $1,500 already successfully transferred. That's what I'm talking about, boy.
He got right in.
He got right to it. She also dropped more messages from coordinating a meetup and travel plans and everything. Oh, no. D'Angelo Russell's engaged to a Canadian model.
Oh.
They have two kids together.
Oh.
Broadest. Yeah, I don't know how it's going for him right now, man. Especially if it could have been swept under the rug. Now she's back out here talking again. I don't know if I should believe her or not, because if I look at her, why bring sand to Miami? Why is she talking again? What happened? So let's go to this little podcast right here. Real life street stars. She explains why she exposed D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo Russell, you got some explaining to do. Stop cheating on that white woman with me.
Damn. He's actually boring. His story is boring. But, yeah, that's why he got exposed. You a cheater.
Damn.
Cheater. From where at the time, I want to say he had like a baby on the way. It was crazy. Like, ooh, you just messy. And then he stopped giving me my hush money. So, yeah.
How much was the hush money?
Oh, yeah, it was, he probably came up off like 10 bands.
The hush.
Jeez.
It was like a.
This was overtime. This
No
wasn't
honor anymore.
Oh, good.
no.
Right. So if he could give it, if you were still on payroll, this would never be on
Would have been good. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
would have been good.
Wow. Right there.
All right, so it's not even about a moral confliction.
She's just like, you stop paying me, I'm going to get you back.
Yeah, she just, I mean, that's bad for her business still anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I would think.
Who's going to trust her moving forward?
Yeah. You put out screenshots out here. I mean, yes, you ran out of money. I'm not paying you anymore. But $10,000 over a long period of time? I was just giving you little crumbs here and there. Really think about it.
Yeah, but isn't this all coming full circle for D'Angelo Russell? Wasn't he the one snitching on somebody in the Lakers locker room?
Yep. Yeah, this is coming back. Yeah, that's why Swaggy P was laughing at him about this situation when it popped out in July at first. But yeah, he wasn't paying any bread anymore, so now she's talking. And she's telling everything. She called it boring, but she did verify on her side. Do we believe her? I don't know, but hey.
Yeah, I think I do believe her. I don't know how she can be so proud of it. Like, I'd be ashamed of doing business with married men to begin with, and then there's a secondary contract beyond that. If you don't respect a man and a woman that are married under the law, under God, whatever that might be, then at least have, a code of silence with your customers. I think she might be washed up. I Googled her up. I'm looking through the video. I'm noticing some bags under her eyes.
Dark circles, girl.
Yeah.
You got to get some sleep, baby.
She's looking for 5 seconds of fame here.
Her clientele might be drying up a little bit, and she's like, well, I might as well just tell the secrets now. Maybe I'll get a book deal or something.
Yeah, she's got rappers and everything in there, the clientele as well, and they're all making fun of her. Just like that. Tough game out here, man. Make sure you pay your sides. In fact, stay away from sides, huh? Oh!
There you go.
You need to tell Lucius to calm down. He likes his cake and eat it too.
We're just having jokes on the radio, cousin lady.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, my dad said, hey, your mom said, oh, you like your cake and eat it too. So what are we talking about, bro? What are we saying? Hey, has Rachel Nichols popped out with any apologies yet? Rachel Nichols. Has she popped out with any apologies?
No, what happened this time?
Yeah, well, this was a weird one, wasn't it?
Yeah, you seen that?
I saw some bits of it. I didn't really dive in. She's asking weird, random questions.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, because WNBA star Asia Wilson and her boo NBA player Bam Adebayo, well, they gave Rachel a wag of the finger the other day. A little wag of the finger like, hey, calm down. You're looking kind of crazy. This started while Rachel was interviewing Oklahoma City's SGA at the NBA Cup. Rachel brought up this meme that's been going around about the Thunder's GM. What's his name?
Sam Presti.
Okay, there we go. Yes. And how intense his scouting style is. Broadus, you might respect that.
I'm listening.
Really intense. So intense that this meme was created. And she asked SGA about the meme.
If you don't bring your A game, you can lose any night, no matter who it is. So, yeah.
Last question. You're going to help me, Nate. Who was the sonogram? Who was the two athletes you said with the sonogram? Was Sam Presti going to go visit the sonogram?
Oh, Asia and Bam.
Bam, yeah. So, because Asia was named Time Magazine's Athlete of the Year, and she's doing a bunch of interviews and talking about her and Bam and their relationship. She's like, we want to have kids together, and someone joked that Sam Presti would be at the sonogram if they had kids together. Is he that much of a scout?
Sam takes his job very serious, and whatever it takes to be great, he will do. So that's what it takes. That's what it takes.
He's going to be Bam Adebayo and Asia Wilson, watch out. If you guys ever decide to have kids, Sam Presti's going to knock on your door.
Sure.
I know you.
Yeah, both Asia and Bam are not a fan of that. They give the wag of the finger. Asia threaded out, y'all don't think this is a little strange or weird? Bam was like, this is why privacy matters. Are they tripping?
I think they are.
They made it public that they were pregnant or something?
No.
Or they're not even pregnant?
She asked a question about a meme, basically.
Okay.
And she was like, that should probably be something that you say on live TV. Maybe that should stay to the internet.
Yeah.
She's speaking for them.
Yeah, she's doing a lot, but at the same time, it's just a respect to both of their athletic prowess.
Like, I thought it was kind of a funny question.
I did too.
Because it's true. Like, if they did have a baby, that child's going to probably be freakishly athletic. They're both incredible athletes.
It comes off a little awkward from Rachel, but I don't get the offense.
Me neither.
Yeah. I'd be like, yeah,
it's a
that's
compliment, right?
I'm so athletic, my baby's bound to, be a few